I'm sitting in a different flat now, in a different city, but I still find myself checking the locks twice before bed and keeping the curtains drawn during the day. It's been 8 months since everything happened, and I know I should probably just forget about it and move on. But I keep thinking about other people who might be in the same situation I was in. People who are desperate enough to ignore obvious warning signs because they need the money. The whole thing started in October last year, when the whole of Birmingham was having one of those miserable grey weeks where it never quite stops drizzling. I was spending most days in my bedsit near the city centre, watching the condensation run down the windows while I refreshed job search websites that never seemed to have anything new. I'd been unemployed for about 6 weeks by then, ever since the marketing agency where I worked decided to restructure their entire digital team out of existence. They'd given me a decent enough redundancy package, enough to cover rent and bills for a couple of months if I was careful, but finding replacement work was proving more difficult than I'd expected. The flat was starting to feel like a prison. The room consisted of a kitchenette in the corner, a small bathroom, and a view of the back of a Greggs across the road. I'd moved there straight after university because it was cheap and close to my job, thinking it would be temporary. 4 years later, I was still there, still telling myself I'd find somewhere better once my career got properly established. The redundancy had put an end to those plans. Now I was just trying to avoid having to move back in with my parents in Coventry, which felt like admitting defeat in a way I wasn't ready to accept. After 6 weeks of applications and interviews that went nowhere, I was getting genuinely worried about making next month's rent. That's when I started looking at freelance work, the sort of gig economy stuff I'd always thought was beneath my experience level. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect: content writing for websites, social media management, basic design work. The pay was terrible and the clients were demanding, but it was better than nothing. I managed to scrape together enough small jobs to cover my immediate expenses, but it was exhausting and barely sustainable. Then I saw a listing that seemed too good to be true. Someone needed help with what they called content curation and verification for a research project. The pay was significantly better than anything else I'd seen, and the work seemed straightforward enough. The listing was posted on one of those freelance platforms that cater to more specialized work, not the mainstream sites where you compete with hundreds of other applicants, but smaller communities where clients look for people with specific skills or experience. The job description was deliberately vague, which should have been a red flag. The client explained that they needed someone to review and categorize various types of digital content for academic research purposes. They emphasized that discretion was essential and that successful applicants would need to sign comprehensive confidentiality agreements. I applied without thinking too much about the details. The money was good enough to solve my immediate problems, and I convinced myself that academic research work would be more interesting than writing product descriptions for online retailers. The response came back within hours. The client wanted to arrange a phone interview, but insisted on using an encrypted communication platform rather than normal phone or video calls. They sent detailed instructions for downloading and setting up the software, along with explanations about why standard communication methods weren't suitable for their work. This should have raised my suspicions, but I was more concerned with the potential income than the unusual requirements. I told myself that academic research often involves sensitive information, and that using secure communication was probably just standard practice in their field. The interview took place that evening. The client's voice was distorted by the encryption software, making it impossible to determine their age, gender, or accent. They asked standard questions about my background and experience, but also probed into my personal circumstances in ways that felt slightly intrusive. They wanted to know about my living situation, whether I shared my workspace with anyone, how I handled confidential information in previous jobs. They seemed particularly interested in my financial situation and how urgently I needed work. I answered honestly about most things, including admitting that I was between jobs and needed income fairly urgently. Looking back, this was probably exactly what they wanted to hear. They offered me the position at the end of the call, subject to signing their confidentiality agreement and completing what they called a probationary assessment period. The pay would be transferred weekly, and all work would be conducted through secure channels similar to the interview platform. The confidentiality agreement arrived the next morning. It was longer and more detailed than anything I'd signed for previous jobs, with clauses about non-disclosure that seemed to cover not just the work itself, but any communication with the client or knowledge of their identity. More concerning were the sections about legal liability and indemnification. The language was complex, but it seemed to suggest that I would be personally responsible for any legal issues that arose from my work, and that the client would not provide support or representation if problems occurred. I nearly backed out at this point, but the financial pressure was overwhelming. I'd received another final notice about my rent, and I couldn't afford to wait for other opportunities to materialize. I signed the agreement and returned it the same day. Work began immediately. The client provided access to a private area of what they called their research database, along with detailed instructions for reviewing and categorizing the content I found there. The material was disturbing from the start, nothing obviously illegal, but the sort of content that exists in the darker corners of the internet where normal social rules don't apply. Forums where people shared extremely personal information about their lives, communities built around unhealthy obsessions and compulsions. My job was to review this material and tag it according to various categories, the types of behavior being discussed, the apparent demographics of the participants, the level of detail being shared about real-world activities. It was like being a librarian for humanity's darkest impulses. The work was psychologically exhausting, but I told myself it was temporary, and that understanding these communities probably did have legitimate research value. I tried to maintain professional distance, treating it like any other content analysis job. The client communicated regularly through their encrypted platform, providing feedback on my categorization work and requesting additional detail about specific posts or conversations I'd reviewed. They seemed particularly interested in content that referenced real locations or identifiable details about the participants. After about 2 weeks, they began requesting additional information beyond what was visible in the posts themselves. They wanted me to research the usernames and posting patterns, looking for connections between different accounts and trying to identify repeated participants across multiple communities. This felt like crossing a line from content analysis into something more like surveillance. But when I raised concerns, the client reminded me of the confidentiality agreement and suggested that this level of analysis was standard for their type of research. They also mentioned that my probationary period was going well, and that they were considering offering me additional work at higher rates if I could demonstrate the thoroughness and discretion they required. The money was solving my immediate problems, and I convinced myself that tracking posting patterns was still within the bounds of legitimate research. I continued with the expanded requirements, though I found the work increasingly uncomfortable. Around the 3rd week, the client began asking me to focus on specific individuals whose posts had caught their attention. They provided detailed profiles of certain users, including information that clearly came from sources beyond the forums I was monitoring. These profiles included real names, addresses, employment details, and personal information that would have been impossible to gather from anonymous forum posts. It was obvious that the client had access to much more comprehensive surveillance capabilities than they'd initially suggested. When I asked about the source of this additional information, they explained that their research involved correlating online behavior with real-world data from various sources. They suggested that this was standard practice in modern social research, and that my role was simply to add context and analysis to data they'd already gathered through other means. This explanation made me deeply uncomfortable, but I was already involved enough to feel trapped. The confidentiality agreement made it clear that discussing the work with anyone else would result in serious legal consequences, and I couldn't afford the potential financial liability if I breached the contract. I continued working, but began documenting everything I was asked to do and keeping copies of all communications with the client. I told myself this was just prudent record keeping, but really I was starting to worry about what I might be contributing to. The turning point came when the client asked me to research someone whose online posts had mentioned my local area. They wanted me to identify real-world locations referenced in the posts and provide detailed information about the places and people mentioned. This was no longer abstract research about anonymous internet communities. I was being asked to help identify and potentially locate someone who lived in my own neighborhood, based on their private online activity. When I refused to continue with this specific task, the client's response was immediate and concerning. They reminded me that my contract included provisions for minimum performance standards, and that failure to complete assigned work could result in immediate termination and demands for repayment of previous payments. More troubling, they mentioned details about my own personal situation that I'd never shared with them. References to my financial difficulties, my living arrangements, even my daily routines, and the places I went for normal activities like shopping or socializing. It became clear that while I'd been researching other people, the client had been conducting similar research into my own life. They'd built up a comprehensive profile of my circumstances and vulnerabilities, presumably to ensure I would be motivated to continue working regardless of my comfort level. I tried to end the arrangement immediately, but discovered that extricating myself wasn't going to be straightforward. The client had structured the contract to make termination difficult, and they seemed prepared to use both legal pressure and personal intimidation to maintain my cooperation. They began sending me information about my daily activities that they couldn't possibly have gathered through normal online surveillance. Details about conversations I'd had in person, places I'd visited, people I'd met. The sort of information that suggested physical surveillance rather than just digital monitoring. This escalated over several days, with increasingly specific references to my movements and activities. Not direct threats, but clear demonstrations that they had comprehensive knowledge of my life and routine. I realized that I'd become as much a subject of their research as the people I'd been investigating. My online activity, personal circumstances, and psychological profile had been analyzed and catalogued just like the forum users I'd been researching. The irony was that I'd been helping them perfect techniques for gathering and correlating personal information, while simultaneously providing them with a detailed case study of how those techniques could be used to control and manipulate someone. I eventually managed to end my involvement by threatening to report everything to the police, though I knew that proving anything would be difficult given the way the client had structured our arrangement. The work had been presented as legitimate research, the payments were legal, and most of the surveillance could be explained as quality control or security measures. The clients seemed more amused than concerned by my threats, but they agreed to terminate the contract without pursuing the financial penalties they'd previously mentioned. Their final message suggested that my work had been useful for their research purposes and that they had sufficient data to continue without my participation. I never found out what the real purpose of the project had been, whether it was criminal surveillance, corporate espionage, government research, or just someone who enjoyed the power of cataloging and controlling other people's lives. What I do know is that the dark web communities I'd been studying were probably the least dangerous part of the entire arrangement. The real threat came from someone who understood how to exploit the legitimate-seeming freelance economy to recruit unwitting participants in activities they would never have agreed to if they'd understood the full scope. I've been more careful about employment opportunities since then, but I also know that my financial vulnerability made me an ideal target. Someone who needed money urgently enough to ignore warning signs and rationalize increasingly uncomfortable requests. The client was still receiving weekly reports about my activities and circumstances for months after our arrangement ended, based on the monitoring systems they'd established while I was working for them. I only realized this when I started noticing subtle signs that my routine was still being documented and analyzed. Moving house eventually solved the immediate surveillance problem, but I've never been entirely certain whether they lost interest or just became more discreet about their monitoring methods. The experience taught me that the most dangerous aspects of the dark web aren't necessarily the obviously criminal communities that everyone warns about. Sometimes the real threat comes from people who understand how to use legitimate-seeming arrangements to exploit the normal human needs for income and security. I still get occasional contact attempts through various platforms, offers for similar research work that probably come from the same client or their associates. The pay rates are always generous, the work descriptions are always vague, and the communication methods are always unnecessarily complex. I delete these messages immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have accepted similar offers without understanding what they were really agreeing to participate in. I keep thinking I should have just minded my own business. Looking back, it seems so obvious that nothing good could come from what I did, but at the time, it felt like I was just being helpful. You know how it is when someone asks for advice about something you think you might be able to help with. My brother had been complaining about his dissertation for weeks. He was doing sociology at Leeds, something about online communities and how people behave differently when they think they're anonymous. The research was going badly because he couldn't find what he called genuine examples of how people actually interact in these spaces. Everything he was looking at felt too sanitized, too aware of being observed. His supervisor had mentioned that the most interesting social dynamics happen in the darker corners of the internet, places where people feel completely free from normal social constraints. But my brother had no idea how to access those areas safely, and frankly, neither did I. That's when I made what I now realize was a terrible decision. I mentioned his research problem to Sarah, a colleague from work who dealt with online fraud investigations in our compliance department. She'd been with the company for years and seemed to know about all sorts of digital investigation techniques. Sarah listened to my explanation with more interest than I'd expected. She said she might know someone who could help, someone who specialized in what she called deep web research for academic purposes. She made it sound perfectly legitimate, like there were proper channels for this sort of thing. 2 days later, she gave me a business card with just a name and email address. No company logo or phone number, which should have been a warning sign. She said her contact preferred to keep things simple and would only communicate via email initially. I passed the details on to my brother without really thinking about it. He was desperate to make progress on his dissertation, and Sarah had made it sound like a normal academic resource, the sort of specialist consultant that researchers sometimes use when they need access to areas they can't navigate themselves. My brother emailed the contact that same evening. Within a few hours, he received a reply suggesting they meet for coffee in Leeds to discuss his research requirements. The message was professional and courteous, exactly what you'd expect from someone offering legitimate research assistance. They met the following Saturday at a cafe near the university. My brother described the man as ordinary looking, probably in his 40s, wearing the sort of casual clothes that wouldn't stand out anywhere. He seemed knowledgeable about academic research methods and asked sensible questions about the dissertation requirements. The man explained that he could provide access to several online communities that would be perfect for my brother's research, places where people engaged in completely unfiltered social interaction, which was exactly what the dissertation needed to demonstrate genuine digital behavior patterns. He offered to set up secure access and provide guided tours of these communities, ensuring my brother could observe without compromising his safety or inadvertently breaking any laws. It sounded professional and thorough, like the sort of service that probably existed quite legitimately for researchers. The arrangement was that my brother would pay a small fee upfront for the setup work, then an hourly rate for guided access sessions. Nothing unreasonable, roughly what you might expect to pay for any specialist research assistance. My brother transferred the initial payment that weekend and received detailed instructions for accessing a private communication channel where they could coordinate the research sessions. For the first couple of weeks, everything went exactly as promised. My brother would arrange sessions where he could observe various online communities, while his contact provided context and explanation about what he was seeing. The material was perfect for his dissertation, genuine examples of how people interact when they believe they're completely anonymous. The communities were exactly what his supervisor had suggested he needed to find. People engaging in frank discussions about topics they would never mention in their real lives, forming relationships based purely on shared interests or experiences, creating social hierarchies and rules that were completely different from anything that existed in mainstream society. My brother was making excellent progress on his dissertation. He had more than enough material to support his arguments about authentic digital behavior, and his supervisor was impressed with the quality of his research findings. But somewhere around the third week, things started to shift in ways that were subtle at first. His contact began suggesting additional communities that might be interesting, places that were less directly relevant to the dissertation, but which might provide useful background context. My brother didn't want to seem ungrateful, and the hourly rate meant he wasn't paying for time he didn't want, so he agreed to explore these additional areas. These new communities were darker than the previous ones. Still nothing obviously illegal or dangerous, but the conversations were more intense, more personal. People sharing details about their real lives that went far beyond what seemed safe or sensible. My brother mentioned to me that he was starting to feel uncomfortable with some of what he was seeing. Not because it was threatening, but because it felt too intimate, like he was intruding on private moments that were never meant to be observed by outsiders. I suggested he might want to stick to the original research areas, the ones that were directly relevant to his dissertation. He agreed, but when he mentioned this to his contact, the response was less accommodating than before. The man explained that access to these communities was package-based and that picking and choosing specific areas wasn't really how the service worked. He suggested that my brother was perhaps being overly cautious, and that exposure to a broader range of digital communities would only strengthen his research. This should have been another warning sign, but my brother was so close to finishing his dissertation that he didn't want to risk losing access to the material he'd already gathered. He continued with the sessions, though he found them increasingly uncomfortable. Around the fourth week, his contact started asking more personal questions about my brother's background and interests. Nothing that seemed directly threatening, but queries that went beyond what was necessary for research purposes. Questions about his family, his living situation, his plans after graduation. My brother answered some of these questions without thinking much about it. When you've been working with someone for several weeks, sharing personal details feels natural, like normal conversation. But then the questions became more specific. His contact wanted to know about his daily routines, where he spent time outside of his studies, whether he lived alone. The sort of information that could easily be justified as friendly interest, but which felt increasingly intrusive when combined with everything else. My brother started deflecting these questions, but his contact became more persistent. He suggested that understanding my brother's lifestyle and social context was important for properly interpreting the research material they were gathering together. This is when my brother should have ended the arrangement, but he was afraid of losing access to his research data. His dissertation deadline was approaching, and he'd built his entire project around the material from these communities. Instead, he continued with the sessions while trying to avoid providing any more personal information. But he noticed that his contact seemed to know things about his routine that hadn't been discussed during their conversations. Small details, like mentioning that my brother seemed tired because he'd been up late the previous evening, when my brother was certain he hadn't mentioned staying up late. Or references to specific locations around Leeds that my brother frequented, presented as casual observations about student life in the area. When my brother mentioned these concerns to me, I realized I should have been more careful about who I was putting him in contact with. But by then, he was already deeply involved in the arrangement, and both of us were uncertain about how to extricate him safely. The breaking point came when my brother received an email from his contact containing photographs that had clearly been taken without permission or knowledge. Pictures of my brother walking to and from the university, sitting in the library, meeting friends at various locations around Leeds. The photographs weren't threatening in themselves, but they demonstrated a level of surveillance that went far beyond anything that could be justified for research purposes. The email suggested that these photographs were just examples of the sort of observational research techniques that my brother could learn to use in his own academic work. But the implication was clear. He was being watched, and his contact wanted him to know it. My brother immediately tried to end the arrangement, but when he sent an email explaining that he no longer needed research assistance, the response was not what he expected. His contact explained that the research project had evolved beyond simple academic assistance. My brother had been providing valuable information about student life and social patterns that could be useful for future research projects. The arrangement would need to continue for several more weeks to complete this broader research initiative. The tone of the message had shifted completely. What had previously been professional and accommodating was now directive and non-negotiable. My brother tried to simply stop responding to emails and avoid the arranged sessions, but this triggered a more direct approach. He started receiving text messages on his phone, which he'd never given to his contact. Messages that demonstrated detailed knowledge of his movements and activities, presented as friendly check-ins, but clearly intended to show that avoiding contact wouldn't be possible. The messages would arrive when he was in specific locations, referencing things he was doing or people he was with. Not threatening, but impossible to ignore or dismiss as coincidence. When my brother tried to change his phone number, he discovered that his contact had somehow accessed other forms of communication. Emails to his university account, messages through social media platforms, even contact through people he knew who had somehow been approached with requests to pass on messages. It became clear that his contact had built up a comprehensive profile of my brother's life and social connections, and was prepared to use that information to maintain contact regardless of my brother's preferences. This went on for another month, with my brother becoming increasingly isolated and anxious. He couldn't explain the situation to most people because it sounded paranoid and unbelievable. He couldn't report it to authorities because technically, nothing obviously criminal had occurred. The research assistance had been provided as promised. The payments had been legitimate, and the ongoing contact could be interpreted as professional follow-up. The surveillance felt sinister, but proving that it was unwanted or inappropriate would be difficult. My brother finished his dissertation, but the sense of being constantly observed made it impossible for him to feel any satisfaction in the achievement. Every time he went somewhere or met someone, he found himself wondering whether it was being documented and reported back to his contact. The situation only ended when my brother graduated and moved back home to Manchester. Even then, he received occasional messages for several more weeks, but they eventually stopped once it became clear that his routine had changed completely. We never found out what the real purpose of the arrangement had been, whether it was some kind of recruitment attempt, a data gathering operation, or just someone who enjoyed the sense of control over another person's life. Sarah, the colleague who had provided the original contact, left the company shortly after my brother's graduation. When I tried to ask her about her research contact, she claimed not to remember giving me any details and seemed genuinely confused about what I was referring to. My brother submitted his dissertation and received a good grade, but he never pursued academic research after graduation. The experience had made him too aware of how easily someone's curiosity could be exploited and turned against them. I still think about how different things might have been if I just minded my own business instead of trying to be helpful. My brother had asked for advice, not for me to find him a contact in areas I knew nothing about. The recommendation had seemed harmless at the time, just putting him in touch with someone who might be able to help with legitimate research. But I'd handed over responsibility to a stranger without knowing anything about their real intentions or methods. Even now, I find myself being more careful about who I trust and what information I share. Not because I think I'm still being watched, but because the experience showed me how easily normal social interactions can be manipulated by someone with the right knowledge and patience. The dark web communities my brother had been researching were probably exactly what they appeared to be. Places where people behave differently because they felt anonymous and unobserved. But his contact had been using that same principle in reverse, observing and documenting someone who thought they were engaged in a straightforward professional arrangement. I wonder sometimes how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, having their lives quietly catalogued and analyzed by someone they trusted to provide legitimate services. The sort of thing that would be impossible to prove or report, but which would fundamentally change how you think about your own privacy and safety. My brother never talks about that period anymore, but I know he's more cautious now about who he trusts and what information he shares. We both learned that the biggest dangers don't always come from obviously suspicious sources, but from recommendations that seem perfectly reasonable at the time. Picture this. You're sitting in your kitchen on a Thursday morning, still in your dressing gown, when someone knocks on your door with a package you never ordered. The delivery driver seems normal enough, checks your name and address twice, and hands over a box that's heavier than it looks. You sign for it without thinking, because that's what you do when packages arrive. Except I should have been more careful. I should have asked more questions, checked the sender details, maybe even refused to accept it. But I was half asleep and running late for work. So I just scrawled my signature on the electronic pad and took the box inside. It was addressed to me, complete with my full name and postcode, but there was no return address or company logo anywhere on the packaging. Just a plain brown box with a shipping label that looked like it had been printed at home rather than by a proper courier service. I left it on the kitchen table while I got ready for work, thinking I'd deal with it when I got home. My job at the insurance office in Northampton doesn't exactly leave much time for personal admin during the day, and I had a meeting first thing that I couldn't afford to be late for. The box sat there all day, and by the time I got home that evening, I'd almost forgotten about it. It wasn't until I was making dinner that I remembered the delivery and decided to see what was inside. The contents were nothing like what I'd expected. Instead of the usual online shopping mistake or misdirected package, I found a mobile phone I'd never seen before, along with a charger and what looked like a set of printed instructions. The phone was an older model, probably a few years out of date, but it had been completely reset to factory settings. When I turned it on, there were no contacts, no installed apps beyond the basic ones, and no indication of who it had belonged to previously. The instructions were more concerning. They were handwritten on plain paper, explaining how to access something called a private communication system using the phone. The writing was clear and methodical, like someone had taken time to make sure every detail was correct. According to the instructions, the phone had been specially configured to connect to certain areas of the internet that weren't accessible through normal means. The writer explained that this would allow secure communication with people who shared similar interests and concerns about privacy and government surveillance. This should have been the moment I threw everything in the bin and forgot about it. Any rational person would have recognized this as either a scam or something much worse. But I was curious, and the instructions made it sound like accessing these areas was perfectly legal and quite common among people who cared about digital privacy. I'd been following news stories about data breaches and corporate surveillance for months, so the idea of finding more secure ways to communicate online didn't seem completely unreasonable. The phone appeared to be a way of connecting with like-minded people who had similar concerns about online privacy. I followed the instructions that evening, more out of curiosity than any real intention to get involved in whatever community the phone was meant to connect me with. The setup process was simpler than I'd expected, requiring just a few specific settings changes and the installation of an app that wasn't available through normal channels. Within an hour, I had access to what the instructions described as a private forum, where people discussed topics that they couldn't safely explore on mainstream social media. The conversations I could see seemed to focus on legitimate concerns about surveillance, corporate data collection, and government overreach. Most of the participants appeared to be ordinary people who had become worried about their online privacy and were looking for ways to communicate without being monitored. Teachers, shop workers, office staff, people with normal jobs and everyday concerns who had simply become more conscious of how much personal information they were sharing online. The discussions were more sophisticated than typical social media conversations, with people sharing detailed information about privacy tools, security practices, and ways to avoid unwanted attention from authorities or corporations. Nothing obviously illegal or threatening, just a community of people who valued their privacy more than most. I started reading the forum regularly over the following weeks, learning about various tools and techniques for maintaining anonymity online. The information was genuinely useful, and I began implementing some of the suggested privacy practices in my own internet usage. Some of the participants reached out to me directly, welcoming me to the community and offering advice about online security. These private conversations were friendly and helpful, with people sharing their experiences, of avoiding surveillance and protecting their personal information. One contact in particular seemed especially knowledgeable about privacy tools and techniques. They offered to provide additional resources that weren't suitable for sharing in the main forum, explaining that some information was too sensitive to discuss openly even in private communities. This person sent me links to other areas of the internet where more advanced privacy advocates shared information and resources. They explained that these areas required additional security measures to access, but that the information available was much more comprehensive than what could be safely discussed in more accessible forums. I followed their recommendations and gained access to several other communities where the discussions were more detailed and technical. The participants in these areas seemed to have deeper knowledge of surveillance techniques and more sophisticated approaches to avoiding detection. The conversations in these communities revealed information about corporate and government monitoring that was much more extensive than anything I'd seen in mainstream news reports. People shared evidence of surveillance programs that hadn't been publicly acknowledged, along with techniques for identifying and avoiding various forms of monitoring. This information was disturbing, but it also felt important. I was learning about surveillance practices that affected everyone, but which most people were completely unaware of. The knowledge was empowering, giving me tools to protect my privacy that I never would have discovered through normal means. But somewhere around the 6th week, the nature of the information being shared began to change. Instead of general privacy advice and surveillance awareness, people started discussing more specific situations and individuals. Some participants shared detailed information about people they suspected of being involved in surveillance activities, not government agents or corporate spies, but ordinary people who they believed were monitoring their communities on behalf of authorities. These discussions included personal details about suspected informants, their real names, addresses, employment information, and daily routines. The level of detail suggested that extensive research had been conducted into these people's private lives. When I asked about the source of this information, I was told that community members conducted their own surveillance of people they suspected of infiltrating their groups. They explained that this was necessary for security, and that anyone who valued privacy needed to be aware of potential threats in their local area. I was given access to files containing surveillance reports on dozens of people across the country. These reports included photographs, address histories, employment records, and detailed information about social connections and daily routines. The reports were professional in their thoroughness, suggesting that whoever was conducting this surveillance had significant resources and expertise. They covered people in various locations and circumstances, from small towns to major cities, across a wide range of ages and backgrounds. What made these reports particularly unsettling was that many of the people being surveilled appeared to be completely ordinary individuals with no obvious connection to law enforcement or government agencies. Shop assistants, delivery drivers, retirees, people whose only apparent crime was living or working near someone who had become suspicious of their activities. When I raised concerns about the ethics of surveilling innocent people, the response was that determining innocence required investigation. The community's position was that anyone could potentially be involved in surveillance activities, and that protecting privacy required vigilance about everyone in their environment. I was encouraged to contribute to these surveillance efforts by providing information about people in my local area who might pose security risks to the community. They suggested starting with neighbors, work colleagues, or anyone who had shown unusual interest in my activities or conversations. This request made me deeply uncomfortable, but when I tried to reduce my participation in the community, I discovered that leaving wasn't as straightforward as I'd expected. The people I'd been communicating with began reaching out more frequently, expressing concern about my sudden change in activity levels. They explained that reducing participation after accessing sensitive information created security risks for the entire community. They needed assurance that I remained committed to protecting the privacy and safety of other members, which required continued engagement with community activities. When I tried to explain that I was simply losing interest in online privacy issues, they pointed out that my access to their surveillance reports had given me detailed information about their operations and the people they were monitoring. Withdrawing from the community while retaining this knowledge created an unacceptable security risk. The tone of these communications began to shift from friendly encouragement to more direct pressure. They reminded me that they had extensive information about surveillance techniques and resources, and suggested that people who pose security risks to the community often found themselves becoming subjects of surveillance rather than participants in it. To demonstrate their point, they sent me a file containing detailed information about my own activities over the previous 2 months. Photographs of me leaving and entering my flat, records of my work schedule, details about my shopping habits and social activities. The file included information that could only have been gathered through extensive surveillance of my daily routine. They knew where I worked, what time I typically left home, which shops I visited regularly, and who I spent time with socially. More concerning was evidence that they had access to my electronic communications beyond the private forum. They referenced conversations I'd had through my personal phone and email account, suggesting that their monitoring capabilities extended to my normal internet usage. The message accompanying this file explained that gathering this information had been a routine security check conducted on all new community members. They wanted to ensure that people accessing their resources were genuine privacy advocates, rather than infiltrators attempting to gather intelligence about their activities. They assured me that this surveillance would continue only as long as I remained a potential security risk to the community. Once I demonstrated ongoing commitment to their shared goals, the monitoring would be reduced to routine security checks rather than comprehensive surveillance. The implication was clear. I could continue participating in their surveillance activities against other people, or I could become a target of similar surveillance myself. Either way, my privacy was no longer my own to control. I realized that the phone delivery hadn't been random or mistaken. Someone had deliberately selected me as a potential recruit for their surveillance network, probably based on information they'd already gathered about my circumstances and vulnerabilities. The private forums and security information had been recruitment tools designed to draw people into increasingly invasive activities while normalizing surveillance as a necessary tool for protecting privacy. The irony was that protecting privacy required giving up privacy, at least for anyone who wanted to remain part of the community. I tried to return the phone and end all contact with the community, but discovered that they had backup methods for maintaining communication. Messages began appearing through my personal devices, and I received calls at work from people claiming to be conducting security checks on behalf of the community. The surveillance of my daily activities intensified, with increasingly obvious signs that my movements were being monitored and documented. Not threatening behavior, but clear demonstrations that they had comprehensive knowledge of my routine and social connections. This continued for several weeks, with regular reminders that my security status within the community remained unresolved. They suggested that relocating or changing jobs wouldn't necessarily improve my situation, since their surveillance capabilities weren't limited to my current location or circumstances. The pressure only ended when I moved to a different city and changed my phone number, email address, and most of my online accounts. Even then, I received occasional contact attempts for several months. suggesting that they were still attempting to re-establish communication. I never found out how they had initially identified me as a potential recruit, or how many other people had received similar packages and invitations to join their surveillance network. The whole operation was presented as grassroots privacy advocacy, but the resources and coordination required suggested something much more organized and well-funded. The most disturbing aspect was how reasonable their initial approach had seemed. Concerns about privacy and surveillance are legitimate, and many of their resources and techniques were genuinely useful for protecting personal information online. But their real purpose was recruiting people to participate in surveillance activities against their own communities, using privacy concerns as justification for invasive monitoring of innocent people's lives. I still don't know whether they were criminals, political extremists, or something else entirely. What I do know is that they understood how to exploit legitimate concerns about privacy to recruit people for activities they would never have agreed to if they'd understood the full scope from the beginning. The phone is probably still sitting in a drawer somewhere in my old flat, still configured to access their private communities and surveillance networks. I wonder, sometimes, how many other people have received similar packages, and how many of them were curious enough to follow the instructions without thinking about the consequences. Picture this. Someone knocks on your door with a package you never ordered, and you sign for it without asking questions. Sometimes the most dangerous deliveries are the ones that seem completely innocent. I never wanted to share this story. Even now, as I type this out at 3 a.m. with my blinds drawn tight, I keep second-guessing myself. But after what happened last week, after seeing that familiar username pop up in my email, I realized I need to put this somewhere. Maybe as a warning. Maybe just to convince myself I'm not going mad. I've always been the tech guy in my friend group. The one people call when their laptop's acting up or when they need help setting up their new smart TV. It started back when I was 13, taking apart my dad's old computers in our garage in Manchester. My parents thought it was just a phase, but computers made sense to me in a way people never did. I was that quiet kid who'd rather debug code than go to parties. Not exactly the most exciting childhood, but it led me down some interesting paths. University was when things really took off. I studied computer science at Leeds, and while everyone else was out getting plastered at the student union, I'd be in my room exploring the furthest corners of the internet. It wasn't just about the coding challenges or the hacking forums, though those were fascinating enough. I was curious about what else was out there, beyond the surface web most people never venture past. That curiosity is what led me to the dark web in my second year. Looking back, I wish I could go back and slap some sense into my younger self. I thought I was being so clever, so edgy, setting up Tor, finding those first .onion links, feeling like I was some kind of digital explorer. It's embarrassing now, how proud I was of myself. Like I'd discovered some secret club. I wasn't doing anything particularly dodgy at first, just browsing, looking at some marketplaces out of curiosity, reading forums where people discuss privacy and security. I remember telling myself that I was just there for academic reasons, to understand the full landscape of the internet. That's what we tell ourselves, isn't it? That we're just observers, not participants. That we can look without being touched by what we see. I'd been exploring for about 6 months when I came across a link on one of the forums. Someone had posted it with a cryptic message, for those with stronger stomachs than mine. No other context, no explanation. I should have left it alone. I knew even then that there were corners of the dark web no one should visit. But there was something about the way it was phrased, like a challenge. And I'd always had trouble walking away from a challenge. It was a Tuesday night in November. I remember because my flatmates had gone to see some horror film at the cinema. Ironic, considering what I was about to witness was far worse than any fictional horror. They'd invited me along, but I'd claimed I had coursework to finish. In reality, I just wanted a few hours alone to explore without anyone looking over my shoulder. My room was small, with just enough space for a bed and a desk crammed under the window. The streetlight outside cast an orange glow through the cheap blinds, making patterns on my keyboard as I clicked the link and waited for the page to load. Tor is notoriously slow, and I remember drumming my fingers, wondering if the link was dead. Maybe part of me was hoping it wouldn't load at all. When it finally did, it looked underwhelming at first. A black background, a simple login page with no graphics or explanations. Just a username and password field, and below it, a button that said Observe. No option to register that I could see. I was about to close it when I noticed a small line of text at the bottom. Guests welcome for preview only. I hesitated. Every instinct was telling me to close the browser and forget I'd ever seen this page. But that damn curiosity, it's like an itch you can't help scratching, even when you know it'll make things worse. I moved my cursor to the Observe button and clicked. The screen went black for a moment, then loaded what looked like a streaming video. The quality was poor, grainy, and with a slight delay, like CCTV footage. It showed a room, empty, except for a metal table in the center. The walls were concrete, and there was a drain in the floor. My first thought was that it was some kind of industrial space, maybe an abandoned building. Then I noticed the tools arranged neatly on a tray beside the table. Scalpels, pliers, things I couldn't even identify. My stomach dropped. I knew I should close the browser immediately, but I was frozen, hoping this was just some elaborate setup for a prank or a very convincing piece of performance art. That's when I noticed the chat window on the right side of the screen. Messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. Anonymous users I didn't recognize, typing in a mix of languages. I caught fragments in English asking when it would start, commenting on previous sessions, preparing requests for what would happen next. It reminded me of those live gaming streams my flatmate would watch, except there was something soulless and predatory about the way these messages moved, like digital vultures circling. I felt sick. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of hoax, a shocking display put on to scare people or to scam them out of money. I remember adjusting my position in my chair. The cheap foam cushion had gone flat after too many all-night coding sessions. My neck was stiff. I always got tense when I was anxious, a habit since childhood that my mum used to point out. But then a door opened on screen and two figures entered the room. One was wearing a plain white mask that covered their entire face, dressed in what looked like surgical scrubs. The other, God, I still see them in my nightmares, was a young man, maybe in his 20s, with tape over his mouth and his hands bound behind his back. His eyes were wild with terror as he was forced onto the table. I should have closed the browser then. I should have reported it to someone, though I had no idea who would have jurisdiction over something like this. Instead, I sat there, telling myself it couldn't be real, even as the chat window exploded with activity. Users were placing what looked like bids, specifying what they wanted to see done. The messages contained horrific requests, starting with extremities, avoiding facial damage initially, grotesque suggestions about the victim's eyes. My throat went dry as I read them. I remember my hand hovering over the trackpad, trembling slightly. The heating in my room had kicked on. That familiar clicking sound as the radiator warmed up. Such a normal, everyday sound that felt completely at odds with the horror unfolding on my screen. I felt like I was going to be sick. This couldn't be happening. Not in real life, not with me watching. I told myself it was an elaborate fake, that the person on the table was an actor, that the blood that began to flow when the masked figure made the first cut wasn't real. But deep down, I knew. The screams that came through my headphones weren't acted. The terror in that young man's eyes wasn't performed. I finally snapped out of my horrified trance and slammed my laptop shut. I ran to the bathroom and vomited until there was nothing left. When I came back, shaking, I opened my computer again, not to watch, but to figure out how to report what I'd seen. But the page was gone, redirecting to an error message. I tried the link again, but it was dead. For days afterwards, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that room, that table, those tools. I told myself there was nothing I could have done. I had no way of knowing where it was happening. No way to identify the people involved. I tried to convince myself it might have been fake after all. People can do amazing things with special effects these days, right? But I knew the truth. I'd seen something real, something horrific, and I'd done nothing but watch. I nearly dropped out of university. I stopped going to lectures, stopped talking to friends. My flatmates thought I was having some kind of breakdown, which I suppose I was. I formatted my hard drive and reinstalled everything, paranoid that somehow I'd been tracked, that whoever ran that site knew who I was and what I'd seen. After a few months, I started to recover. I told myself it was a one-time mistake, that I'd never go near the dark web again. I focused on finishing my degree, got a job at a cybersecurity firm in London, built a normal life. I almost managed to convince myself that night had been some kind of fever dream, until last week. I was working late, alone in my flat. These days, I keep normal hours, have a girlfriend, go to the pub with colleagues, all the things normal people do. But sometimes I still stay up too late, coding or gaming or just browsing Reddit. It was around 1 a.m. when the email arrived. It came to my personal account, not the one I use for work. The subject line was just a string of numbers. The sender's address was a jumble of letters and digits that didn't look like any standard email format. I should have deleted it as spam, but something made me open it. There was no message, just a link, and below it, a single line stating they'd missed me, followed by an observer number I'd never seen before. I'd never used that identifier anywhere. It wasn't something I'd created or chosen, but as soon as I saw it, I knew. It was what they'd called me on that site. It was the automatic observer ID assigned to me when I'd clicked that button. I remember the room suddenly feeling colder, like someone had left a window open in December. My ears started to ring slightly, that same feeling I'd get before a panic attack during my university finals. I should have called someone, maybe my friend David, who works in digital security, but something kept me frozen in place. They knew who I was. They'd known all along. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely move the mouse, but I managed to delete the email. I shut down my computer, unplugged it from the wall. Childish, perhaps, but it was all I could think to do. I spent the rest of the night pacing my flat, jumping at every sound, checking the locks on my door and windows over and over. The next day, another email arrived, this time on my work account. Same subject line, same sender. I deleted it without opening it, then spent the day looking over my shoulder, convinced I was being watched. I kept checking my reflection in my monitor screen, half expecting to see someone standing behind me. The office felt different somehow. Spaces I'd walked through 1,000 times suddenly seemed threatening, filled with shadows and blind corners. The walk to the bathroom felt like crossing a minefield. When I got home, there was a third email waiting. On an old university account I hardly ever check anymore. This one had a message telling me it was my last chance, mentioning they had something special planned just for me. I didn't go to work the next day, or the day after that. I called in sick, turned off my phone, disconnected my router. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was probably just some sick joke, someone who'd hacked my accounts. But then the letter arrived. An actual physical letter delivered to my flat. No return address. Inside a single sheet of paper with an address printed on it. An address less than a mile from where I live. And a time. Tonight, 11 p.m. I've spent the day trying to figure out what to do. Go to the police and tell them what exactly? That years ago I watched something terrible on the dark web, and now I'm getting creepy emails. I have no proof, no evidence of any crime. Just my word, and the terrible feeling that somehow I've been marked. The rational part of my brain says to ignore it, to stay home, lock the doors, maybe go stay with a friend for a few days, until this blows over. But there's another part. The part that couldn't resist clicking that link all those years ago, that wonders. What if there's another victim? What if by going, I could somehow stop what happened before from happening again? Or what if it's a trap? What if I'm meant to be the next person on that table? It's 10:30 p.m. now. I have 30 minutes to decide. I keep telling myself I won't go, that only a madman would walk knowingly into what could be his own murder. But I also know that if I don't, I'll spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, waiting for them to find me again. I've written this all down as a record, I suppose. If something happens to me, maybe someone will find it. Maybe they'll understand. Or maybe I'm just scaring myself over nothing. And tomorrow I'll read this back and laugh at how paranoid I've become. It's funny how the mind works. Last night I was worried about paying my council tax on time. And now here I am writing what might be my last words. The ordinary and the horrific side by side. I just remembered I was supposed to call my mum tomorrow for her birthday. I should have visited more often. There's a knock at my door. It's too early. It's only 10:33. No one should be here. I'm not expecting anyone. The knocking is getting louder, more insistent. I can hear voices outside, whispering. The letterbox just flapped open. Something's been pushed through, a white envelope, just like the one that came this morning. I don't want to open it. I don't want to know what's inside. But I also know I don't have a choice anymore. They found me. And judging by what I can see through my peephole, 3 figures in white masks waiting patiently. They're not planning to leave until they get what they came for. I'm going to stop writing now. I need to think about what to do next. If anyone reads this, well, I'm not sure what I expect you to do. Just know that there are corners of the internet where real nightmares live. And sometimes, when you look into the darkness looks back and remembers your face. I keep telling myself this will all blow over, that I'm overreacting. Normal people don't suddenly become fugitives because of something they saw at work. But then I remember their faces when they caught me in that room, and I know I'm not imagining things. It started with expense reports that didn't add up, just boring accounting stuff. Nobody gets killed over spreadsheet errors. At least that's what I thought before last month. I never thought I'd be the type of person to stumble onto something I wasn't supposed to see. My life has always been painfully normal. Working as a forensic accountant for a mid-sized insurance company, living in a one-bedroom apartment in Cincinnati, spending weekends either reading or binging whatever news show everyone was talking about. Nothing remarkable. Nothing that would make me a target. It started with a simple discrepancy in the books. Our company had been showing unusual expenses categorized vaguely as network infrastructure maintenance. Large payments happening monthly that didn't match any of our regular vendor contracts. As the senior forensic accountant, it fell on me to figure out why. The CFO was breathing down our department's neck because these unexplained costs were affecting our quarterly projections. My initial audit showed unusual purchases coming from a single cost center within our building, specifically one tied to the executive floor. The strange part was that the equipment being purchased wasn't standard office technology. It was high-end server components, advanced networking gear, and specialized hardware that our insurance company had no business buying. The paperwork traced back to an authorization code for a supply closet on the executive floor. Not an office, not a conference room, a supply closet. I decided to check it out myself rather than escalate to my manager. Looking back, that was my first mistake. Getting access to the executive floor after hours required a security badge with special permissions. I didn't have those permissions, but I did have access to the security logs for my audit work. Another mistake. I noticed a cleaning crew badge that consistently accessed the executive floor every evening. A badge that, according to HR records, belonged to a person who had quit 3 months ago. The badge was still active. I borrowed it from the security office, claiming I needed to check its access history for my audit. Just temporarily, I told myself. Just to solve the financial discrepancy. I wasn't planning to snoop around or anything. The executive floor was eerily quiet after 7 p.m. The cleaning crew had already come and gone, leaving behind the faint smell of industrial cleaner and the soft hum of air conditioning. I followed the purchasing records and traced the equipment deliveries to the supply closet at the end of the hallway. The door was unmarked and locked with a keypad, not standard for a supply closet. I hadn't expected that. I stood there for a moment, contemplating whether I should turn back. But curiosity got the better of me. From my audit work, I had access to the company's vendor payment systems. I checked recent maintenance records for that floor and found the contractor who had installed the keypad. Their invoice included the default access code that had been programmed initially. Another ethical line crossed. The closet was dark when I entered, smelling of dust and electronics rather than cleaning supplies. When I flipped the light switch, I found not mops and paper towels, but a small server setup. A powerful custom-built machine connected directly to our network backbone. It had multiple hard drives attached to it, a high-end graphics card, and several cameras connected via USB. This wasn't company equipment. Someone had installed their own private server in a hidden location. I should have walked away then, should have reported it and let security handle it. Instead, I examined the equipment, thinking I'd just check what kind of operation was running that required such expensive gear. Professional curiosity, I told myself. The server had a spreadsheet with login credentials saved right on the desktop. Whoever set it up probably never expected anyone to physically access it. Within minutes, I was looking through their files. What I found was a sophisticated streaming setup with automated scheduling software that activated every night. It was configured to connect to an encrypted address, a dark website. I recognized enough about cybersecurity from our company's compliance training to know this wasn't good. but I didn't immediately connect the dots to what I was looking at. The server contained archived video files, each labeled with dates going back months. Against my better judgment, I opened one from the previous week. The video showed a room I recognized, our company's soundproofed wellness room that had been installed during the pandemic for employees who needed a quiet space. Only in the video, it didn't look like a wellness room anymore. The furniture had been rearranged, and plastic sheeting covered the floor and walls. A person lay strapped to a table in the center, clearly terrified but unable to move or speak due to restraints and a gag. A figure in a dark mask stood over them, methodically arranging what looked like medical instruments on a small tray. I shut the video off before I saw what happened next. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely use the mouse. This was a red room, one of those dark web myth horror stories where people paid to watch torture or worse. Except it wasn't a myth, and it was happening in my building, on my company's dime. My mind raced through implications. The unusual expenses, the specialized equipment, the location on the executive floor. Someone high up in my company was running this operation, using our infrastructure, our building, and I had just accessed their server, leaving fingerprints everywhere. I disconnected from the server, closed the closet door, and tried to appear normal as I walked to the elevator, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure anyone could hear it. I drove home in a daze, constantly checking my rearview mirror, certain I was being followed. That night, I couldn't sleep. I paced my apartment, debating what to do. Go to the police. I had no proof. I hadn't downloaded any files, and accessing that server the way I did was technically illegal. Go to my boss. What if they were involved? The server was on the executive floor after all. Morning came, and I called in sick for the first time in 3 years. I spent the day researching, trying to figure out how these red room operations worked. The more I learned, the worse it got. These weren't just random victims. They were carefully selected, often people without close family or connections, people who wouldn't be missed immediately. My company processed insurance claims. We had access to detailed information about people's lives, their family situations, their medical histories. As a forensic accountant, I had seen patterns in our life insurance claim denials, single people, immigrants, people estranged from their families, all with policies that had lapsed just before their mysterious disappearances. I decided to gather evidence properly. That night, I went back to the office with a plan. I brought a portable drive and planned to copy just enough evidence to take to the FBI, then wipe my prints from the server room. It would be risky, but I couldn't live with myself if I did nothing. The executive floor was dark again when I arrived. I made my way to the closet, used the code, and slipped inside. But as soon as I touched the server, I knew something was wrong. It was cool to the touch, powered down. Someone knew it had been discovered. As I turned to leave, the door opened. My boss stood there, looking unsurprised to see me. Behind him was our chief operating officer, a man I'd seen only in company-wide meetings. They didn't need to speak. Their expressions said everything. The subtle nod of acknowledgement from my boss, the evaluating gaze of the COO as he looked me up and down, the slight gesture toward the hallway, inviting me to follow, the unspoken threat hanging in the air between us. I realized with sickening clarity what was happening. They weren't going to kill me. They were recruiting me. I managed to respond with a non-committal gesture, a nervous smile, pretending to consider their unspoken offer while inching toward the door. They let me leave, their eyes following me all the way to the elevator. I drove home in a panic, threw some clothes in a bag, and headed straight for the interstate. I drove through the night, stopping only for gas, paying cash. I abandoned my car in Indianapolis and bought a used one from a private seller on Craigslist. I withdrew my savings in small amounts from different ATMs to avoid triggering alerts. It's been 3 weeks now. I'm writing this from a motel room in a small town I won't name, using a laptop I bought secondhand and a prepaid internet connection. I've changed my appearance, stopped using credit cards or my phone. In my paranoia, I've checked this room for hidden cameras at least a dozen times today alone. The thing that keeps me awake isn't just fear of being found. It's what I realized on that long drive away from Cincinnati. The financial records I'd been auditing showed connections to shell companies all over the world. This wasn't a small operation. The Red Room was just one part of something much larger, a network that had potentially been operating for years, hidden behind legitimate business transactions. Sometimes I think about the faces I saw in the company directory, wondering which ones were involved and which ones might have been victims. I wonder if I should have gone to the authorities immediately. Consequences be damned. But then I remember the casual confidence of my boss and the COO. How unworried they seemed about my discovery. These weren't people afraid of getting caught. Yesterday, I noticed a car I didn't recognize parked across from my motel. It was there all day, and when I woke up this morning, it was gone. But there was a different, unfamiliar car in its place. It could be nothing, just travelers passing through. But I don't think so. My options are narrowing. I've considered going to the FBI, but I have no evidence, and I accessed that server illegally. I've thought about reaching out to journalists, but how do I know which ones I can trust? Everyone has an online presence now, connections that can be traced, leveraged. The owner of this motel knocked on my door an hour ago. His face was neutral, but his eyes were nervous. Someone had called asking about a person matching my description. A concerned relative looking for their missing cousin, he said. I shook my head, thanked him for letting me know. He nodded and left without another word. I'm checking out tonight anyway. As I pack my few belongings, I keep thinking about balance sheets, how it all started with a simple financial discrepancy, money flowing where it shouldn't. Now my life has become a similar anomaly, moving in patterns I never anticipated, always aware of watching eyes. If you're reading this, it means I've decided to upload my story somewhere public, maybe as insurance, maybe as a warning. I don't know if it will make a difference. All I know is that the world has hidden depths I never imagined, running parallel to our everyday lives, separated by nothing more than a door we're not supposed to open. I opened that door, and now I can never close it again. Imagine losing your job on a Tuesday and finding something that changes your entire understanding of human nature by the following weekend. That's essentially what happened to me last spring, though I suppose the sequence of events had been building for longer than I realized at the time. I'd been working as a freelance graphic designer in Leeds for the better part of 3 years. Nothing glamorous, mostly small business logos and website mock-ups. But it paid the rent on my bedsit and kept me fed. The work dried up gradually at first, then all at once when a couple of my regular clients decided to use AI tools instead of paying an actual person. Can't say I blame them really. Hard to compete with something that costs nothing and works around the clock. With suddenly abundant free time and a dwindling bank balance, I found myself spending more hours online than was probably healthy. Started browsing forums I'd never paid attention to before, reading about cryptocurrency, privacy tools, things I'd previously dismissed as too technical or too paranoid for normal people to bother with. Someone in one of these forums mentioned the dark web in passing, describing it as a place where you could find anything if you knew where to look. The comment was quickly deleted by moderators, but it stuck in my mind. I'd heard the term before, obviously, but always in the context of news articles about drug arrests or cybercrime investigations. Never occurred to me that ordinary people might actually use it for legitimate purposes. The setup process was simpler than I'd expected. Downloaded Tor, followed some basic security guides, and within an hour I was browsing hidden services that existed completely outside the normal internet. The initial experience was disappointing, to be honest. Mostly just drug markets and forums discussing illegal activities, none of which interested me particularly. But I kept exploring, driven more by boredom than genuine curiosity. Found communities dedicated to privacy advocacy, whistleblowing platforms, forums for people living under authoritarian governments. Started to understand that the dark web wasn't just criminals and extremists. It was also journalists, activists, ordinary people who needed to communicate without surveillance. After a few weeks of casual browsing, I stumbled across discussions about something called red rooms. The concept seemed ridiculous initially. Live streaming platforms where viewers could allegedly watch and influence violent acts happening in real time. Most people discussing them insisted they were urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to separate gullible users from their Bitcoin. The technical arguments against their existence seemed sound. The bandwidth limitations of anonymity networks, the difficulty of maintaining stable video streams, the enormous resources required to operate such services without getting detected by law enforcement. Everything pointed to red rooms being nothing more than internet folklore. Yet some users claimed to have encountered genuine examples. They described specific technical details that seemed too elaborate to be complete fabrications. Sophisticated payment systems, invitation-only access requiring references from existing members, streaming infrastructure that somehow overcame the limitations of anonymous networks. My design background made me curious about the technical aspects. How would someone actually build such a system? What kind of user interface would be required? It became a theoretical problem I couldn't stop thinking about, the same way I might obsess over a particularly challenging design brief. The research consumed several weeks. I learned about cryptocurrency mixing services, about video compression algorithms, about distributed hosting systems, discovered communities where people discussed theoretical approaches to anonymous streaming, always careful to frame everything as academic research or security testing. In mid-April, I found something that shifted my investigation from theoretical to practical. It appeared in a thread about experimental video technologies, presented as a demonstration of new streaming protocols designed for high-latency networks. The poster described it as a proof of concept for communication systems that could work in areas with unreliable internet infrastructure. The link led to a basic authentication page. No branding or explanation, just fields for username and password. Below that, a note indicating that new accounts required invitation codes from existing users. I spent the next fortnight trying to work out how to get access. Posted carefully worded questions in various forums, hoping someone might share an invitation or point me toward whoever was distributing them. Got nowhere. The breakthrough came through pure chance. I'd been helping a small web development company with some logo work, essentially working for free because I needed portfolio pieces more than I needed payment. One of their junior developers, someone I'd barely spoken to previously, messaged me asking if I'd be interested in testing a new streaming platform focused on user privacy. The timing seemed suspicious, but I accepted anyway. The authentication process was more complex than I'd anticipated. Beyond basic login credentials, the system required verification through a mobile application that generated time-sensitive codes. Reminded me of online banking security, the kind of multi-factor authentication used by financial institutions. When I finally gained access, the interface was surprisingly polished. Professional design, intuitive navigation, clean typography. Looked like any mainstream streaming service, the sort of platform you might use to watch films or television programs. There was a sidebar listing available channels, most of which appeared to be offline. The active ones had generic titles, combinations of letters and numbers that conveyed no information about their content. Viewer counts were modest, typically between 20 and 40 people. The associated chat functions were mostly empty. I selected one of the active channels at random. The video quality was poor, as expected through anonymous networks. Heavily compressed, pixelated, with noticeable lag between audio and video. It took several moments to understand what I was looking at. A small room with bare walls, lit by a single overhead bulb. Someone was sitting on a wooden chair in the center of the frame. The person appeared to be sleeping or unconscious. Their head was tilted forward, and they didn't respond to occasional sounds coming from somewhere off camera. The chat section showed only automated timestamps generated by the system. I watched for perhaps 20 minutes, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. The person remained motionless. No one entered the frame. The chat stayed empty. Eventually, I switched to a different channel. The second stream showed what looked like a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, exposed pipes, fluorescent lighting. The camera was positioned to show the entire space, but like the first stream, nothing occurred while I watched. No movement, no activity, no interaction in the chat. Over the following evening, I sampled about 10 different channels. Most showed similar content: empty rooms, unconscious individuals, institutional or industrial settings. The production quality varied significantly. Some appeared professionally shot with multiple camera angles. Others looked like amateur recordings from cheap equipment. What puzzled me was the absence of the interaction these platforms supposedly offered. Despite claims about viewer participation and real-time control, I saw no evidence of such functionality. No voting mechanisms, no command interfaces, no way for viewers to influence what happened on screen. I began to suspect these were pre-recorded videos rather than live streams. The technical challenges that skeptics had identified seemed valid. Maintaining stable, interactive video through anonymous networks would require substantial resources and expertise. Made more sense that these were archived recordings designed to create the illusion of live participation. But then I discovered a channel that completely changed my understanding of what I was looking at. The title was different from the others. Not random characters, but actual words. Session 23, Community Request. The viewer count was significantly higher. Nearly 200 people. The chat section showed constant activity, messages appearing faster than I could read them. The video showed a residential setting. Someone's kitchen, complete with appliances, crockery, personal items scattered about. Looked like any working-class British home, the kind of place where normal people lived normal lives. A woman sat at the kitchen table, facing the camera. Unlike the unconscious subjects in other streams, she was alert and aware, making direct eye contact with the lens. She appeared frightened, but not panicked, as if she understood her situation but hadn't completely given up hope. The chat exploded with messages, numbers, single words, brief phrases in multiple languages. Most were in English, but I recognized fragments of German, French, what might have been Russian. The messages appeared to follow some sort of pattern or structure, though I couldn't decipher what it meant. That's when I noticed something that made everything else irrelevant. One of the chat messages included a timestamp that matched exactly what was showing on my computer. Not approximately, precisely, down to the second. This wasn't a recording. This was happening right now. A man entered the frame from behind the camera. He was wearing ordinary clothes, jeans, a dark jumper, nothing distinctive or threatening about his appearance. He approached the woman and placed a mobile phone on the table in front of her. She picked up the phone and appeared to read something on the screen. Her expression shifted from fearful to genuinely terrified. She started to stand up, but the man placed his hand on her shoulder, not violently but firmly enough to guide her back into the chair. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I started to understand that they weren't just comments. They were instructions. The numbers corresponded to actions or locations. The brief phrases were commands for what should happen next. The viewers weren't just watching. They were directing the entire situation. The woman looked directly at the camera again, and I realized she could see the viewer count. She knew exactly how many people were watching, knew that we were all participating in whatever was about to happen to her. Her eyes held a kind of desperate appeal that I'd never seen in any film or television program. I closed the browser immediately and shut down my computer. For the better part of a week, I avoided going online except for essential tasks. Told myself it had been an elaborate performance, a piece of interactive theatre designed to disturb people who'd stumbled into spaces they shouldn't have been exploring. The production values had been too professional, the technical execution too smooth for something genuinely criminal. But I couldn't stop thinking about that timestamp, the perfect synchronization between the chat and my system clock, the way the woman had looked through the camera, as if she could see directly to the people controlling what happened to her. Eventually, I started checking local news websites, missing persons reports, unexplained incidents, anything that might relate to what I'd witnessed. Found nothing, which should have been reassuring but somehow made me more uneasy. I never returned to that platform. Uninstalled Tor, deleted everything related to my dark web browsing, reformatted my hard drive twice, changed my passwords, closed the email account I'd been using, even moved to a different flat across town. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the questions followed me to the new address. Had I witnessed something real, or had I been the subject of an elaborate psychological experiment? How do you verify something that exists entirely outside official channels, that leaves no trace in the legitimate world? That was 7 months ago. I eventually found new work, doing design projects for local businesses again. Tried to return to something resembling a normal routine. But sometimes, usually late at night, when I'm working on a project, I'll notice the time display on my computer and remember that moment of perfect synchronization. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was genuine. The worst part is knowing that somewhere, right now, other people are watching similar streams, participating in similar situations, directing what happens to people whose faces they'll carry with them forever. And sometimes I wonder if my name is recorded somewhere, whether there's a database of everyone who accessed that platform, everyone who watched what I watched, everyone who closed their browsers when things became too real, whether someone, somewhere, is keeping track of witnesses. I've become considerably more careful about online security since then. Use VPNs for everything, monitor my network traffic, maintain operational security practices that most graphic designers have no reason to need. Not because I'm doing anything wrong, but because I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there someone might still be keeping tabs on people like me. The internet feels different now. Every website I visit, every click I make, carries the knowledge of what exists in the spaces between legitimate services. The surface web that most people know is exactly that, a surface, hiding depths that most people never imagine are there. I still do design work, still help businesses with their branding, their websites, their marketing materials. But now, I understand that the threats people face online aren't just technical or financial, they're human. And the people who operate in those hidden spaces have resources and motivations that go far beyond what most of us can comprehend. Sometimes I get emails from technology companies, requests to test new platforms or privacy tools. I delete them without reading past the subject line. I've learned that curiosity, even professional curiosity, can lead you to places you can never really leave behind. The woman in that kitchen is somewhere right now, either living with the memory of what happened after I closed my browser, or not living at all. I'll never know which, and that uncertainty has become a constant companion, following me through every ordinary day of my ordinary life. That's the real horror of these systems, not the violence or the voyeurism, but the way they create witnesses who can never speak about what they've seen. People who carry knowledge they can't share, bound by complicity they never intended to accept. I've never told anyone about this, not friends, not family, not the authorities. What would I say? That I found something on the dark web that might have been real? That I watched something terrible happen and then ran away? But I'm telling you now, and I'm not sure why. Maybe because keeping it secret has become its own kind of prison. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my thoughts. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always the point. That the real purpose of these platforms isn't the content itself, but the people who stumble across them, who carry the knowledge forward through stories that can never be properly verified. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what they wanted all along. Imagine discovering that every disturbing sound you've dismissed as normal city noise was actually someone's final moments being broadcast to thousands of paying viewers on the dark web. The thing about living in a converted warehouse in East London is that you get used to strange noises. Industrial buildings weren't designed for residential living, so sounds carry in odd ways through the concrete and steel. For 2 years, I thought the sounds coming from the flat below mine were just part of urban life. Deliveries, renovations, the occasional late-night party. Now I know better. And in approximately 18 hours, I'm going to become the star of the same dark web broadcasts I've been unknowingly listening to through my floorboards. I moved into my flat in Hackney Wick after university, when the area was still affordable for someone working entry-level jobs in marketing. The building used to be a textile factory, converted into a dozen small flats with thin walls and thinner floors. Most of my neighbors were artists, freelancers, or young professionals like me who couldn't afford anywhere better. The kind of transient community where people keep to themselves and mind their own business. The flat directly below mine was occupied by someone I rarely saw. Occasionally, I'd glimpse a middle-aged man in the communal entrance, always carrying heavy bags or equipment cases. He kept odd hours and seemed to have frequent visitors, but in a building full of creative types working irregular schedules, that wasn't unusual. I knew him only as the name on the buzzer, M. Patterson. The first time I noticed something strange was about 6 months after moving in. I was working late on my laptop when I heard what sounded like someone crying through the floor. Not ordinary crying. Desperate, terrified sobbing that lasted for several minutes before stopping abruptly. I assumed it was an argument between Patterson and a partner, the kind of domestic situation you pretend not to hear in shared buildings. Over the following weeks, similar sounds occurred regularly. Always late at night, always brief, always stopping suddenly. Sometimes crying, sometimes what sounded like pleading or distressed conversation. The sounds were muffled by the concrete floor, but clear enough to be disturbing. I considered complaining to the building management, but wasn't sure how to explain what I was hearing without sounding like I was spying on my neighbor. The noises gradually became more frequent and more varied. Heavy objects being moved around, electronic equipment humming constantly, what sounded like construction work happening at strange hours. Patterson seemed to have an unusual number of visitors, always arriving and leaving at night, always carrying equipment or large bags. One evening, I was coming home from work when I encountered Patterson in the stairwell. He was directing two other men who were carrying what appeared to be professional camera equipment up to his flat. When he saw me, he explained that he was a freelance videographer working on corporate training materials that required controlled lighting conditions. The explanation seemed reasonable, and it accounted for the equipment noises I'd been hearing. But the sounds that followed weren't consistent with normal video production. Instead of the steady hum of lights and cameras, I heard intermittent activity that suggested something more irregular was happening. Periods of intense activity followed by long silences. Sounds that suggested distress or conflict rather than professional filming. About a month later, I discovered what appeared to be the first concrete evidence of something wrong. I was taking rubbish to the communal bins when I found several items that had clearly come from Patterson's flat. Medical supplies, plastic sheeting, and cleaning products that seemed excessive for normal household use. The combination was disturbing, particularly given the sounds I'd been hearing. I started paying closer attention to the patterns of activity below. The sounds seemed to follow a schedule. Preparation phases involving equipment setup, periods of intense activity that included the distressing human sounds, followed by cleanup periods that often lasted until dawn. The pattern repeated roughly once a week, always at night, always following the same sequence. One night, curiosity got the better of me. During what sounded like a preparation phase, I went down to the communal garden behind the building and looked up at Patterson's windows. They were covered with blackout material, but I could see the edges of bright lighting equipment around the frames. What disturbed me more was seeing cables running from his windows to a small satellite dish I hadn't noticed before. The next morning, I found Patterson in the communal entrance and casually asked about his video work. He was more forthcoming than I expected, explaining that he specialized in niche content for international clients. He mentioned working with subjects who required discretion and privacy, hence the soundproofing and security measures he'd installed. He also mentioned that his work required high-speed internet connections and specialized broadcasting equipment. When I asked about the satellite dish, Patterson explained that his clients demanded secure, encrypted transmission methods that standard internet connections couldn't provide. He said he used dark web protocols to ensure client confidentiality and protect the privacy of his subjects. The explanation sounded professional, but something about his manner suggested he was being deliberately vague. Over the following days, I researched dark web broadcasting and discovered information about red rooms, allegedly live-streamed torture or murder where viewers could pay to watch or influence events. Most sources insisted they were urban legends, but some suggested they might exist using sophisticated encryption and cryptocurrency payment systems to avoid detection. The timing coincided with an escalation in the sounds from Patterson's flat. The preparation phases became longer and more complex. The periods of distress became more intense and extended. The cleanup phases seemed to involve more thorough work, including what sounded like industrial cleaning equipment. I also noticed changes in the building's internet connectivity. During Patterson's active periods, the shared Wi-Fi became unreliable, suggesting he was using substantial bandwidth for upload activity. When I mentioned this to other residents, they confirmed experiencing similar issues, always at night, always coinciding with increased activity from Patterson's flat. 2 weeks ago, everything changed. I was lying in bed around midnight when I heard sounds that were unmistakably different from the usual pattern. Instead of the typical preparation noises, I heard what sounded like a struggle, followed by someone calling for help in a voice that carried clearly through the floor. The sound suggested someone was in immediate danger. I called the police, reporting a possible domestic violence situation. They arrived within minutes and spoke to Patterson, who calmly explained that he was editing audio for a documentary about crime victims. He showed them his professional equipment and credentials and played samples of the audio he claimed to be working with. The officers seemed satisfied and left without further investigation. But Patterson knew I had called them. The next morning, I found a note pushed under my door, thanking me for my concern about the previous night's work. He explained that his documentary work sometimes involved distressing content that could be misinterpreted by neighbors. He assured me that everything was legitimate and suggested that we should discuss his work schedule to avoid future misunderstandings. When I met with Patterson that evening, he was surprisingly open about his activities. He explained that he produced specialized content for clients who paid premium rates for authentic, unscripted material. He said his work involved creating realistic scenarios that appeared genuine to viewers who were willing to pay substantial amounts for convincing performances. Patterson showed me some of his equipment, professional cameras, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer servers that he said were necessary for secure broadcasting to international clients. He explained that his subjects were paid performers who specialized in creating convincing distress reactions for discerning audiences who could distinguish between authentic and simulated content. The explanation addressed many of my concerns, but something still felt wrong. The sounds I heard didn't seem like performances. They carried an authenticity that suggested genuine fear and pain. When I mentioned this, Patterson explained that the most successful performers were those who could create truly convincing reactions, and that his clients paid premium rates specifically for content that seemed completely real. He also explained the dark web broadcasting setup, showing me how encrypted protocols and cryptocurrency payments allowed him to serve clients worldwide while maintaining their anonymity and his own security. He said this level of discretion was necessary because his content pushed boundaries that mainstream platforms wouldn't accept. Patterson concluded our conversation by mentioning that he was always looking for new performers who could create authentic reactions. He said the work paid extremely well for people who could handle intense scenarios convincingly. He suggested that if I was ever interested in supplementing my marketing income, he could arrange an audition. I declined, but Patterson's offer stayed with me. The marketing work wasn't paying enough to cover rising London rents, and the money he mentioned was substantial. Over the following days, I found myself considering his proposition, particularly when I heard what sounded like another successful session from his flat. Last week, I finally agreed to meet with Patterson about potential work. He explained that his current project involved creating content for a very specific audience that paid extraordinary amounts for authentic seeming material. He said new performers typically started with minor roles to build comfort and confidence before progressing to more intensive scenarios. Patterson showed me the contracts his performers signed, which included substantial payment terms, confidentiality clauses, and detailed consent agreements. Everything appeared professional and legitimate. He explained that the intense reactions I'd been hearing were the result of method acting techniques that helped performers create convincing distress responses. He offered me what he called a trial role, a simple scenario that would pay enough to cover several months of rent. The work would involve a few hours of filming, following a script designed to create authentic seeming reactions for his discerning clientele. He assured me that everything was performance, that safety protocols were in place, and that I could withdraw at any time if I became uncomfortable. I agreed to the trial, scheduled for tomorrow night. Patterson explained that the session would be broadcast to his regular audience, who had been informed about the new performer and were particularly interested in authentic reactions from first-time participants. He said the audience engagement was part of what made his content valuable. Viewers felt they were witnessing genuine experiences rather than obvious performances. But yesterday, I made a discovery that changed everything. While Patterson was out, I managed to access the building's Wi-Fi router and examine the network traffic from his flat. The data streams were massive, far larger than normal video files, and were being transmitted to multiple dark web addresses simultaneously. More disturbing was what I found when I managed to access one of these addresses through a Tor browser. Instead of the professional performance content Patterson had described, I found myself looking at what was clearly a red room operation. Live streams of genuine torture and murder, with chat functions allowing viewers to request specific actions through cryptocurrency payments. The archives showed dozens of previous broadcasts, all apparently filmed in Patterson's flat, all featuring people who displayed genuine terror and pain rather than convincing acting. These weren't performances, they were real victims, and I had been listening to their final moments through my floorboards for months. I realized that Patterson's offer wasn't for acting work. Tomorrow night's trial role was scheduled to be my final performance, broadcast live to thousands of dark web viewers who were expecting to watch someone die in the flat below mine. I've been hiding in a hotel since making this discovery, but Patterson keeps finding ways to contact me. Messages on social media, emails to accounts he shouldn't know about, even notes left at my workplace, all reminding me about tomorrow's commitment and explaining that his audience has been told to expect a new performer with authentic reactions. This morning, I found a package at my hotel room containing a tablet computer. When I turned it on, it showed a live feed of my empty flat, apparently filmed from Patterson's unit below. Text on the screen explained that the audience was already gathering for tomorrow's broadcast and that my non-appearance would disappoint viewers who had paid premium rates for the session. The message also included details about my daily routines, my workplace, my family's addresses, information that made it clear they had been monitoring me far longer than I realized. The final line explained that tomorrow's broadcast would happen regardless of my cooperation. The only question was whether I would be conscious for it. I'm writing this from another hotel, but I know they'll find me again. Patterson's operation is too sophisticated, too well-resourced, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. I've heard too many of their victims through my floorboards to believe I can escape the same fate. Tomorrow night, thousands of people on the dark web will watch a live stream from the flat below mine. They've paid in cryptocurrency to see authentic reactions from someone who doesn't know what's really happening until it's too late. They've been promised genuine terror and pain rather than acted performances. The most horrifying realization is that I've been living above a dark web red room for over a year, listening to people die while assuming they were just neighbors arguing or filming amateur videos. I've been an unwitting witness to dozens of murders, dismissing genuine cries for help as domestic disputes or creative projects. How many other people might be living above or next to similar operations? How many strange noises do we ignore because we don't want to get involved? How many victims have called for help through thin walls and floors, only to have neighbors assume it's just part of urban living? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, hidden in plain sight, broadcasting horror to paying audiences, while neighbors remain oblivious to what's happening around them. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume murder as entertainment. I should have trusted my instincts about those sounds, should have called police sooner, should have investigated more thoroughly instead of minding my own business, should have realized that genuine distress sounds different from acting or arguments. But it's too late for should-haves now. Tomorrow night, I'll probably become another voice crying through floorboards that someone else will dismiss as just neighborhood noise. Whether I show up willingly or they come to collect me, tomorrow's broadcast will feature the neighbor who lived upstairs and listened to all the previous victims without understanding what he was hearing. And somewhere above us, another neighbor will probably assume my screams are just someone having a bad night. I can't get the sound out of my head, the soft tap of an auction paddle against a palm. It's been 2 years, but I still wake up at 1 in the morning, drenched in sweat. You know how some memories just stick with you, no matter how hard you try to forget. The good ones fade away over time, but the horrific ones, those stay crystal clear. Every detail, every smell, every feeling of absolute terror. For me, it's the soft tap of an auction paddle that still jolts me from sleep. The sound of wealth deciding who lives and who suffers. I was working as a freelance photographer for a lifestyle magazine in London, specializing in those behind-the-scenes pieces about trendy bars and restaurants, the kind that make readers feel like insiders to some exclusive world. My editor had sent me to document the Wreathed Heart, this newly renovated Victorian pub in Whitechapel that had become inexplicably popular among finance types and tech entrepreneurs, seemingly overnight. It was late October, that liminal time when London transitions from merely damp to bone-chillingly cold. I remember the peculiar fog that had settled over the East End that evening, how it seemed to swallow the streetlights into hazy coronas. The pub itself was unassuming from the outside, just another historic building with glossy black paint and gold lettering, indistinguishable from 100 others scattered across the city. Inside was different, not what you'd expect from a traditional British pub. No dark wood or worn leather, but minimalist furnishings in blacks and whites, with these disconcerting anatomical drawings of human hearts framed on the walls. Not the cartoon Valentine hearts, but detailed medical illustrations, some showing dissections or peculiar conditions. I remember thinking it was an odd aesthetic choice for a place serving food and drinks. The manager who'd arranged the shoot was a woman named Eleanor, mid-30s, expensively dressed in that deliberately understated way that actually costs more than flashy clothes. She had this practiced smile that never quite reached her eyes, like someone who'd learned human expressions from a manual. After showing me around the main bar area, she mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that there was a private members' space in the back I should photograph later when it was empty. I spent the first hour capturing the usual shots. Bartenders crafting elaborate cocktails, the architectural details, patrons enjoying their overpriced drinks, standard stuff. Around 10, the place began filling with people who looked like they'd just stepped out of boardrooms. Men in bespoke suits, women with that particular kind of polished appearance that speaks of serious money. They carried themselves with the entitled air of people accustomed to doors opening at their approach. What struck me was how they barely ordered drinks. They'd approach the bar, exchange a few words with the bartender, then be directed toward a dark hallway at the back of the pub. None of them returned to the main area. I thought perhaps there was a separate exit, or maybe some exclusive area where they could drink away from the regular clientele. Around midnight, Eleanor returned, seeming slightly tense as she informed me the private area was now available for photography. She led me down that same hallway the wealthy patrons had disappeared into, past the toilets and what looked like storage rooms, to an unmarked black door with a small digital keypad beside it. She entered a code, and I distinctly remember the sound. Not the electronic beep you'd expect, but a soft, mechanical click, like something much older than the sleek technology suggested. Beyond the door was a short corridor ending in another door, this one attended by a man who looked more like military personnel than a bouncer. Close-cropped hair, perfect posture, alert eyes that assessed me with unsettling thoroughness. Eleanor exchanged a few words with him, and he stepped aside, opening the second door. The space beyond was dramatically different from the minimalist modern pub we'd left behind. It was like stepping into a Victorian gentleman's club. Wood-panelled walls, leather armchairs, the air heavy with expensive cigars and whiskey. But something felt off about it, something I couldn't immediately identify. Perhaps it was how the atmospheric lighting seemed designed to obscure rather than illuminate, or how the room was arranged in a semicircle facing a raised platform area at the front, currently empty but spotlit like a stage. Eleanor instructed me to photograph the empty room quickly, explaining that it was a private auction space for rare collectibles and investments, only accessible to their top-tier members. She emphasized that I should focus on the architectural details and ambiance, not any identifying features of the space that might appear in a magazine. I nodded, already framing shots in my mind, thinking this would make for an intriguing centerpiece to my article, the secret room that few knew existed. As I was setting up my tripod, Eleanor was called away by one of the staff. She excused herself, saying she'd return shortly, leaving me alone in that strangely oppressive room. I took the opportunity to explore more freely, noting details that seemed at odds with the rare collectibles explanation. A medical-grade refrigeration unit humming quietly in one corner. Several screens mounted on the walls but currently powered down. Small cameras positioned discreetly throughout the space. On the podium at the front sat an open laptop, its screen showing what appeared to be a spreadsheet with columns for numbers, dates, and what looked like cryptocurrency wallet addresses. Beside it was a stack of black leather-bound portfolios, each with a different Roman numeral embossed in gold. Curiosity got the better of me. I glanced toward the door, confirming I was still alone, then carefully opened the top portfolio marked I. Inside were photographs and specifications, but not of art or antiques. The images showed people, men and women of various ages and ethnicities, each photographed in the same clinical style against a white background. Beside each image was detailed information: height, weight, age, blood type, medical history, psychological profile, and most disturbingly, what appeared to be an estimated resilience rating on a scale of 1 to 10. My mind refused to process what I was seeing at first, creating more palatable explanations. Perhaps this was for some exclusive medical treatment program, or an elaborate reality show, or high-end surrogacy services. But the final page of the portfolio shattered any comforting illusions. It contained detailed pricing structures for what it explicitly called direct control sessions of varying durations, with higher rates for terminal experiences. I felt physically ill as understanding crashed over me. This wasn't an auction for objects but for people, for the right to torture and possibly kill them while watching in real time. The refrigeration unit suddenly made horrific sense. It wasn't for wine, but for preserving evidence or trophies. The screens would be for remote bidders, or for displaying the sessions themselves. I must have made some sound, some small gasp of horror, because the door behind me opened. I snapped a hasty photo of the portfolio's contents with my phone before closing it and pretending to adjust my camera settings. Eleanor returned with two men I hadn't seen before, both in dark suits, both moving with the deliberate precision of predators. She asked if I'd finished, her tone perfectly pleasant, but her eyes scanning the room, noting the portfolio that wasn't quite in the same position I'd found it. I forced a smile, saying I needed just a few more shots. My hands were trembling as I pretended to photograph a particularly ornate section of wall paneling. I could feel their eyes on my back, assessing, calculating. Eleanor mentioned casually that their event would begin soon, so I'd need to wrap up. She asked if I'd seen anything interesting while she was gone, her voice still conversational, but carrying an unmistakable undercurrent of threat. I lied, saying I'd been focused on capturing the unique lighting of the space. She smiled that same empty smile and said something about how people often found themselves fascinated by things they didn't understand in this room. As I packed up my equipment, moving with deliberate slowness to appear calm while my mind raced through escape scenarios, the door opened again. A stream of people began entering. The same wealthy individuals I'd seen earlier, now carrying small electronic tablets and what looked like auction paddles made of some dark material. Eleanor guided me toward the exit, her hand on my elbow in what might have appeared to be a polite gesture, but felt more like a restraint. As we approached the door, it opened to admit one last patron, a man I recognized with a sickening jolt. He was a tech CEO who'd been featured in the same magazine I was shooting for, known for his philanthropy and ethical business practices. Our eyes met briefly. Something in my expression must have betrayed my knowledge or horror, because his pleasant mask slipped for just a moment, revealing something cold and calculating beneath. He leaned toward Eleanor, whispering something that made her grip on my arm tighten painfully. We continued to the corridor, where the security man waited. Eleanor instructed him to escort me out through the service entrance since the event was beginning. Something in her tone had changed, a hardness that hadn't been there before. She reminded me that all the photos needed to be approved before publication, and that I'd signed an extensive NDA that covered not just images but any observations made on the premises. The security man led me down a different corridor, one that seemed to take us deeper into the building rather than toward an exit. My heart was hammering so loudly I was certain he could hear it. We passed doors marked with symbols rather than numbers, a circle, a square, a triangle, from behind which I could hear sounds that will haunt me forever. Not screams, which would have been horrific enough, but the muffled, desperate sounds of people trying not to scream. I knew with absolute certainty that I wouldn't be leaving through any service entrance, that I'd seen and understood too much, that I was being led to one of those rooms with symbols instead of numbers to become part of the night's inventory. desperation makes you capable of things you never imagined. As we passed a fire extinguisher mounted on the wall, I stumbled deliberately, apologizing for my clumsiness. When the security man turned slightly to help me up, I grabbed the extinguisher and swung it with all my strength at his head. There was a sickening crack, and he crumpled to the floor. I ran, no longer caring about stealth, simply needing to find a way out of this nightmare. I tried doors as I passed them, most locked, one opening to reveal a small room with medical equipment and restraints that made me slam it shut immediately. Finally, I found a door marked with the universal fire exit symbol, pushed through it, and found myself in an alley behind the building. I didn't stop running until I was back on a main road, surrounded by late-night revelers who had no idea of the horrors occurring just streets away. I hailed a taxi, giving an address nowhere near my actual home, constantly checking to see if I was being followed. That night, I copied the photo I'd taken of the portfolio to multiple secure locations, then erased all evidence of my assignment from my phone. I scrubbed my social media, packed essential belongings, and by morning was on a train to Edinburgh, where an old university friend had agreed to let me stay without asking questions. I spent weeks debating what to do with what I'd discovered. Going to the police seemed logical, but the man I'd recognized was connected to the highest levels of society and government. The NDA I'd signed contained language I now recognized as thinly veiled threats, and I had only a single photo as evidence, easily dismissed as a forgery or misunderstanding. Eventually, I created an anonymous account and shared what I discovered on forums dedicated to investigating human trafficking and dark web crimes. I included the photo, names I remembered, descriptions of the location and security measures. Some believed me. Others dismissed my story as paranoia or creative fiction. 3 weeks later, the wreathed heart was destroyed in what was reported as a gas explosion. No casualties, since it happened during closed hours. The news mentioned its popularity among London's elite and its unique Victorian interior that had been largely preserved during renovation. I knew it wasn't an accident. It was evidence being erased. But was it because of my posts, or simply a planned relocation of their operation? I'll never know. Since then, I've been moving constantly, never staying in one place long enough to establish connections. I've changed careers, appearance, habits. I use only cash, avoid cameras, stay away from social media. But sometimes, in the faces of the wealthy and powerful on news broadcasts, I catch glimpses of expressions I recognize from that night. That same cold calculation beneath a veneer of respectability. I know now that there are spaces hidden within ordinary places where the elite trade in the ultimate luxury, complete power over human life, where suffering is commodified and sold to the highest bidder, where people like me, who stumble upon their existence, become potential inventory. Sometimes I dream of that auction room. In my dreams, I'm never the photographer, but the subject being displayed on that platform, facing a sea of expressionless faces holding black paddles. And in the front row always sits that tech CEO, smiling as he delicately taps his paddle against his palm, signaling his bid for the right to break me completely. I don't know if they're still looking for me. I don't know if my name is in one of those portfolios now, with my own resilience rating and price point. But I know that somewhere, perhaps behind another unmarked door in another ordinary establishment, paddles are being raised and lives are being sold, and no one who matters is doing anything to stop it. I'm going to tell you something that happened to me last year, and I need you to understand that I'm not proud of any of it. I was completely broke, right? I had just lost my job at this portrait studio in Leicester, couldn't make rent on my bedsit, and I was getting desperate, really desperate. So when I found this photography work that paid more than I'd ever earned before, I didn't ask the questions I should have asked. I told myself it was just stock photography, that I was being clever finding a new income stream. But the truth is, I knew something wasn't right from the beginning. I just chose to ignore it because I needed the money so badly. I'm in this grotty hotel room in Blackpool now, and I've lost everything. My home, my equipment, probably my career. All because I was too greedy and too stupid to walk away when I had the chance. I keep thinking if I tell someone what really happened, maybe I'll be able to sleep at night again. The whole thing started when I was scrolling through photography websites looking for any kind of freelance work that might help me scrape together next month's rent. I'd been a professional photographer for nearly 15 years, mostly weddings and family portraits, until digital photography made everyone think they could do the job themselves. Buried in the classified section of an obscure photography forum, I found an advert that caught my attention. Someone was offering good money for candid street photography, natural shots of people going about their daily lives in various British towns and cities. No stage portraits or commercial work, just authentic moments captured without the subject's knowledge. The rates were surprisingly generous, about twice what I'd been earning for wedding photography. The client explained they were building a stock photo library focused on genuine British life, the sort of authentic imagery that advertising agencies and publishers couldn't create in studios. I should have questioned why they needed covert photography when legitimate stock photo companies used models and signed releases. Should have wondered why the payment was so much higher than standard rates for this type of work. But I was desperate, and the client seemed professional in their communications. They provided a list of locations where they wanted photography: town centres, shopping areas, residential streets, even some specific addresses where they claimed interesting architectural features or local colour could be captured. The brief was simple: photograph people naturally, without them realising they were being captured, focusing on individuals rather than crowds. The first assignment was straightforward enough. I spent a weekend in Nottingham with my camera, capturing street scenes and candid moments. People walking to shops, sitting in cafes, waiting for buses. The sort of everyday British life that the client claimed to want for their stock library. I submitted about 50 photographs through their secure upload system, each one carefully composed and technically proficient. The client was pleased with my work and paid promptly, transferring the fee directly to my bank account within 24 hours. Over the following weeks, the assignments became more specific. Instead of general street photography, the client began providing particular locations and times when they wanted images captured. They claimed this was to ensure good lighting conditions and interesting subjects, but the level of detail seemed unusual. I was given specific streets to photograph at certain times of day, particular shops or buildings where I should position myself, even descriptions of the types of people I should focus on. Young women, elderly individuals, families with children, always with emphasis on capturing clear facial features and identifying details. The technical requirements became more demanding too. The client wanted high-resolution images that could be cropped extensively without losing detail. They specified particular camera settings and lens types that would maximize image quality and facial clarity. I convinced myself this was just professional thoroughness, that serious stock photography required this level of technical precision. The money was keeping me afloat financially, and I was grateful to have found steady work that utilized my skills. but I started noticing patterns in the assignment locations that made me uncomfortable. Many of the addresses were residential streets rather than commercial areas. The timing requirements often coincided with school-run hours or typical commuting times, and the demographic focus seemed designed to capture vulnerable individuals rather than general street scenes. When I questioned these specifications, the client explained they were targeting particular market segments for advertising campaigns. Different demographics required different types of authentic imagery, they claimed, and the timing was important to capture people in natural, unstressed situations. That explanation seemed reasonable enough, though I was becoming increasingly aware that my photography was more invasive than typical street photography. I was essentially conducting surveillance, documenting people's routines, and capturing identifying information without their knowledge or consent. The breakthrough moment came when I recognized someone in one of my assignments. It was Emma, a woman I'd met through mutual friends at a barbecue the previous summer. She worked as a nurse at the local hospital and lived in a small terraced house in a quiet suburb of Derby. The client had specifically requested photography of her street during morning hours, with particular focus on individuals leaving for work. When I saw Emma emerge from her house and walk to her car, I realized the client somehow knew her routine and had commissioned surveillance photographs of her daily activities. This wasn't stock photography. It was targeted surveillance of specific individuals. The client wasn't building a general image library, but collecting intelligence about particular people's movements and routines. And I'd been facilitating this surveillance by providing high-quality photographic evidence of their daily lives. I tried to convince myself there might be innocent explanations. Maybe Emma was applying for a job and the client was conducting background verification. Maybe there was a legitimate investigation that required documenting her activities. But deep down, I knew that legitimate surveillance wouldn't require a freelance photographer working through anonymous online platforms. I should have stopped accepting assignments then, should have deleted all the photographs I'd taken and walked away from the whole arrangement. But the money was too good, and I was too financially desperate to give up steady income based on suspicions I couldn't prove. Instead, I started keeping copies of all the photographs I submitted, telling myself I was preserving evidence in case there were legal questions later. What I discovered when I reviewed the images systematically was more disturbing than I'd expected. The photographs weren't random street scenes, but carefully coordinated surveillance of dozens of individuals across multiple cities. Each person had been photographed repeatedly over weeks or months, documenting their routines, relationships, and vulnerabilities with methodical precision. I could see patterns emerging from the collective imagery. The same individuals photographed at work, at home, during leisure activities, even in private moments when they thought they were unobserved. The client was building comprehensive visual profiles of these people's lives. Some of the individuals appeared to be single women living alone. Others were families with young children, and a few were elderly people who seemed isolated and vulnerable. What connected them wasn't obvious from the photographs alone, but someone had identified them as targets worth systematic surveillance. I started researching the individuals I'd photographed, using social media and public records to understand who they were and why they might be of interest to my client. What I found was a collection of ordinary people living normal lives, with no apparent connection to each other or reason to warrant surveillance. Emma the nurse, a teacher in Wolverhampton, a retired couple in Stoke-on-Trent, a young mother in Mansfield, all documented with invasive detail by someone who'd commissioned comprehensive photographic intelligence about their daily activities. The most disturbing discovery was finding some of my photographs on hidden websites that I accessed using software the client had provided for secure file transfers. The images weren't being used for stock photography or advertising campaigns. They were being shared among communities focused on stalking and harassment. My photographs were being used to plan approach strategies, identify vulnerabilities, even coordinate group harassment campaigns against the individuals I'd documented. The detailed visual intelligence I'd provided was enabling serious crimes against people who had no idea they were being targeted. The technical precision the client had demanded, high resolution, facial clarity, identifying details, was designed to make the surveillance photographs as useful as possible for criminal purposes. I'd been creating a visual database that stalkers and harassers could use to identify and approach their victims. Some of the individuals in my photographs had become subjects of elaborate stalking campaigns that used the intelligence I'd provided to predict their movements and exploit their routines. Others had been targeted for harassment based on vulnerabilities that were apparent from careful analysis of their photographed behavior. I found discussion threads where people shared techniques for using surveillance photographs to approach targets without arousing suspicion. They analyzed facial expressions and body language from my images to develop psychological profiles of their intended victims. The visual evidence I'd gathered was being combined with other intelligence sources to create comprehensive targeting packages that enabled systematic harassment and stalking. My photography had become part of an industrial-scale operation focused on identifying and exploiting vulnerable individuals. I tried contacting the client to demand that my photographs be removed from these criminal websites, but they disappeared as completely as if they'd never existed. The payment arrangements were closed, the communication channels were dead, and there was no way to trace who had commissioned the surveillance or how to stop the criminal use of my work. That's when I realized I was probably in danger myself. I'd seen the criminal operation from the inside, understood how it worked, and possessed evidence that could potentially expose the people behind it. The same surveillance techniques I'd been using to document others could easily be turned against me. I started noticing signs that I was being watched. People photographing me from across the street, cars following me between assignments, even evidence that someone had been through my bedsit while I was out. The network I'd been working for had identified me as a potential security threat. The final straw came when I found photographs of myself posted on one of the criminal websites I'd discovered. Not just casual surveillance images, but detailed documentation of my daily routine, my financial difficulties, even my personal relationships. Someone was building the same type of targeting package about me that I'd helped create for others. I realized that freelance photographers like me weren't just independent contractors for this operation. We were also potential liabilities who needed to be monitored and controlled. The client had been documenting my activities as carefully as I'd been documenting their surveillance targets. That's when I decided to run, packed essential belongings, withdrew what money I could access, and drove to this seaside town where I hoped I could disappear for a while. Left behind my equipment, my home, even my car in a long-stay car park where it might not be found immediately. But I don't think distance will protect me from people who've industrialized surveillance and harassment. They have resources, connections, and techniques that far exceed anything individual victims can counter. They've turned stalking into a collaborative enterprise with professional standards and systematic methods. I keep thinking about Emma and all the other people I photographed, all the ordinary individuals whose privacy I violated without understanding the consequences. They're probably still being harassed and stalked based on intelligence I helped provide, still living in fear because someone decided their personal lives were worth commodifying. The photographs are still out there, still being used to facilitate crimes against people who did nothing except exist in public spaces where I happen to be pointing my camera. The visual evidence I created in exchange for money I desperately needed has become a permanent resource for people who treat others' safety as entertainment. Sometimes I wonder how many other photographers are out there, taking pictures for clients they don't really understand, providing the raw materials for criminal enterprises they can't see. How many of us are there, desperately trying to make a living in the gig economy, accepting assignments that seem too good to be true because we can't afford to ask uncomfortable questions? The most frightening thing is how easy it all was, how professional skills could be monetized for criminal purposes, how financial desperation could be exploited to facilitate serious crimes, how the desire to work could be turned into complicity with systematic harassment. I just hope Emma and the others have managed to stay safe despite the intelligence I helped compile about their lives. And I hope that whoever is now watching me will decide I'm not worth the trouble of eliminating as a witness to what they're doing. But I'm not optimistic about either possibility, because I've learned that in the digital age, privacy is an illusion, safety is temporary, and anyone with a camera can become an unwitting accomplice to crimes they never intended to facilitate. The strangest thing about discovering that your entire life has been arranged by someone else is how normal everything seems until you realize that none of your important decisions were actually your own. And by then, it's far too late to change direction without destroying everything you think you built for yourself. I was 31 when I got offered what seemed like a perfect opportunity to advance my career while helping vulnerable people in ways that weren't possible through traditional counsel services. The offer came through professional channels that looked completely legitimate, targeting exactly the sort of specialized expertise I'd developed over 6 years of working with families in crisis. The job was with something called the Community Resilience Project, described as an innovative approach to social intervention that used data analysis and digital outreach to identify and support at-risk individuals before they reach the point of requiring statutory services. The salary was considerably higher than counsel work, and the methodology sounded like exactly the kind of forward-thinking social work that could genuinely make a difference. During the interview process, they explained that traditional social services were reactive rather than preventative, waiting for problems to escalate before providing support. The Community Resilience Project aimed to identify vulnerable individuals early and provide discreet assistance before their situations became critical enough to require official intervention. The work would involve analyzing digital footprints and online behavior patterns to identify people who showed signs of developing mental health crises, financial difficulties, or social isolation that could lead to more serious problems if left untreated. My role would be to develop intervention strategies based on psychological profiles compiled from digital sources, creating personalized outreach approaches that could provide support without stigmatizing recipients or creating bureaucratic complications that might prevent them from accepting help. The methodology seemed innovative and ethically sound, using technology to provide early support rather than waiting for people to request help when their situations had already become desperate. I accepted the position and was introduced to the digital analysis tools that the project used to identify potential intervention targets. The software was sophisticated, capable of analyzing social media activity, online purchasing patterns, communication styles, and even browsing habits to create comprehensive psychological profiles. The profiles were remarkably detailed, providing insights into people's mental states, social relationships, financial circumstances, and personal vulnerabilities that would have been impossible to gather through traditional social work assessment methods. My first assignment was developing intervention strategies for individuals in Cardiff and surrounding areas who had been identified as potentially at risk based on their digital behavior patterns. The profile suggested people who were experiencing depression, financial stress, social isolation, or other conditions that might benefit from early support. The intervention strategies I developed were carefully designed to appear like coincidental opportunities rather than organized assistance. Rather than contacting people directly and explaining that they'd been identified as needing support, the project would create situations where help would be offered in ways that preserved recipients' dignity and autonomy. For someone experiencing financial difficulties, this might involve arranging for them to hear about job opportunities that match their skills, or ensuring they encountered information about financial assistance programs they hadn't known existed. For individuals showing signs of depression or social isolation, interventions might involve connecting them with hobby groups, volunteer opportunities, or social activities that addressed their specific interests and psychological needs. The approach was elegant and ethical, providing genuine help while avoiding the stigmatization and bureaucracy that prevented many people from accessing traditional social services. Over several months, I developed intervention strategies for dozens of Cardiff area residents, creating carefully crafted approaches that would provide support for their specific circumstances while maintaining the appearance of natural opportunities rather than organized assistance. The work was intellectually challenging and emotionally rewarding, combining digital analysis with traditional social work skills to create innovative support systems that could genuinely improve people's lives. But as I continued developing interventions and tracking their outcomes, I started noticing patterns that made me uncomfortable about the true nature of the Community Resilience Project. Some of the digital profiles were more detailed than seemed possible through analysis of publicly available online information, including knowledge of private communications, personal relationships, and financial circumstances that wouldn't be accessible without systematic invasion of privacy. The psychological insights contained in the profiles suggested access to information that could only be obtained through comprehensive surveillance rather than analysis of voluntary digital activity. More concerning was discovering that some intervention targets were people I recognized from my previous counsel work, individuals whose personal circumstances and vulnerabilities I knew from direct professional contact. The profiles of these familiar cases were accurate in ways that suggested access to confidential social services records, therapeutic notes, and other professional information that should have been protected by various privacy regulations. I realized that the Community Resilience Project wasn't just analyzing publicly available digital information, but was accessing confidential personal data from multiple sources to create comprehensive surveillance profiles of Cardiff area residents. When I raised concerns about data protection and privacy violations, my project supervisors explained that preventing social crisis sometimes required accessing information through methods that weren't strictly conventional, but which were justified by the protective purposes they served. They assured me that all information was obtained through partnerships with legitimate organizations and that privacy concerns were outweighed by the potential benefits of preventing serious social problems before they escalated into situations requiring emergency intervention. The ethical framework made sense from a utilitarian perspective. Violating privacy to prevent greater harm could be justified if the interventions genuinely improved people's lives and prevented more serious problems. But I also started recognizing that the intervention strategies I was developing weren't always producing the protective outcomes that had been described during my recruitment. Some targets were experiencing problems that seemed to worsen after interventions were implemented, as if the support strategies were designed to create dependency or vulnerability, rather than promote genuine resilience. Others were receiving interventions that seemed designed to manipulate their behavior in specific directions, rather than simply providing assistance with their existing difficulties. The intervention approaches I was developing weren't just offering help, but were systematically influencing people's decision-making processes to produce outcomes that weren't necessarily in their best interests. I started researching the Community Resilience Project more thoroughly, trying to understand who was funding the work and what ultimate outcomes the interventions were designed to achieve. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. The Community Resilience Project wasn't a legitimate social innovation program, but was a front for systematic manipulation and control of vulnerable individuals identified through comprehensive digital surveillance. The intervention strategies I was developing weren't designed to help at-risk people, but were being used to create psychological dependency and social isolation that made targets more vulnerable to exploitation rather than more resilient. The digital profiles weren't being compiled to identify people who needed support, but to identify individuals who could be systematically manipulated through carefully designed intervention strategies that appeared helpful but were actually designed to increase their vulnerability. My expertise in social work and psychological assessment was being used to develop manipulation techniques that were disguised as supportive interventions, helping harmful actors gain control over vulnerable people while maintaining the appearance of providing legitimate assistance. The people I was supposedly helping were actually being targeted for exploitation through intervention strategies that I had designed based on comprehensive psychological profiles compiled through systematic invasion of their privacy. I tried to investigate which organizations were actually behind the Community Resilience Project and how the information I was providing about intervention targets was being used. The investigation led me to discover online communities that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing, where people discussed systematic manipulation and exploitation of vulnerable individuals using techniques that were very similar to the intervention strategies I'd been developing. These communities treated psychological manipulation as entertainment, sharing success stories about gaining control over targets and using their vulnerabilities for various forms of exploitation. Some participants specialized in financial exploitation, using psychological manipulation to convince targets to provide money or access to resources. Others focused on social and emotional exploitation, creating dependency relationships that allowed them to control targets' behavior and decision-making processes. The intervention strategies I'd been developing were being used by these communities as sophisticated manipulation techniques, with my professional social work expertise providing the psychological insights needed to make exploitation appear like genuine assistance. The Community Resilience Project was essentially a recruitment and training system for people who wanted to exploit vulnerable individuals, using my professional skills to develop more effective manipulation techniques while providing academic cover that made the activities seem legitimate. The Cardiff area residents I'd been creating intervention strategies for weren't receiving protective support, but were being targeted for systematic exploitation by individuals who used my professionally developed manipulation techniques to gain control over their lives. My social work expertise had been used to create a comprehensive system for identifying and exploiting vulnerable people, with the intervention strategies I developed providing the psychological manipulation framework that made exploitation possible, while maintaining the appearance of legitimate assistance. When I tried to expose what I'd discovered about the Community Resilience Project, I found that my employment contract included extensive confidentiality clauses that made reporting their activities legally complicated and potentially expensive. More concerning was discovering that some of the people I'd developed intervention strategies for were now experiencing exactly the sort of social and financial crises that the project had supposedly been designed to prevent. The intervention strategies I'd created had been successful at making vulnerable people more vulnerable rather than more resilient, with my professional expertise being used to systematically destroy the lives of people who had been selected for exploitation, based on psychological profiles I'd helped analyze. I never found a way to safely extract myself from involvement with the Community Resilience Project, or to warn the Cardiff area residents who were being targeted using manipulation techniques I'd developed. The project continues operating, expanding its surveillance and manipulation activities, while recruiting additional social work professionals who believe they're contributing to innovative prevention programs rather than sophisticated exploitation systems. People throughout Cardiff continue experiencing professionally designed manipulation, disguised as community support, while believing their difficulties are personal failures rather than systematic targeting by individuals who have made psychological exploitation into a technical specialty. I still work in social services, trying to provide genuine support for vulnerable people while knowing that some of the intervention techniques I developed are being used to exploit others in ways that would be impossible without professional psychological expertise. The assignment that seemed like an opportunity to advance my career while helping vulnerable people turned out to be developing manipulation techniques for systematic exploitation of the same types of people I'd become a social worker to protect. My professional expertise continues being used to harm vulnerable individuals throughout Cardiff, while the Community Resilience Project continues recruiting social work professionals who believe they're contributing to innovative prevention programs rather than providing technical support for systematic psychological exploitation disguised as community assistance. My brother Danny used to collect coincidences, not deliberately. He just had this habit of pointing out when things lined up in ways that seemed too convenient to be random. Like when his favorite band announced a concert on his birthday, or when the book he needed for a school project turned up in a charity shop the same day he got the assignment. He'd get this look on his face, half suspicious and half delighted, as if he'd caught the universe playing a trick on him. I've never been the type to believe in coincidences, but I am now. I've learned that sometimes what looks like pure chance is actually something much more deliberate, much more planned than you could ever imagine. And sometimes curiosity about the wrong thing can make you part of someone else's design without you ever realizing it. This is about my younger brother Danny. He was 15 when it happened, the kind of lad who spent most of his time online, but wasn't particularly tech-savvy. Just a normal teenager who played games, watched videos, and got into arguments on forums about things that didn't really matter. He lived with our mum in Nottingham after our parents split, and I'd see him every other weekend when he'd come to stay with me in Sheffield. He was always curious about things he wasn't supposed to know about. Not in a rebellious way. He just wanted to understand how the world actually worked. The trouble started when he read something online about hidden parts of the internet where you could find things that weren't available on normal websites, not just pirated content, but genuinely disturbing material that existed in spaces most people never knew about. During the summer holidays, he started researching these hidden networks, following links from one forum to another, slowly building an understanding of how to access parts of the internet that required special software. His first attempts were unsuccessful, mostly leading to dead links, but he persisted with that teenage conviction that there were secrets being kept from him. When he finally managed to access these hidden networks, most of what he found was disappointing. defunct marketplaces, conspiracy forums, websites selling things he had no interest in. But he kept exploring, going deeper into increasingly obscure corners. The content became progressively stranger and more disturbing, moving from simple illegality into areas that made him genuinely uncomfortable. Yet something compelled him to continue. The breakthrough came when he found a forum dedicated to discussing live content. Users shared links and recommendations with the casual tone of people discussing television programs, rating what they'd seen, and making requests for specific types of content. Reading through these discussions, he began to understand that what he'd initially dismissed as internet mythology might actually exist. The sites themselves were primitive but functional. Basic interfaces, poor video quality, minimal features, but they worked well enough to stream content that was clearly authentic rather than professionally produced fiction. What he found most unsettling was how organized it all seemed despite the amateur presentation. There were schedules, regular programming, someone coordinating activities across multiple streams. The forums contained discussions about how participants were recruited and managed. The process seemed to start with identifying vulnerable individuals through social media and gaming platforms, gradually building trust before making direct contact. Reading these discussions made him increasingly uncomfortable, but also more fascinated. Part of him knew he should stop, that he was seeing things no 15-year-old should see, but another part couldn't look away. What really caught his attention were the references to operations in the UK. Users shared information about potential targets and opportunities across different regions, including areas he recognized. The discussions about recruitment were particularly detailed. Users traded advice on social media monitoring, techniques for initiating contact, methods for gradually escalating involvement. He started noticing patterns in his own online activities that matched what he'd read about target identification. Gaming platforms, where he'd made friends with people he'd never met. Social media interactions with accounts that seemed designed to gather personal information, and messages from users who showed unusual interest in his daily routine and family situation. The realization that he might have accidentally identified himself as a potential target was genuinely frightening. His exploration of these networks would have left digital traces. His interest in the content would have been noted, and his online behavior would have been analyzed for vulnerabilities. By investigating their world, he'd made himself visible to people who specialized in exploitation. The direct contact began through private messages on one of the forums. Someone had been observing his posts and wanted to share more exclusive content that wasn't available in the public areas. The approach was gradual and friendly, presenting the interaction as a privilege rather than something that should raise suspicion. For a moment, he hesitated. Something about the message felt too convenient, too perfectly timed. But curiosity won out over caution, as it always seemed to with him. The private content was significantly more disturbing than what he'd seen in the open forums. Higher production values, more organized presentation, material that suggested the operators had serious resources and locations. Over several weeks, the private conversations became more personal. His contact showed interest in his life, his location, his family situation, and his daily routines. The questions were subtle and spread across multiple conversations, but collectively they built a detailed picture of his circumstances and vulnerabilities. The turning point came when his contact offered to arrange a meeting. Not dramatic or obviously threatening, just a suggestion that he might be interested in seeing how these operations actually worked, perhaps even contributing in some way. The proposal was presented as an opportunity rather than a demand, something that should feel exciting rather than dangerous. By this point, his judgment seemed completely compromised. The weeks of exposure to increasingly extreme content had normalized things that should have been immediately recognized as dangerous. His contact had skillfully managed the progression from curious observer to potential participant, using techniques that had clearly been refined through experience. The meeting was arranged for a weekend when he was supposed to be staying with me in Sheffield. Instead of taking the usual train, he was to meet his contact at a service station just outside Nottingham. The location was public enough to feel safe but isolated enough for privacy. Exactly the sort of place that would appear in the recruitment discussions he'd read. I didn't know any of this was happening. As far as I was concerned, he was coming to stay as usual, maybe arriving a bit later than normal, but nothing that seemed worth questioning. Our mum dropped him at the train station that Saturday morning, and we expected him to arrive in Sheffield by early afternoon. When he didn't turn up, we initially assumed he'd missed his connection or decided to meet friends instead. Teenagers don't always follow plans exactly, and he wasn't particularly reliable about keeping people informed of his movements. It wasn't until evening that we started to worry seriously. The police were helpful, but not particularly concerned at first. A 15-year-old missing for less than 24 hours wasn't unusual, especially during school holidays when kids often made spontaneous plans with friends. They took details and assured us they'd investigate, but their tone suggested this would resolve itself quickly. His phone was switched off, his social media accounts showed no recent activity, and none of his friends had heard from him since the previous evening. The complete silence was unusual for someone who normally maintained constant online contact with various people throughout the day. The investigation revealed that he'd never boarded the train to Sheffield. CCTV from the station showed him leaving the building shortly after our mum had dropped him off, walking towards the car park rather than the platforms. After that, the trail went cold completely. Police found his online activities eventually, but understanding what they meant required technical expertise that took time to arrange. By the time they'd pieced together his exploration of hidden networks and identified his contact, weeks had passed and any physical evidence had long since disappeared. The forums he'd been using went offline shortly after his disappearance. Not just the specific sites he'd visited, but entire sections of the network seemed to shut down and relocate. Whether this was coincidental timing or a deliberate response to increased attention was impossible to determine. His contact's identity proved impossible to trace. The account had been carefully constructed to avoid revealing any genuine personal information, using technical methods that made investigation extremely difficult. The conversations they'd had contained no references to real locations or identifiable details. 6 months later, we're still waiting for answers that will probably never come. His disappearance has been classified as suspected abduction, but there's no evidence of who might be responsible or where he might have been taken. Sometimes I wonder if his curiosity was genuinely random, or if he was deliberately guided towards those networks by people who were already watching for suitable targets. The coincidence of him discovering exactly the right forums, connecting with exactly the right person, and being offered exactly the opportunity that would appeal to his personality seems almost too convenient to be accidental. I think about the techniques they described for identifying and approaching targets, the systematic way they built trust before making their move. Everything that happened to him followed patterns that were discussed openly in those forums, as if his entire experience was just another implementation of proven methods. His initial discovery might not have been accidental at all. His online activities could have been monitored and guided. His curiosity deliberately cultivated by people who specialized in recruiting vulnerable individuals. That's why I believe in coincidence now. Not because things happen randomly, but because recognizing patterns helps you see when they might be something more deliberate. Danny used to collect coincidences like they were treasures. Now I wonder if he became one himself. The whole thing started because I was bored. That sounds trivial, almost embarrassingly so, but it's the truth. 6 months of unemployment after a decade at the same marketing firm had left me restless. Days blurred together in my small apartment. Job applications vanished into the digital void. My savings dwindled. The monotony became almost physically painful, a constant dull pressure behind my eyes. I've never been particularly tech-savvy. I use social media, stream movies, shop online, the usual things. But one night, scrolling through an obscure forum discussing internet privacy, I saw a comment that caught my attention. Someone mentioned how easy it was to access what they called the hidden web, using certain browsers and protocols. They described communities and content unavailable through standard search engines. The way they wrote about it made it sound like an exclusive club, a digital speakeasy hiding in plain sight. Maybe it was the isolation talking, or just the human desire to access spaces marked forbidden. But I decided to explore. I installed the specialized browser, followed basic tutorials, and found myself navigating a parallel internet, slower, less polished, but intriguing in its obscurity. Most sites were underwhelming. Text-heavy forums discussing privacy rights, cryptocurrency exchanges, marketplaces for things I had no interest in purchasing. Nothing particularly shocking or compelling. After a week of casual browsing, I stumbled across a forum dedicated to what users called immersive experiences. The discussion revolved around live streams of various scenarios, some mundane, others more extreme. Members debated the authenticity of different streams, sharing technical criteria for distinguishing staged content from genuine footage. Many contributors seemed to be chasing something they called the real thing, dismissing most available streams as elaborate fiction designed to separate viewers from their cryptocurrency. One username appeared consistently in these discussions: Veritas Proxy. Unlike other members who argued passionately about which streams were authentic, Veritas Proxy maintained an analytical detachment, discussing viewer psychology more than content authenticity. They wrote about how the perception of reality affected viewer engagement, regardless of whether the content was staged. Their posts read like academic research rather than entertainment reviews. After observing silently for several days, I sent Veritas Proxy a private message, expressing curiosity about these immersive experiences they analyzed so clinically. I expected to be ignored, or perhaps dismissed as a novice. Instead, I received a detailed response explaining different categories of live streams available through anonymous networks. Most were indeed staged productions masquerading as authentic footage, Veritas Proxy explained, but they still satisfied a psychological need for viewers to feel they were accessing something forbidden, something real. We exchanged several messages discussing the appeal of these experiences. I found myself drawn into conversation with this stranger, perhaps because they engaged with me more meaningfully than anyone had in months. When Veritas Proxy offered to show me what they considered a genuinely immersive stream, something beyond the amateur productions flooding anonymous platforms, I accepted without much hesitation. They sent coordinates, not a web address in the traditional sense, but a string of characters and numbers that meant nothing to me. Veritas Proxy included instructions for accessing a platform called the Observatory at a specific time that night. The stream would begin at precisely 2 a.m., they explained, and first-time viewers were granted limited access without payment. If I found the experience valuable, future viewings would require cryptocurrency contributions. That night, I followed the instructions precisely, navigating through several layers of security to reach a minimalist page with a black background and simple interface. A countdown timer showed 17 minutes until the stream would begin. A small counter in the corner indicated 26 current viewers. No chat function, no user list, no indication of what I was about to watch. At exactly 2 a.m., the screen changed. The video showed an ordinary bedroom, unmade bed, dresser with cluttered surface, clothes draped over a chair. Nothing unusual or particularly interesting. The camera angle suggested it was positioned high in one corner of the room, like a security camera. For several minutes, nothing happened. The room remained empty, the only movement coming from a ceiling fan spinning slowly overhead. Just as my attention began to wander, a person entered the frame. They moved normally, unaware of being observed, performing routine actions, checking their phone, sorting through items on the dresser, sitting on the edge of the bed. The mundanity was almost disappointing after the elaborate security measures required to access the stream. A small panel appeared beside the video, displaying what seemed to be biometric data, heart rate, respiration, body temperature, though I couldn't tell if it was from the subject or aggregated from viewers. Below this panel was a series of options labeled ambient adjustments, with controls for room temperature, lighting, and sound systems. At the 20-minute mark, a notification appeared. Observation phase complete. Interaction phase authorized for premium viewers. The ambient controls became active, no longer grayed out. In the viewer count, several numbers changed from white to green, presumably indicating premium status. Almost immediately, the room's lighting dimmed slightly. The person in the frame looked up, momentarily confused by the change. Over the next 10 minutes, I watched as various ambient adjustments were implemented. The temperature display showed a drop of several degrees. A faint sound began playing through what must have been hidden speakers in the room. The subject's confusion turned to visible unease. They checked their phone, examined the air vent, looked around for the source of the sound. A new option appeared for premium viewers, proximity alert. Seconds after this became active, a noise came from somewhere outside the camera's view, perhaps the hallway or another room. The subject's heart rate, displayed in the data panel, increased significantly. They moved to the bedroom door, listened for a moment, then closed and locked it. The escalation continued gradually. More ambient adjustments, more unexplained sounds, each causing increased distress visible in both the subject's behavior and the biometric data. The person tried calling someone on their phone, but the call appeared not to connect. They checked the windows, confirmed the door lock, searched the room as if looking for an explanation for the strange occurrences. Throughout all of this, I remained a passive observer. My viewer status showed as basic/first time, with all interactive elements unavailable to me. I could only watch as others manipulated the environment, steadily increasing the subject's anxiety. There was something disturbingly methodical about the process, like a scientific protocol rather than random harassment. At the 1-hour mark, a final notification appeared. Culmination phase authorized for executive viewers only. The viewer numbers shifted again, most green numbers returning to white, leaving only 3 in green. A new set of controls appeared, though I couldn't see what options they contained from my access level. What happened next occurred so smoothly it seemed rehearsed, though the subject's genuine terror suggested otherwise. A barely perceptible gas began filling the room, visible only as slight distortion in the air. The subject noticed it too late, first becoming disoriented, then struggling to remain conscious. Before losing awareness completely, they managed to reach the door, finding it somehow impossible to unlock despite their earlier precautions. The biometric display showed decreasing heart rate and respiration as the subject collapsed near the door. The stream continued for another 30 minutes, showing the empty room and the unconscious person. A cursor occasionally appeared on screen as someone adjusted the camera angle for better views. The 3 executive viewers remained connected throughout. At the 2-hour mark, 2 figures entered the room wearing simple hazmat-style protection. They efficiently moved the unconscious subject onto a stretcher and out of the camera's view. One returned momentarily to straighten the room, removing any evidence of disturbance before the stream finally ended. A message appeared on my screen. Observation complete. Your viewing patterns have been analyzed. Premium access recommendations will be provided based on your engagement metrics. I sat in stunned silence, trying to process what I had witnessed. Had I just watched a real person being abducted? Was this an elaborate performance with paid actors? The production seemed too sophisticated for amateur staging, but too risky to be an actual crime broadcast live. I closed the browser and shut down my computer, suddenly aware of how vulnerable my own apartment felt. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been staged, an immersive theatre experience designed to seem authentic. The alternative was too disturbing to contemplate. I decided not to access the observatory again, regardless of any premium recommendations I might receive. 3 days later, an email arrived in my personal account, an account I had never used when installing the specialized browser or communicating with Veritas Proxy. The subject line read, "Viewing analysis complete." The message contained a detailed assessment of my engagement patterns during the stream, which moments had captured my attention longest, where my cursor had hovered on screen, even estimations of my emotional responses based on my viewing behavior. The analysis concluded that I fit the profile of an empathic observer, someone who experienced heightened engagement from witnessing genuine distress, but remained morally conflicted about it. The email ended with coordinates for another stream scheduled for the following night, this time requiring a cryptocurrency payment for access. I deleted the email immediately and ran security scans on all my devices. Finding nothing unusual, I still found myself checking my apartment for hidden cameras, suddenly aware of how my bedroom window faced another building, how my computer's webcam light could be disabled, how the smart devices in my home were always listening. A week passed without further contact. I began to relax, telling myself the entire experience had been nothing more than an elaborate scam targeting cryptocurrency from gullible viewers. Then a package arrived at my door. No shipping label, no indication of how it had been delivered. Inside was a small electronic device resembling a key fob, with a single button and tiny LED display, currently showing the number 37. No note accompanied the device, but I didn't need one to understand its purpose. I was being invited to move from observer to participant, from audience to contributor. The number 37 likely indicated currently connected viewers. The button, presumably, would activate something affecting someone else's environment. Someone currently sitting in their home, experiencing inexplicable events orchestrated by strangers they would never see. I considered reporting everything to authorities, but what evidence did I have? An anonymous website I could no longer access. an email I had deleted, a mysterious device with no identifying features, and my own participation as a willing observer of what might have been a serious crime. That was 2 weeks ago. I've since moved to a different apartment, changed my email addresses, replaced my electronic devices. The key fob device remains in a drawer, untouched. Sometimes at night, I check to see if the number's changed. It has, increasing steadily from 37 to 63 as of yesterday. More observers joining the network. More participants receiving their own devices. More subjects being selected for immersive experiences. Last night, returning home late, I noticed a small red light blinking in the corner of my new bedroom, exactly where a security camera might be positioned for optimal coverage. When I investigated, I found nothing. No device, no explanation for the light I was certain I had seen. This morning, my laptop displayed a notification I never set up. Observation begins tonight, 2 a.m. Current viewer count, 26. I won't be in my apartment at 2 a.m. I won't be using any electronic devices, accessing any networks, or leaving any digital footprint that could be traced. But I can't escape the thought that somewhere, someone is adjusting their ambient controls, preparing their culmination protocols, waiting to transform another person's ordinary night into content for unseen observers. And I can't forget that I was one of those observers once, that my viewed became viewer metrics, that my engagement was measured and categorized, that my curiosity opened a door I now cannot seem to close. We think of horror as something external, something that happens to other people in distant places. We don't consider how our observation itself creates demand, how our attention forms the marketplace where others' fear becomes commodity. The real terror isn't what happens in those rooms. It's that somewhere right now, someone is watching, analyzing, anticipating your reactions, not to help or protect, but to measure how effectively your fear can entertain. Sometimes I convince myself it was all just some fever dream brought on by too much sun and champagne. But then I'll catch a news headline about another wealthy passenger gone missing at sea, and the memories come flooding back with such clarity that I can almost smell the salt air mingling with blood. I've always been fascinated by the dark web. As a cybersecurity analyst for a major banking group in London, part of my job involved understanding how financial data ends up for sale on hidden marketplaces. I'd spent years mapping these shadow economies, cryptocurrency tumbling services, escrow systems for illegal transactions, auction sites for stolen identities. But all my research had been conducted through secure terminals in our company's basement, never venturing beyond observation into participation. I was the digital equivalent of a wildlife photographer, watching predators from a safe distance. That professional distance disappeared the moment I stepped aboard the Orpheus. The cruise had been a gift from my brother James, who works for the company that owns the ship. Sovereign Seas, they call themselves. A relatively new luxury cruise line catering exclusively to the ultra-wealthy. James isn't rich himself, but his position in their corporate security division occasionally afforded him perks like complimentary cabins during the ship's inaugural season. When his girlfriend backed out at the last minute, he offered me the ticket, knowing I was burned out and desperately needed a break from staring at code all day. "Just bring a nice suit for the captain's dinner and don't embarrass me," he'd said. I remember laughing, thinking the biggest challenge would be pretending to belong among people who considered £50,000 for a 2-week Mediterranean cruise to be a reasonable expense. The Orpheus was unlike any cruise ship I'd seen before, more floating luxury hotel than vessel. My cabin, despite being one of the smallest offered, was larger than my London flat. Everything gleamed with new money opulence. Marble bathrooms, private balconies, artworks by recognizable names adorning every corridor. The ship boasted 5 restaurants, 3 swimming pools, a casino, spa, cinema, and countless other amenities designed to ensure its wealthy patrons never experienced a moment of boredom. I spent the first 3 days in a pleasant haze of luxury, feeling gloriously out of place among hedge fund managers, tech entrepreneurs, oil magnates, and their surgically enhanced partners. Most passengers ignored me entirely, which suited me fine. I was content to lounge by the adults-only infinity pool, working my way through complimentary cocktails and paperback thrillers. It was on the 4th night that I noticed something odd. I'd ventured to the casino after dinner, not to gamble. I couldn't afford the minimum stakes, but to people watch. I was nursing a whiskey at the bar when I overheard a conversation between 2 men seated nearby. They weren't being particularly discreet, perhaps assuming that no one would understand the terminology they were using. But to someone who spent their career studying illicit digital marketplaces, phrases like secure proxy chain and Monero transfer confirmation stood out like sirens. I didn't turn to look at them directly, but angled my phone to capture their reflection in the bar's mirrored backsplash. One was elderly, perhaps in his 70s, with the leathery tan of someone who wintered exclusively in tropical climates. The other was younger, maybe 40, with the muscular build of someone who paid handsomely for personal training. Both wore expensive watches and spoke with American accents. Level B access is guaranteed with the package you purchased, the younger man was saying. The stream quality is excellent, and interaction options are available for premium members. The older man nodded, sliding what looked like a matte black credit card across the bar. Same verification process as last time. Something in their manner, the furtive glances, the careful phrasing, triggered my professional paranoia. In my line of work, you develop a sixth sense for when people are discussing things they shouldn't be. I'd assumed my dark web investigations would stay firmly in London, not follow me into this floating palace of privilege. I might have forgotten about it entirely had I not encountered the same younger man the following day. I was exploring the ship, trying to walk off a hangover, when I noticed him speaking with a crew member in a service corridor I'd accidentally wandered into. They both gave me sharp looks before the crew member directed me back to the passenger areas with a practiced smile. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a security keypad beside an unmarked door. Unusual, given that crew areas typically used RFID badges for access. Curiosity got the better of me. That evening, I messaged James, asking if there were restricted areas on the ship beyond the usual crew quarters and engine rooms. His response was oddly hesitant. He asked why I wanted to know, then advised me to stick to the passenger decks and not go looking for trouble. When pressed, he claimed ignorance, saying corporate security wasn't privy to all shipboard operations. His evasiveness only intensified my interest. Over the next 2 days, I began paying closer attention to the ship's layout, noticing small inconsistencies between the deck plans posted for emergency purposes and the actual structure I was exploring. There appeared to be spaces unaccounted for, not unusual in ship design, where mechanical systems often occupy irregular voids. But combined with what I'd overheard, it piqued my professional curiosity. I also observed patterns among certain passengers. About a dozen individuals seemed to receive special treatment, crew members would speak to them in hushed tones. Electronic key cards were discreetly exchanged, and they would occasionally disappear for hours despite not being in their cabins or any public areas. All were men of significant wealth, based on snippets of conversation I overheard and quick internet searches of names I managed to learn. On the 7th night of the cruise, I decided to follow one of them. I'd noticed a Russian businessman who frequently spoke with the young American from the casino. After dinner, I watched him receive what looked like a small black card from a crew member, then head toward an elevator bank, reserved for premium suites. I waited until the doors closed before calling another elevator, then selected the lowest passenger deck, assuming he'd gone downward rather than up to the suite levels. When the doors opened, I found myself in a corridor identical to other passenger decks, but eerily quiet. Most of the ship's activity happened on higher levels. This deck primarily contained mechanical spaces and cheaper inside cabins. I glimpsed the Russian turning a corner ahead and followed at a discreet distance. He stopped at what appeared to be a service entrance, a metal door with no markings except a small digital panel. After entering a code and scanning his black card, the door opened and he disappeared inside. I waited several minutes, debating whether to approach the door myself, when another passenger, a Saudi man I recognized from the casino, arrived and performed the same entry ritual. I'm not sure what compelled me to continue. Professional curiosity, the thrill of investigation after days of mindless luxury. Whatever the reason, I positioned myself where I could observe the door while pretending to be engrossed in my phone. Over the next hour, 3 more men entered, using the same procedure. I was about to give up and return to my cabin when a crew member emerged from the door. He propped it open with his foot while speaking into a radio, distracted by whatever instructions he was receiving. It was perhaps the only opportunity I would get. With a casualness I didn't feel, I walked briskly toward the door as though I belonged there. The crew member, still distracted by his call, barely glanced at me as I slipped past him into a narrow corridor that sloped gently downward. The door closed behind me with a soft pneumatic hiss. The difference was immediate. Gone were the plush carpets and ambient lighting of the passenger areas, replaced by utilitarian metal flooring and stark fluorescent tubes. The air felt different too, cooler, with a subtle chemical smell underneath the usual maritime scents. I followed the corridor, passing several unmarked doors before reaching what appeared to be a security checkpoint, an unmanned desk with a monitor showing CCTV feeds. Beyond it, the corridor split in 2 directions. From the left branch came faint sounds of conversation and the clink of glassware. To the right, silence. I chose left, reasoning that the social sounds suggested a gathering rather than restricted areas. The corridor opened into what I can only describe as a private lounge. Dimly lit, with leather furnishings and a well-stocked bar, it resembled an exclusive gentleman's club. The men I'd followed were there, along with perhaps a dozen others, all clutching drinks and speaking in hushed tones. A crew member in a dark suit, rather than the usual uniform, was distributing what looked like tablet devices. I froze, suddenly aware of my mistake. This was clearly a private event, and I had no plausible reason to be there. Before I could retreat, the young American from the casino spotted me, his expression shifting from surprise to cool assessment. "Verification," he stated simply, approaching with an outstretched hand. When I failed to produce the black card, his demeanor hardened. "Security breach," he said quietly into a risk communicator. What followed happened too quickly for me to process completely. Two men in suits materialized beside me. One gripped my arm firmly while the other conducted a pat-down, removing my phone and cabin key. The American studied my face with cold calculation. "How did you get down here?" he asked. When I stammered something about following someone out of curiosity, his expression suggested he didn't believe me. "Bring him to observation," he instructed the security men. "Full profile check." I was escorted through the lounge, the other guests studiously avoiding eye contact, and through another door at the far end. Beyond lay a small room containing several workstations with multiple monitors. A woman in business attire glanced up as we entered, then began typing rapidly after receiving instructions I couldn't hear over the pounding of blood in my ears. "James Mercer's brother," she announced after a moment. "Cybersecurity background, potential information risk." The American's expression shifted subtly. "Containment protocol?" She made a phone call, speaking too quietly for me to hear, then nodded. "Approved for limited exposure. Partial NDA package." I was guided to a chair, still firmly in the security man's grip. The American leaned against a desk, studying me with clinical interest. "Since you've come this far, and given your professional background, perhaps you'd appreciate understanding what you've stumbled into. It might help you recognize the importance of discretion." He gestured toward one of the larger monitors. "The Orpheus offers exclusive experiences for discerning clients. Some of these experiences are streamed to similarly discerning audiences unable to join us physically." The screen flickered to life, showing a live feed of what appeared to be a medical room. A man was strapped to a table, unmoving but conscious, his eyes wide with terror. Around him moved figures in surgical attire, arranging instruments on metal trays. Tonight's subject is a convicted child trafficker who escaped justice through legal technicalities, the American continued conversationally. "Our clients bid for various outcomes and methods. The proceeds, minus our substantial fee, benefit victims' organizations anonymously." I felt the blood drain from my face as understanding dawned. This wasn't just dark web content being streamed from the ship. The ship itself was a floating production studio for real-time torture and execution, disguised as a luxury cruise liner. The unmarked doors, the special key cards, the wealthy men disappearing for hours, it all suddenly made horrific sense. "This is," I started, but was cut off. "Justice of a sort," the American said smoothly. "Every subject has been thoroughly vetted. Murderers, traffickers, rapists who escape conventional justice through wealth or connections. We provide closure for victims and entertainment for those with particular appetites." On the screen, one of the surgical figures approached the restrained man with what looked like a bone saw. A scrolling feed of text at the bottom showed usernames and Bitcoin amounts. Live bids determining what would happen next. I must have shown my horror because the American smiled thinly. "Not to your taste. Some prefer our hunting experiences on private islands, or perhaps the fighting pits would interest you more. The dark web merely allows us to monetize the spectacle beyond those physically present." He nodded to the security men. "Take him to the viewing room. Let him observe tonight's event in its entirety. He should understand exactly what's at stake before signing his non-disclosure agreements." What followed was the most horrific 3 hours of my life. I was seated in a small theater with about 20 others, all men, all watching intently as a human being was systematically dismantled, according to the whims of invisible bidders. Some viewers occasionally used tablets to place their own bids, seemingly excited when their chosen method was selected. I sat rigid with terror, unable to look away, aware that my reaction was being carefully monitored. Afterward, still numb with shock, I was presented with a stack of documents threatening financial ruin, criminal charges for illegal access, and severe personal consequences should I ever speak of what I'd seen. I signed without reading them fully, desperate to escape that floating hell. For the remaining week of the cruise, I rarely left my cabin, claiming seasickness. Crew members would smile knowingly when they passed me. The American appeared outside my door the night before docking, offering a special discount should I wish to return as a participating client rather than an observer. I've told no one about this until now. The Orpheus continues its luxury cruises, ferrying the ultra-wealthy around the Mediterranean, Caribbean, and South Pacific. Occasionally, I see cryptic advertisements on certain investment forums referencing immersive experiences beyond imagination, and justice served to order, accompanied by astronomical price points and contact methods I recognize as dark web protocols. Sometimes I wonder if James knew. He never asked about my sudden illness on the ship, never questioned why I haven't accepted his subsequent offers of free cruises. He did mention, casually, that Sovereign Seas has an excellent program for passenger privacy and discretion guarantees. Last week, I received a package containing only a matte black card with a QR code and the Orpheus silhouette embossed in gold. The note read, "Your observational status expires in 30 days. Upgrade or disconnect permanently." I've booked a flight to New Zealand departing tomorrow. I've withdrawn my savings in cash. I'm leaving my phone, laptop, and anything traceable behind. But even as I prepare to disappear, I know the truth. There's no real escape from what I've learned. The dark web isn't just some shadowy corner of the internet. It's a reflection of the darkest corners of human desire, given physical form on vessels like the Orpheus, sailing freely through international waters beyond the reach of conventional law. And the truly horrifying part, for every ship I know about, there must be dozens more I don't. Even passing nightclubs from the safety of a taxi can send my heart hammering against my ribs. My skin instantly slick with cold sweat as I'm transported back to that abandoned warehouse in East London, where the floor vibrated with bass drops that masked screams, where the dark web broadcast its most visceral content beneath the perfect camouflage of legitimate revelry. I wasn't always this fractured shell, jumping at shadows and sleeping with the lights on. Before that night, I was simply Ellie, a second-year art student at Central St. Martin's, with an experimental photography portfolio and a growing reputation for capturing London's underground scene. My work focused on the beautiful chaos of illegal raves, the authentic euphoria of spaces where social boundaries dissolved under relentless beats and shared chemical experiences. I prided myself on accessing events that existed through whispered invitations and temporary messaging groups, documenting fleeting moments of connection in venues that would be empty by sunrise, leaving no evidence of the hundreds who had transcended reality within their walls. The invitation to dissent came through Mira, a Lithuanian fashion student whose connections to London's underground electronic scene ran deeper than most. The details were typically cryptic: an industrial location near Hackney Wick, a password that changed hourly, instructions to disable location services on our phones. What distinguished this event from others was its reputation for extreme exclusivity and technological innovation. Rumors suggested immersive installations, pioneering sound systems, and performance art that pushed boundaries of legality and taste. for someone building a portfolio on authentic subcultural experiences, it was an opportunity too perfect to ignore. The venue itself was promisingly ominous, a derelict Victorian factory complex accessible only through a service tunnel that ran beneath railway arches, its entrance disguised as a maintenance door covered in graffiti. Security was unusually thorough, with multiple checkpoints involving password verification, phone camera blocking, and UV stamps that changed under different light frequencies. I remember feeling a thrill at the elaborate precautions, interpreting them as signs of an authentically underground experience rather than the warning system they actually were, filtering potential witnesses and creating plausible deniability for what happened in the innermost chambers. The main dance area initially seemed like a standard warehouse rave, albeit executed with exceptional attention to detail. 3 stages featured international DJs playing staggered sets, their music calibrated to build and release tension across the venue in coordinated waves. Lighting rigs responded to sound frequencies in complex patterns that seemed almost sentient in their anticipation of melodic shifts. The crowd, perhaps 600 people, represented a cross-section of London's creative scene, from fashion students to tech entrepreneurs, all moving with the synchronized energy of collective experience. What distinguished this event from others I documented was the series of threshold spaces extending beyond the main area. Each required additional verification, different colored wristbands, separate UV stamps, whispered passwords exchanged with stony-faced security personnel who appeared suddenly from shadows between beats. These progressive layers created a hierarchy of access that appealed to the basic human desire for exclusivity, each new area promising greater liberation from societal constraints. I followed Mira through several of these thresholds, my photographer's eye cataloging details for later. The subtle shifts in lighting temperature, the increasing intensity of bass frequencies that vibrated bone rather than just flesh, the gradual change in crowd demography toward a harder, more committed core of participants. The 4th threshold area was where the atmosphere shifted subtly but unmistakably. The music maintained its relentless energy, but the production elements incorporated subliminal elements that created a disorienting effect, frequencies that triggered primal unease, lighting patterns that induced mild hallucinations, even in those who hadn't consumed substances. The crowd here was noticeably different. Fewer dancers lost in music, more observers maintaining awareness of their surroundings. Multiple small alcoves lined the perimeter, each containing what appeared to be private viewing areas with screens displaying abstract visuals synced to the music. It was in this space that I first noticed the cameras, not the obvious security equipment mounted near exits, but discrete, professional-grade setups positioned to capture specific areas of the dance floor. The operators moved with practiced efficiency, focusing on particular dancers who seemed unaware of the attention. When I pointed them out to Mira, she explained them as part of the event's immersive documentation, creating personalized visual souvenirs for participants. The explanation seemed plausible in the context of an avant-garde art-tech fusion event, but something in her delivery, a studied casualness, a deliberate vagueness, triggered the first whisper of unease. That whisper became impossible to ignore when we reached the final threshold, a red-lit corridor leading to a space identified only by a symbol that resembled a stylized eye. The security here was markedly different. 2 men with the unmistakable physicality of combat training, rather than standard event security, communicating through earpieces with a military precision that seemed incongruous in a hedonistic environment. Mira exchanged not just a password, but but a complex sequence of gestures that appeared choreographed, receiving in return a sleek black wristband embedded with what looked like a microchip. I hesitated then, instinct finally overriding curiosity, but the decision was effectively made for me as the crowd behind surged forward during a particularly intense bass drop, pushing me through the threshold before I could articulate my reservations. The security personnel made no move to stop me despite my lacking the black wristband, an oversight that I would later understand was deliberate. Certain participants were allowed through not as audience, but as potential content. The space beyond defied easy categorization. At first glance, it resembled an exclusive VIP area, luxurious seating arrangements surrounding a central dance floor where perhaps 50 people moved with chemically enhanced abandon. Closer observation revealed disturbing inconsistencies. The screens displaying not abstract visuals but live feeds from the main venue, focusing on specific individuals. Multiple doors leading to smaller rooms with reinforced soundproofing. A sophisticated technical setup manned by expressionless operators wearing identical black clothing. From my position near the entrance, partially concealed by a structural column, I watched as Mira approached one of these technicians, engaging in a brief exchange before being directed to a seating area where several other black wristband wearers lounged with the entitled casualness of regular patrons. On the screens, I could see the main dance floor from multiple angles, particular feeds tracking individual dancers with unsettling precision, metadata scrolling alongside their images, heart rates, estimated substance levels, physical specifications catalogued with clinical detachment. The realization crystallized with nauseating clarity. This wasn't documentation for artistic purposes or even standard surveillance. It was targeting, the identification and tracking of potential subjects for whatever occurred behind those soundproof doors. As if confirming my suspicions, one screen switched to a browser interface I recognized from journalistic exposés of dark web markets. The distinctive aesthetic of sites accessible only through specialized browsers, complete with cryptocurrency payment options and anonymous user profiles. Before I could process the full implications, the music in both the main venue and this inner sanctum synchronized in a carefully orchestrated moment, a simultaneous bass drop across all spaces that sent the crowd into collective euphoria, the volume momentarily high enough to mask any other sound. In that precise moment, two security personnel moved with practiced efficiency toward a young woman dancing alone near the center of the floor, her movements suggesting heavy MDMA use and corresponding vulnerability. The intervention was so smooth, so integrated with the chaotic energy of the rave, that those nearby registered nothing unusual. Just another overwhelmed participant being assisted by security. Only from my peripheral position could I see the reality. Not assistance, but acquisition. The woman's momentary resistance misinterpreted by nearby dancers as the uncoordinated movements of chemical intoxication. Within seconds, she had been guided, part escorted, part carried, through one of the soundproof doors. On the screens, I watched her designated tracker switch from the main floor feed to an interior room view, her profile information transferring to a different interface where anonymous users began placing bids beside requests too disturbing to fully comprehend. This was the true purpose of Descent, not an experimental rave, but a procurement operation for dark web red rooms, using the sensory overload and chemical disinhibition of the electronic music scene to identify, isolate, and extract vulnerable participants. The various thresholds functioned as progressive filters. The multiple security checkpoints ensuring no recording devices could document what truly occurred in these innermost chambers. The legitimate rave provided both hunting ground and perfect cover. Any disappearances easily attributed to the transient nature of such events. Attendees unlikely to file police reports given the illegal nature of the gathering itself. My photographer's instinct to document warred with primal survival drive, the latter ultimately prevailing as I recognized my vulnerable position, alone, separated from known associates, lacking the black wristband that designated observer rather than potential subject. With deliberate casualness that belied my internal panic, I began moving laterally toward the entrance corridor, maintaining proximity to groups of dancers to avoid isolation. I had nearly reached the threshold when the music executed another coordinated drop, the momentary chaos revealing a chilling sight. Mira watching me with clinical detachment, communicating something to a security operative whose attention immediately focused in my direction. The betrayal hit with physical force. She wasn't just an attendee, but an active participant in the operation, perhaps a spotter who identified and delivered suitable subjects. Our entire friendship, her convenient connections to exclusive events, her interest in my documentation of underground spaces, all revealed as calculated grooming of a potential victim, or perhaps a useful procurer who could access social circles she could not. What followed exists in my memory as fragmented impressions rather than coherent sequence, pushing through the crowd with increasingly desperate determination. Security personnel following with the unhurried confidence of predators in controlled territory, multiple threshold crossings where my UV stamps gained me passage toward the outer zones, the progressive decrease in crowd density making concealment increasingly difficult. I emerged into the main warehouse space during a DJ transition, the momentary reduction in auditory assault allowing me to hear footsteps gaining behind me. Pure survival instinct propelled me toward an emergency exit I'd noted earlier, a prerequisite habit from years of attending unregulated events in potentially unsafe structures. The door yielded to my weight, alarm systems apparently disabled to prevent official attention, depositing me into a service alley slick with recent rain. The knowledge that pursuers would expect escape along the main entry tunnel sent me in the opposite direction, scrambling over a chain-link fence into an adjacent railway maintenance yard. I navigated through darkened industrial spaces until reaching active streets, flagging a night bus with the desperate energy of someone fleeing immediate danger, rather than simply returning from a night out. I never reported what I witnessed. The combination of an illegal venue, widespread substance use, and my own recreational chemical consumption created the perfect conditions for dismissal. My account easily characterized as drug-induced paranoia or hallucination. Instead, I transferred to a university in Manchester within weeks, changing my phone number, email address, and social media profiles, abandoning the photography portfolio that had documented my access to London's underground scene. For months afterwards, I obsessively tracked missing person reports across London, searching for faces I remembered from that night. 2 disappearances aligned with the time frame and demographic: a Dutch exchange student and a junior fashion buyer, both reported missing after nights out with friends. Both cases eventually going cold when investigations revealed their final communications mentioned attending an exclusive underground event they'd been invited to through recent acquaintances. 3 years have passed, but certain stimuli still trigger visceral flashbacks, particular bass frequencies that resonate at the exact pitch used during those synchronized drops, the specific red wavelength that illuminated that final threshold. the distinctive UV reactive ink used for entry stamps. Sometimes I think I glimpse Mira on crowded streets or in the background of social media posts, though rational thought suggests this is hypervigilance rather than actual sighting. The most disturbing aspect isn't just what I witnessed, but how perfectly the operation exploited legitimate cultural spaces for predatory purposes, using the authentic underground music scene's existing structures and values against it. The desire for exclusive experiences, the normalization of mysterious venues and cryptic access methods, the community's justifiable wariness of official documentation, all seamlessly repurposed to facilitate unspeakable activities broadcast to dark web viewers. I haven't attended any dance music event since that night, haven't stood in a crowd where I couldn't identify every exit, haven't allowed myself to experience the surrender to collective movement that once defined my social experience. The bass drops that once signaled release now represent only danger. The carefully calculated moments when chaos provides perfect cover, when the sensory overload of hundreds drowns out the disappearance of one, when the darkest corners of the web momentarily intersect with physical space to claim new content for audiences whose entertainment demands are met with living supply. This happened to me a few months back, and I need to get it off my chest because it's been eating away at me ever since. I used to write product reviews online for a bit of extra cash. Nothing fancy, just honest opinions about things I'd bought or tried. But then I got drawn into something much darker, and I didn't realize what I was really doing until it was too late. I'm sitting in my mum's spare room in Bournemouth now, having left my flat in Reading after discovering what my reviews were actually being used for. I thought I was just helping people make informed purchasing decisions, But I was wrong. Dead wrong. And now I'm scared to go back to my old life because I know too much about what these people are capable of. It all started when I was struggling financially after my hours got cut at the care home where I worked. I'd been doing 12-hour shifts looking after elderly residents, but the new management decided they could save money by hiring cheaper agency staff. Suddenly, I was down to 3 days a week, and I couldn't make ends meet on that. A friend mentioned she was earning decent money writing product reviews for various websites. Companies would send her items to test. She'd use them for a week or two, then write honest reviews in exchange for keeping the products plus a small fee. It sounded like easy money for something I was doing anyway. I was always buying things online and leaving reviews. I signed up with several review companies and started getting regular assignments, mostly household items, beauty products, that sort of thing. The work was straightforward enough. Use the product as directed, take some photos, write a detailed review covering the pros and cons. Nothing complicated about it. The pay wasn't brilliant, but it helped bridge the gap between my reduced wages and my monthly expenses. I was earning about £200 a month, plus keeping products worth roughly the same again. For someone in my position, that extra income made a real difference. After a few months of standard product reviews, one of the companies approached me about a different type of assignment. They explained they were expanding into service reviews, restaurants, hotels, entertainment venues, that sort of thing. The pay was better, and they'd cover all expenses for visiting these places. I was sent to review a restaurant in Milton Keynes, given specific instructions about what to order, when to visit, even which table to request if possible. The level of detail seemed excessive for a simple restaurant review, but I assumed they wanted consistency across different reviewers. The restaurant was nothing special. Typical chain establishment with predictable food and generic decor. But I noticed something odd while I was eating. The manager kept checking on my table more frequently than seemed normal, and the staff seemed unusually attentive considering how busy the place was. When I submitted my review, the company asked for additional details that hadn't been in the original brief. They wanted to know about the staff schedules, the security cameras, even the layout of the kitchen area that I glimpsed when using the toilet. It seemed like they were interested in operational details rather than the customer experience. I questioned why they needed such specific information about the restaurant's internal operations. They explained that they were conducting comprehensive business analysis for potential investors, and detailed operational reviews helped assess the viability of different establishments. That seemed reasonable enough, though I was surprised by how much they were willing to pay for what amounted to industrial espionage. The fee for the restaurant review was nearly £500, far more than the product reviews I'd been doing. Over the following weeks, I was sent to review other businesses with similarly detailed briefs. A hotel in Birmingham, where I was asked to document the security procedures and staff routines. A leisure centre in Coventry, where they wanted information about the changing room layouts and supervision arrangements. Each assignment came with specific requirements that went beyond normal customer reviews. I was asked to photograph building layouts, note security vulnerabilities, even strike up conversations with employees to gather information about their working conditions and personal circumstances. The money was excellent. I was earning more from these service reviews than from my care home job. But I was becoming increasingly uncomfortable with what felt like systematic intelligence gathering rather than legitimate business review work. The breakthrough came when I was assigned to review a small independent bookshop in Oxford. The brief was the same as usual: detailed operational assessment disguised as customer feedback. But when I arrived at the shop, I recognized the owner from news reports I'd seen a few months earlier. She was a woman in her 50s who'd been subjected to a sustained harassment campaign by people opposed to some of the political books her shop stocked. The harassment had escalated to vandalism and threats, forcing her to install security cameras and change her daily routines to avoid confrontation. Suddenly, I understood what my reviews were really for. I wasn't providing business analysis for potential investors. I was gathering intelligence for people who wanted to target specific businesses and their owners for harassment or worse. The detailed information I'd been collecting about security arrangements, staff schedules, and operational procedures wasn't being used for commercial purposes. It was being compiled into targeting packages that enabled systematic harassment campaigns against business owners. I thought about all the previous assignments I'd completed, all the detailed intelligence I'd gathered about vulnerable small businesses. The restaurant manager who'd seemed so attentive probably recognized me from previous harassment incidents. The hotel staff who'd been helpful with my questions were probably used to dealing with people gathering information for malicious purposes. I tried contacting the review company to withdraw from further assignments, but they'd disappeared completely. The website was offline, the email addresses bounced back as undeliverable, and the phone numbers were disconnected. They'd vanished as if they'd never existed. That's when I realized I'd been recruited through the same hidden internet channels that these harassment campaigns used to coordinate their activities. The review company wasn't a legitimate business. It was a front operation designed to gather intelligence about potential targets. I started researching the businesses I'd reviewed, looking for signs that they'd been subjected to harassment or vandalism following my visits. What I found was a pattern of escalating problems that seemed to correlate with the timing of my intelligence gathering. The restaurant in Milton Keynes had been subjected to fake negative reviews and harassment calls shortly after my visit. The hotel in Birmingham had experienced problems with aggressive customers who seemed to know intimate details about their security procedures. The leisure centre had dealt with complaints about their facilities from people who demonstrated suspiciously detailed knowledge of their operations. Each business had been targeted using information that corresponded to the intelligence I'd gathered during my review visits. My reports had been weaponized to facilitate harassment campaigns designed to damage or destroy these small independent businesses. But it was the bookshop owner's situation that really disturbed me. Shortly after my visit, she'd been subjected to a renewed harassment campaign that demonstrated intimate knowledge of her daily routines and security arrangements. Information that could only have come from the detailed operational assessment I'd provided. The harassment had escalated to break-in attempts and vandalism that targeted specific vulnerabilities I'd identified in my report. Someone had used my intelligence gathering to plan systematic attacks on a woman whose only crime was selling books that some people found objectionable. I realized I'd been part of a distributed operation that used unwitting civilians to gather intelligence for criminal harassment campaigns. People like me, desperate for additional income, were being recruited to conduct reconnaissance on behalf of organized groups who targeted businesses for ideological or personal reasons. The review assignments weren't random. They were carefully selected based on criteria that identified businesses vulnerable to harassment: independent bookshops, ethnic restaurants, venues associated with particular political or social causes, all places where the owners might be isolated and vulnerable to sustained intimidation. I started monitoring the hidden websites where these harassment campaigns were coordinated, trying to understand the scope of the operation I'd been part of. What I found was a systematic approach to identifying and targeting small businesses across the country. The intelligence I'd been gathering was being combined with information from other sources to create comprehensive targeting packages. These included detailed operational assessments, staff schedules, security vulnerabilities, even personal information about business owners and their families. Some of the harassment campaigns were designed to drive businesses into bankruptcy through coordinated negative reviews and customer intimidation. Others aimed to force business owners to relocate by making their working environment too dangerous or stressful to continue operating. A few campaigns had escalated to serious criminal activity, including arson attacks and physical assaults that used intelligence gathered by people like me to identify the most effective targets and timing. I found discussion threads where people shared techniques for recruiting unwitting intelligence gatherers, advice on creating convincing front operations, even guides for exploiting people's financial desperation to make them complicit in criminal activities. The review company I'd worked for was just one of dozens of similar operations, all designed to gather intelligence about vulnerable businesses and their owners. They'd created an industrial-scale reconnaissance system that enabled harassment campaigns across the country. I tried reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but explaining the technical aspects of hidden internet operations proved more complicated than I'd expected. The investigating officer seemed overwhelmed by the scope of what I was describing and uncertain about how to proceed with investigating crimes that operated through channels they didn't understand. They took a statement and promised to investigate, but I got the impression this was beyond their usual expertise. Cybercrime involving hidden networks wasn't something local police were equipped to handle effectively. That's when I started noticing signs that I was being monitored. People photographing me from across the street, cars following me between errands, even evidence that someone had been through my flat while I was at work. I found my own details posted on one of the harassment websites I'd been monitoring, along with speculation about what I might have discovered during my time as an intelligence gatherer. They'd identified me as a potential security threat and were treating me the same way they treated their business targets. The final straw came when I received a package at my flat containing photographs of me conducting review visits at various businesses. Not just casual surveillance shots, but detailed documentation of my intelligence gathering activities over several months. Someone had been monitoring my work from the beginning, documenting my visits and probably assessing whether I was becoming suspicious about the real purpose of my assignments. The package was both a demonstration of their surveillance capabilities and a warning about what might happen if I caused them any trouble. I realized I was now in the same position as the business owners I'd helped target. My privacy had been violated, my safety had been compromised, and I was being systematically intimidated by people who treated harassment as a collaborative hobby. That's when I decided to leave Reading and move in with my mum temporarily. I couldn't afford to maintain 2 addresses, but I also couldn't stay in a place where I was being actively surveilled by people who'd already demonstrated their willingness to escalate harassment into serious criminal activity. I keep thinking about that bookshop owner in Oxford and all the other business owners whose lives I helped to make miserable without understanding the consequences of my actions. They're probably still dealing with harassment campaigns that use intelligence I provided, still living in fear because someone decided their businesses were worth destroying. The review websites are probably still active, still recruiting desperate people to conduct intelligence gathering, disguised as legitimate business assessment. The harassment campaigns are probably still ongoing, targeting new businesses and destroying more lives. Sometimes I wonder how many other people like me are out there, conducting reconnaissance for criminal operations without understanding what they're really doing. How many of us have been recruited through our financial desperation to become unwitting accomplices in systematic harassment campaigns? The most frightening thing is how professional the whole operation was. They understood exactly how to exploit people in precarious financial situations, how to make criminal intelligence gathering seem like legitimate work, and how to insulate themselves from consequences by using disposable front operations. I suppose I'm telling you this because I need someone to know how these harassment networks operate, how they recruit ordinary people to do their dirty work, and how they're systematically destroying small businesses across the country. If something happens to me, at least there'll be some record of what I discovered. But mostly, I just feel guilty about what I contributed to, without understanding the consequences. All those business owners who trusted me when I walked into their premises, who answered my questions and showed me around their operations, never knowing I was gathering intelligence for people who wanted to destroy their livelihoods. I can't undo the damage I helped cause, but I can at least warn other people about how easy it is to get drawn into these operations, how financial desperation can be exploited to make ordinary people complicit in extraordinary cruelty. And I can hope that someone with more resources and authority will eventually take action against these networks before they destroy more lives, before they perfect their methods even further, before they turn harassment into an even more efficient and systematic enterprise than it already is. I should probably admit something right from the start. I agreed to help my brother because I wanted to feel useful again. That's the pathetic truth of it. 3 months unemployed after the bakery closed down, sitting around my flat feeling sorry for myself. And when Danny called asking for computer help, I jumped at the chance to do something that mattered. I told myself I was being a good sister, helping family when they needed it most. But really, I was just desperate to feel competent at something again. That desperation has cost me my peace of mind, my sense of security, and probably a lot more besides. I'm writing this from a Premier Inn in Birmingham, having left my flat in the middle of the night with nothing but a rucksack and my savings, because I finally understand what I helped my brother access, what I made possible, and I'm terrified of what might happen now that I know too much. Danny had always been the clever one in the family, the one who understood technology and business, while I learned to knead dough and operate industrial ovens. But cleverness can be dangerous when it leads you into places you don't belong, and my brother had always been too curious for his own good. He called me on a Tuesday evening in October, sounding more stressed than I'd heard him in years. He'd been working on what he called a freelance research project, something that required accessing websites that weren't available through normal internet searches. He'd managed to set up the necessary software, but was having trouble navigating the technical requirements. The job paid well, he explained, and he desperately needed the income. His marketing consultancy had been struggling since the recession, and this research work was keeping him afloat financially. All he needed was someone to help him understand how to access specific websites and download certain files. I should have asked more questions about what kind of research required such unusual internet access. Should have wondered why legitimate work would need to be conducted through hidden websites that most people didn't even know existed. But Danny sounded so desperate, and I was flattered that he thought I could help with something technical. The next evening, I went round to his house in Kenilworth to see what he was struggling with. He'd already installed the necessary software but was having trouble understanding how to use it effectively. The interface was confusing, nothing like the normal web browsers we were used to. It took me most of the evening to work out the basics, but eventually we managed to access the hidden websites Danny needed for his research. The whole system seemed needlessly complicated, but I assumed that was just how these privacy tools worked. The websites themselves looked basic compared to normal internet sites. Simple layouts, minimal graphics, mostly text-based content. Danny explained that his research involved gathering information from discussion groups and databases that weren't indexed by search engines. Over the following weeks, I helped him navigate these sites whenever he got stuck with technical problems. It became a regular arrangement. He'd call when he needed assistance, and I'd come over to help him access specific pages or download particular files. I was curious about the research itself, but Danny was vague about the details. He said his client valued discretion, and he couldn't discuss the specific subject matter. Something to do with market research and consumer behavior, he claimed, though the websites we were accessing didn't look like they contained commercial information. The first sign something wasn't right was when I noticed the types of files Danny was downloading. They weren't research documents or market reports, but photographs and personal information about specific individuals. When I asked about this, he explained that his client was investigating potential employees and needed comprehensive background checks. That seemed plausible enough, though I was surprised by the level of personal detail being gathered. The files contained information about people's daily routines, family relationships, even financial circumstances, more detailed than any legitimate employment background check would require. But I was enjoying the regular visits to Danny's house and the feeling that I was helping with important work. After months of unemployment, it was gratifying to feel needed and competent at something, even if I didn't fully understand what we were accomplishing. The research requests became more specific over time. Instead of general background information, Danny's client began asking for details about particular individuals' vulnerabilities, their fears, their secrets, their potential pressure points. When I questioned the appropriateness of gathering such personal information, Danny assured me it was all legal and above board. He showed me the client communications, which seemed professional enough. The requests were always couched in business language about risk assessment and due diligence. But reading between the lines, it was clear that someone was building detailed psychological profiles of people who had no idea they were being investigated. I should have refused to continue helping at that point. Should have recognized that legitimate research doesn't require such invasive intelligence gathering about private individuals. But Danny was paying me a small fee for my technical assistance, and I needed the money more than I cared to admit. The breakthrough came when I recognized one of the research targets. It was Sarah, a woman who worked at the coffee shop near my flat. I knew her fairly well from regular visits over the past 2 years. She was friendly, hard-working, and studying part-time to become a teacher. The file Danny was compiling about Sarah contained frighteningly personal information. Details about her work schedule, her college timetable, even her route home from the bus stop. Someone had been systematically observing her daily routine and documenting her movements with methodical precision. But it was the psychological profile that really disturbed me. The file included assessments of Sarah's personality traits, her emotional vulnerabilities, even speculation about her romantic relationships and family dynamics. This wasn't employment background checking. It was preparation for something much more sinister. When I confronted Danny about what we were really doing, he became defensive and evasive. He insisted that the research was legitimate, that his client had valid reasons for gathering such detailed information, but he couldn't explain why a simple background check would require knowledge of someone's daily fears and emotional weaknesses. I threatened to stop helping unless he told me the truth about what the research was being used for. That's when he finally admitted that his client wasn't conducting employment screening. They were providing intelligence services to people who wanted detailed information about specific individuals for unstated purposes. Danny claimed he didn't know what the client ultimately did with the research, but it was obvious he suspected the information was being used for harassment or stalking. He justified his involvement by saying he was just gathering publicly available information, that he wasn't responsible for how it was used. But I knew that wasn't true. The information in these files could only have been obtained through systematic surveillance and investigation. Someone was paying Danny to facilitate stalking campaigns, and I'd been helping him do it without understanding the consequences. I demanded that he stop accepting these research requests and delete all the files we'd compiled. Danny refused, claiming he couldn't afford to lose the income and that someone else would do the work if he didn't. He tried to minimize my concerns by suggesting that information gathering wasn't inherently harmful. That's when I realized my brother had become someone I didn't recognize. The financial pressure had compromised his moral judgment, and he was willing to facilitate serious crimes against innocent people rather than face economic hardship. I stopped helping him and tried to put the whole experience behind me, but I couldn't stop thinking about Sarah and the other people whose lives we documented in such invasive detail. I started paying closer attention to her behavior when I visited the coffee shop, looking for signs that she was being harassed or followed. It didn't take long to notice changes. Sarah seemed more nervous than usual, constantly checking over her shoulder and jumping at unexpected sounds. She'd started varying her route home from work and seemed reluctant to stay late for closing duties. Someone was clearly making her feel unsafe. I considered warning her about the research file. But how do you tell someone that your brother has been paid to compile a stalking manual about their daily life? How do you explain your own complicity in gathering the intelligence that was now being used to terrorize them? Instead, I decided to investigate who Danny's client actually was and what they were doing with the information we'd provided. I used the same hidden websites we'd been accessing for research, following the digital trail back to see where the requests were originating. What I discovered was a marketplace where people could commission detailed surveillance reports about anyone they chose. The clients weren't employers or private investigators. they were stalkers, harassers, and worse. People who wanted to terrorize specific individuals but needed intelligence about their targets' routines and vulnerabilities. The research Danny had been conducting was being sold to the highest bidder, with no screening of the buyers or oversight of how the information was used. We'd been feeding intelligence into a system that facilitated serious crimes against vulnerable people. Some of the completed research files had been used for elaborate stalking campaigns that had driven victims from their homes and jobs. Others had enabled harassment so severe that several targets had required police protection. A few had even been connected to physical assaults, where the attackers had used detailed intelligence about their victims' routines and psychology. I tried contacting Danny to explain what I'd discovered, but he refused to discuss it further. He claimed he was just providing a service that was in demand, that he wasn't responsible for criminal misuse of information. When I threatened to report his activities to the police, he reminded me that I'd been complicit in gathering much of the intelligence myself. That's when I understood the trap I'd fallen into. My desire to feel useful had made me an accessory to systematic stalking and harassment. I couldn't expose Danny's activities without implicating myself, and I couldn't protect his victims without admitting my own role in facilitating their persecution. I started monitoring the hidden websites regularly, looking for signs that the research targets were being harmed. Found several news reports that seemed connected to intelligence we'd gathered. Break-ins at addresses we'd surveilled, harassment campaigns against people whose psychological profiles we'd compiled, even a few cases where victims had been approached by strangers who demonstrated intimate knowledge of their personal lives. Each report made me feel sicker about what I'd been part of. I'd thought I was helping my brother with legitimate research work, but I'd actually been enabling crimes against innocent people who had done nothing except catch the attention of someone willing to pay for detailed intelligence about their lives. The situation became personal when I found my own name on one of the research request lists. Someone had commissioned a detailed surveillance report about me, probably because they'd identified my connection to Danny's intelligence gathering operation. The request specified the same level of invasive investigation that we'd conducted on other targets: daily routine mapping, psychological profiling, vulnerability assessment. Someone wanted to know everything about my life, my habits, my weaknesses. I realized I was now in the same position as Sarah and the other people we'd researched. My privacy had been violated, my safety had been compromised, and there was nothing I could do about it through normal legal channels. That's when I decided to disappear, not permanently, but long enough to break the surveillance pattern and hopefully discourage whoever was interested in my activities. I withdrew my savings, packed essential belongings, and left Coventry without telling anyone where I was going. The irony isn't lost on me. I've become a victim of the same system I helped create. The intelligence gathering techniques I learned while helping Danny are now being used against me by people who see me as a security threat or a source of information. I keep thinking about Sarah and wondering if she's managed to escape whatever harassment campaign was planned against her. About all the other targets whose files we compiled, all the innocent people whose lives we documented for criminal purposes. The hidden websites are still active, still facilitating the trade in personal intelligence that makes modern stalking so effective. Danny is probably still accepting research requests, still gathering invasive information about people who don't know they're being watched. And I'm sitting in this anonymous hotel room, afraid to go home, afraid to contact friends or family, afraid to establish any routine that might make me predictable to whoever has commissioned intelligence gathering about my life. The most frightening thing is how easy it all was, how a few hours of technical assistance could facilitate systematic violations of privacy and safety. how the desire to feel useful could be manipulated into complicity with serious crimes. I suppose this is what happens when technology outpaces our understanding of its implications, when the tools that were designed to protect privacy get turned into weapons for destroying it, when the interconnected world we've created becomes a hunting ground where anyone can become prey. All I wanted was to help my brother and feel competent at something again. Instead, I've learned that good intentions can be weaponized, that family loyalty can be exploited, and that sometimes the most dangerous thing you can do is try to be helpful without understanding the full consequences of your assistance. Now I just have to hope that whoever is researching me will lose interest before they gather enough intelligence to make me genuinely vulnerable. And I have to live with knowing that my desire to feel useful has probably contributed to the suffering of people I'll never meet. People whose only crime was existing in a world where privacy has become a commodity to be bought and sold. The silence from the speakers made the stream harder to look away from, like watching something through glass that you knew you shouldn't be seeing, but couldn't quite stop yourself from observing. I was 18 and halfway through my A-levels when I got bored with fictional horror and started looking for something real. Not that the creepypasta forums I'd been frequenting were particularly scary. Most of the stories were obviously made up by teenagers trying to one-up each other with increasingly ridiculous scenarios involving supernatural entities and impossible situations. What I wanted was genuine fear, the sort that comes from knowing something terrible actually happened rather than just imagining it might. Real footage, authentic documentation, evidence of events that would make you lose sleep because they were part of the actual world, rather than someone's creative writing exercise. The transition from fictional horror to real content was gradual. Started with true crime forums, then moved to places where people shared footage from accidents and incidents that mainstream media wouldn't broadcast. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just material that was too graphic or disturbing for regular platforms. Each community led to recommendations for others, and the content kept escalating. Places where people discussed banned documentaries, leaked investigation footage, material that existed in legal grey areas. The sort of communities that felt like digital speakeasies, accessible if you knew where to look, but hidden from casual browsers. One forum I discovered was dedicated to what they called authentic extreme documentation. The participants approached it like academic research, verifying whether violent content was genuine or staged, discussing production techniques, and analyzing geographic indicators with more professionalism than you'd expect from random internet users. That's where I first encountered serious discussions about red rooms. The concept was straightforward. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web where viewers could watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most participants were skeptical, discussing the technical and legal barriers that would make such operations nearly impossible to maintain. But a few claimed to have encountered evidence suggesting red rooms might actually exist. Screenshots of streaming interfaces, recordings of what appeared to be live violence, documentation of hidden services that hosted such content. What made me pay attention was the level of detail in their discussions. These weren't teenagers making up stories about urban legends. They spoke about hosting infrastructure, content distribution, and audience management with expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than speculation. One participant, who went by Archive Seeker, claimed to have documented multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He was cautious about sharing evidence, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity, before providing access to his collection. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just seeking sensational material. After several weeks of conversation, Archive Seeker finally shared some files from his archive. The material was disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming. It could have been sophisticated fiction or genuine documentation of real events. What struck me as potentially authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment brands visible in shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with news reports. Archive Seeker explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations from existing viewers. Not something you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about finding authentic horror stories, not witnessing actual crimes. But curiosity got the better of me, especially since Archive Seeker assured me that observation didn't require participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a converted basement, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed a concrete-walled space with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and strapped to that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, with people making suggestions and placing bets on various outcomes. The casual way they discussed real violence was more disturbing than the violence itself. I watched for about an hour, using headphones so my parents wouldn't hear anything from my bedroom. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Just silence that made everything feel more immediate and real. Around 10 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed ordinarily, jeans, plain shirt, work boots. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. The figure moved around methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera equipment, checking various apparatus that wasn't fully visible in the main feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me lean closer to my laptop screen. The figure had moved to adjust one of the cameras, and for a moment I got a clearer view of the room's background. On the wall was a fire safety certificate, the sort of official documentation you see in commercial buildings to show they meet safety regulations. The certificate was issued by a company I recognized, a local fire safety firm that did inspections for businesses around Essex, where I lived. I'd seen their signs on various shops and offices in my town, including at the college where I was studying, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere relatively local to where I was sitting. I took screenshots of the certificate and researched the fire safety company online. They serviced commercial properties throughout Essex and East London, including warehouses, offices, and industrial units. Hundreds of potential locations where someone could set up streaming equipment without attracting attention. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the local connection, looking at commercial property listings, checking business directories, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The man from the stream bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Not just what had obviously happened to him, but the way he'd looked around that room with growing understanding of his situation. The moment when confusion had turned to genuine fear. I considered reporting what I'd seen to the police, but I knew how that would sound. Sixth form student claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing a fire safety certificate from a local company. Without more concrete evidence, they dismiss it as internet fantasy. Archive Seeker had mentioned that the operation I'd observed was part of a larger network with multiple locations and regular scheduling. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and focused on my A-level coursework instead, but the idea that this might be happening locally had made it feel more urgent and real than just another piece of extreme internet content. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This location was clearer in terms of identifying features, not just a basement, but what appeared to be a converted workshop or garage with distinctive elements that made it easier to place geographically. Most importantly, there was a window visible in the background that showed part of what appeared to be a residential street. Terraced houses with a particular architectural style, streetlights with distinctive lamp designs, road markings that suggested British rather than foreign location. The architectural style looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. Those house designs, the streetlight style, even the particular type of paving stones visible in the road. It all looked very much like areas of Essex I knew well. I spent hours comparing the glimpse of street visible through that window with online maps and street view images of my local area. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere within about 20 miles of where I lived. The realization that Red Rooms might be operating locally, rather than in some distant country, made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. These weren't abstract criminals in foreign locations. They were people who might live in my area, shop in the same places, use the same roads. I started paying more attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. But without knowing exactly when people had been taken or having clear physical descriptions, it was impossible to make definitive connections. What I did find was several reports of people who disappeared without trace over the past year. Not enough to establish any pattern, but more than you'd normally expect in a relatively small geographic area. One case particularly caught my attention. A man in his 30s been reported missing about 2 months earlier, after failing to return from what should have been a routine evening out. The physical description matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the archived streams Archive Seeker had shared. The missing person report included a photograph that looked very similar to one of the victims, though the poor video quality made it impossible to be completely certain. But the age, build, and general appearance were consistent enough to be disturbing. I researched the circumstances of his disappearance more thoroughly. He'd left home around 7 p.m. to meet friends at a pub in town, but had never arrived. His car was found the next morning in a supermarket car park about 5 miles away, with no signs of struggle or obvious explanation for why he'd abandoned it there. The location where his car was discovered was interesting because it was near an industrial estate with several empty units that had been vacant for months. The sort of place where someone could operate without being noticed by neighbors or regular foot traffic. I decided to visit the industrial estate, using college work as an excuse to take the bus in that direction. Most of the units were legitimate businesses, small manufacturing, logistics companies, vehicle repair shops, but several were clearly empty, with to-let signs and boarded windows. One unit particularly caught my attention because it had been vacant longer than the others, according to the estate agent's signage, but showed signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks in the car park, windows that had been covered from inside rather than just boarded up, electrical connections that suggested power was still connected despite the property being officially empty. From the road, everything looked normal. Just another vacant commercial unit waiting for new tenants. But knowing what I potentially knew about local Red Room operations made it feel sinister in a way that was difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next week, varying my route and timing to avoid appearing suspicious. Most of the time there was no obvious activity, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles parked outside that weren't there regularly. One evening, I saw light coming from inside the unit, despite it being officially vacant. Not normal commercial lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming or streaming. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where some of the streams were being broadcast. I should have contacted the authorities immediately, should have reported my suspicions and let them investigate whether criminal activity was taking place at that address. But I was worried about how my story would sound and whether anyone would take a sixth form student seriously. More importantly, I was concerned about what might happen if the people operating the Red Room discovered that someone had identified their location. They demonstrated willingness to commit serious violence for entertainment. What would they do to protect their operation from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports, document activity at the property, record when lights were visible, note which vehicles visited and when, build a case that would be convincing enough for police to take seriously. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I noticed something that changed my approach entirely. One of the regular visitors to the vacant unit was someone I recognized from college. Not a student, but one of the part-time maintenance staff who worked around the buildings and grounds. Someone who had access to areas students didn't normally go, who could move around without attracting attention, who would know which parts of the college were empty at different times. Someone who would have seen me around campus regularly and could easily find out my personal details from college records. The realization that someone from my own college might be involved in Red Room operations made me reconsider everything I thought I knew about the situation. This wasn't just about finding evidence of criminal activity. It was about discovering that someone from my daily environment was potentially involved in torture and murder. I stopped visiting the industrial estate after that realization. If the maintenance worker was involved and had noticed my interest in the vacant unit, then I'd potentially identified myself as someone who knew too much about their activities. The next day at college, I found myself paying attention to the maintenance staff in ways I never had before. watching how they moved around the building, which areas they accessed, whether they showed any unusual interest in particular students or staff members. The worker I'd recognized seemed to be watching me too. Not obviously, but I caught him looking in my direction more often than felt normal, and he seemed to be working in areas near my usual routes, between classes more frequently than before. That evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Inside was a single piece of paper with a printed message that made my hands shake as I read it. Curiosity can be dangerous. No signature, no return address, nothing that would identify who had sent it. But the timing and content made it clear that someone knew about my interest in red rooms and wanted me to stop investigating. I threw the note away and tried to convince myself it was just coincidence or someone playing a prank, but I couldn't stop thinking about how they'd obtained my home address and managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every glance from the maintenance worker at college felt threatening. Every unexpected sound at home made me check the windows and doors, but nothing obvious happened. No more notes, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. I stopped participating in the extreme content forums and tried to focus on my A-level coursework instead. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd discovered, or the fear that I'd gotten too close to something dangerous. The maintenance worker left the college about 2 weeks later. According to the staff I asked, he'd found better employment elsewhere and given standard notice. Nothing suspicious about the circumstances, just normal staff turnover. But I noticed that the lights stopped appearing in the vacant industrial unit around the same time. I never reported what I'd discovered to the police. The evidence was too circumstantial and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on preparing for university. But I still think about that first stream and the silence that had made it impossible to look away. How the lack of audio had somehow made everything feel more real and immediate than if there had been sound. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in vacant commercial units and empty buildings across the country, operated by people who work ordinary jobs and live ordinary lives when they're not broadcasting real violence to paying audiences. Silence from the speakers made the stream harder to look away from, but sometimes the most disturbing thing about extreme content isn't what you can see and hear. It's realizing how close it might be to your own everyday world. I've been sitting on this experience for nearly 8 months now. I haven't told anyone about it. Not my friends, not my family. Definitely not any professional who might be obligated to report it. But it's eating me up inside. So maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. Maybe someone else has gone through something similar and can tell me it gets better. I don't know. I'm a software developer living in Bristol. Pretty ordinary bloke. Studied computer science at university. Worked a few jobs in London before moving back to my hometown for a better quality of life. I've always been the cautious type when it comes to technology, using different passwords, keeping my antivirus updated, that sort of thing. Ironic, really, considering what happened. It started when I was cleaning out some old accounts. I'd been reading about data breaches and decided it was time to close down any dormant accounts I wasn't using anymore. I made a list of old email addresses, social media profiles, and forum registrations I'd abandoned over the years. Most of these dated back to university or even earlier. accounts I'd created in my teens and eventually outgrown. One of these was an old Hotmail address I'd used primarily during my first year at uni, around 2008. I hadn't logged into it for at least a decade, and I was surprised it even still existed. I expected it would be deactivated for inactivity, but when I entered what I thought might have been the password, it actually logged me in. The interface had changed completely since I'd last seen it, but there was my inbox, filled with ancient newsletters, spam, and forgotten conversations with people I no longer spoke to. Out of curiosity, I started scrolling through some of the old emails. Most were mundane: assignment discussions with classmates, sign-up confirmations for websites that probably no longer existed, promotional emails from companies I'd forgotten about, nostalgic, but nothing particularly interesting. I was about to log out and submit the account for deletion when I noticed something odd. There was a new email at the very top of the inbox, received just 3 days earlier. The subject line was simply a string of numbers and letters that looked like some kind of code or identifier. The sender's address was equally cryptic, just another alphanumeric string, followed by a domain I didn't recognize. My first thought was that it was probably just sophisticated spam that had somehow made it through the filters. Still, it seemed strange that a decade-dormant email account would suddenly receive something like this. Against my better judgment, I clicked on it. The body of the email was brief, just a single line of text saying they were next unless I watched, followed by what appeared to be a link to a website with a .onion domain. Below that was a countdown timer, actively ticking away, showing just under 18 hours remaining. I knew enough about technology to recognize that .onion domains were part of the dark web, accessible only through specialized browsers like Tor. I'd never actually been on the dark web myself, though I'd heard plenty about it. Illegal marketplaces, hacking forums, and worse things that most people preferred not to think about. My first instinct was to ignore it and continue with deleting the account. It was probably just some bizarre phishing attempt targeting old, potentially compromised email addresses. But something about the countdown timer bothered me. It wasn't a static image or generic animation. It was actively synced to real time, ticking down second by second. That level of sophistication seemed unusual for random spam. Out of professional curiosity, more than anything else, I decided to do a bit of research. I didn't click the link, but I did search for information about similar emails or scams involving countdown timers and .onion domains. Most of what I found was fairly innocuous. Discussions about phishing techniques, warnings about dark web scams, that sort of thing. Then I came across a thread on a cybersecurity forum where someone described receiving an almost identical email. They had clicked the link and been taken to what they described as a red room, a live stream showing someone being held captive. According to their post, the stream ended abruptly when the countdown reached 0, and they received another email shortly after with a new link and a new countdown. I told myself it had to be an urban legend. Red rooms were widely considered to be myths, the stuff of creepypastas and internet horror stories, rather than actual dark web content. The technological infrastructure required to stream high-quality video through Tor would be impractical, and the risks for anyone operating such a site would be enormous. Still, the similarity to what I'd received was unsettling. I closed the forum and went back to the email, staring at that countdown timer as it continued its relentless progression. 17 hours and 26 minutes remaining. What if it wasn't a myth? What if there really was someone on the other end of that link whose fate somehow depended on people watching? I tried to rationalize it. Even if such things did exist, how would my viewing or not viewing affect anything? The idea that someone's life could depend on whether random recipients of a strange email clicked a link was absurd. It had to be a sick psychological game at best. a scam to drive traffic to malware-infected sites at worst. I closed the email and tried to forget about it, went about my day as normal, worked on some freelance projects, went to the gym, met a friend for drinks. But throughout it all, that countdown kept nagging at the back of my mind. By the time I got home that evening, I found myself logging back into the old email account. The timer now showed 9 hours and 12 minutes. I don't know exactly what made me download the Tor browser that night. Curiosity, concern, some misguided sense of responsibility. Whatever it was, I found myself following online guides to set it up securely, telling myself I was just being thorough in my investigation before dismissing the whole thing. With about 8 hours left on the countdown, I clicked the link. I expected it to lead nowhere, or perhaps to some crude scam site asking for Bitcoin. Instead, it took me to a minimalist page with another countdown timer matching the one in the email, and beneath it, a video player that wasn't yet active. A message indicated that the stream would begin when the countdown reached 0. There was also a viewer counter showing 41 people currently on the page. That detail made it feel more real somehow. Not just a personalized scam targeting me, but something multiple people were experiencing simultaneously. I closed the browser immediately, feeling a wave of unease wash over me. I tried to sleep, but couldn't stop thinking about what might happen when that timer reached 0. Would nothing happen, confirming it was just an elaborate hoax? Or would something unspeakable begin? Something I could perhaps have prevented by watching, as the email had implied. At around 3 a.m., with roughly 3 hours left on the countdown, I made the decision that still haunts me. I reopened Tor, clicked the link again, and waited. The viewer count had risen to 126. I left the tab open and tried to distract myself with work, checking back periodically as the minutes ticked away. When the timer finally reached 0, the video player activated automatically. The footage was grainy but clear enough to see a person bound to a chair in what looked like a basement or cellar. Their face was partially obscured by a hood, but I could tell they were conscious, struggling against their restraints. A figure moved in the background, just out of frame, only occasionally visible as a shadow or partial silhouette. For several minutes, nothing happened beyond the captive's continued struggles. Then text appeared at the bottom of the screen, stating that the required viewer threshold had been met and the session would proceed. Another message followed, thanking everyone for their participation and explaining that without sufficient witnesses, there would be no purpose to the demonstration. What happened next is something I've tried desperately to forget. The shadowy figure moved into frame, carrying what looked like ordinary workshop tools. The violence began slowly, methodically, with an almost clinical detachment. There was no dramatic monologue, no explanation or justification, just systematic escalating brutality. I wanted to close the browser, to pretend I'd never seen any of it, but a notification had appeared on screen, warning that any viewer who disconnected before the conclusion would automatically be added to the next session's notification list, with their own personal contacts as potential subjects. So I watched. For 47 minutes, I watched. When it finally ended, the stream didn't immediately disconnect. Instead, a message appeared thanking viewers for their compliance and promising another session in the near future. Then the browser tab closed itself automatically. I was physically sick afterward, vomiting until there was nothing left but bile and self-disgust. I spent the rest of the night in a state of panic, alternating between convinced I needed to go to the police and terrified of the consequences if I did. What if they thought I was somehow involved? What if reporting it put me on the radar of whoever was behind it? By morning, I'd convinced myself that it must have been an extremely realistic horror simulation, some underground shock site using excellent special effects to create the illusion of actual violence. The alternative was too horrific to contemplate. For a week, I checked the old email obsessively, both dreading and expecting another message with another countdown. None came, and I began to breathe easier. Perhaps it really had been a one-time thing, a bizarre digital experience that I could eventually file away as an unsettling memory. Then exactly 1 month later, I received a new email in my current, active email address, the one I use for work and everyday life. The subject line was the same string of numbers and letters from before. The body contained a new link, a new countdown set for exactly 24 hours, and an additional message informing me that my previous participation had been noted and that continued compliance was expected. Below that was a list of names and email addresses belonging to people I knew, colleagues, friends, family members. At the bottom was a simple instruction: choose one recipient for the next viewing invitation, or all would receive it automatically when the countdown expired. I've been caught in this cycle for 7 months now. Each time, I tell myself it will be the last. Each time, I'm given another impossible choice. I've tried using burner emails, VPNs, different devices. Nothing helps. They always find me. The only small mercy is that I've been able to select people I don't know personally from random email databases as the next recipients, though I'm consumed by guilt at the thought of passing this burden to strangers. I don't know who's behind it or what their purpose is. Is it some kind of psychological experiment, a depraved form of entertainment, an elaborate blackmail scheme waiting to be activated? All I know is that I've become an unwilling accomplice to something unspeakable with no clear way out. Sometimes I wonder if there's a pattern to who gets selected as victims in these streams, if there's some connection I'm missing that could help me break free of this nightmare, or if I'm just one link in a vast chain of trapped viewers, all of us silently watching horrors we can never speak of, all to protect ourselves and those we care about. If you ever receive an email with a countdown timer and an onion link, don't open it. Don't click anything. Delete the account entirely if you can. I don't know if that would have saved me, but I wish more than anything that I could go back to that day and close that old email account without ever opening that message. The most terrifying part isn't just what I've been forced to witness. It's knowing that somewhere out there, someone is watching me too, monitoring my compliance, perhaps even considering me for a future role beyond mere witness. Every email I receive now fills me with dread. Every countdown makes me wonder, when will it be my turn on the other side of the camera? The strangest part is that I was invited, not by someone I knew, obviously. The message just appeared in my university email one morning, buried between assignment reminders and spam about student loans. The subject line was blank, and the sender was just a string of random letters and numbers that looked like someone had mashed their keyboard. I almost deleted it without opening it. Would have, probably, if I hadn't been procrastinating on my dissertation about media psychology. Instead, I clicked it while eating cereal and half watching morning television. The email contained a single line of text and what looked like a web address, though not one I recognized. The text was simple enough. You've been selected for exclusive access. Interest in human behavior noted. That last bit made me pause. My dissertation was about online behavior and digital voyeurism, something I'd been researching for months. I'd written papers on it, posted about it in academic forums, even given a presentation to my media studies class. Someone had clearly been paying attention to my work. I'm not stupid. I knew this was probably some sort of scam or phishing attempt, but the timing was too coincidental to ignore, and curiosity has always been my weakness. I copied the address and decided to investigate. The link didn't work in my normal browser. After some trial and error, I realized I needed different software to access it. It took me most of the afternoon to figure out the technical side, but eventually I found myself staring at a basic web page with a dark background and minimal text. "Welcome," it said. "Your academic interest in observational behavior has been noted. Please confirm your identity to proceed." Below that was a form asking for basic details. Nothing too personal, just my name, age, and location. I hesitated for a long moment before filling it out. After all, if this was related to my research, it might actually be useful for my dissertation. The next page was more interesting. It explained that I was being granted access to what it called live behavioral studies, real-time observations of human subjects in various scenarios. The text was clinical and academic in tone, describing these as opportunities to witness genuine human reactions under stress. It sounded like exactly the sort of thing that would be invaluable for my research, assuming it was legitimate. The page also mentioned that access was limited and that sessions were scheduled at specific times. A timetable showed several slots over the coming week, each lasting about an hour. I bookmarked the page and spent the next day thinking about it. On one hand, it could be a genuine research opportunity. On the other, it could be anything from a student prank to something more sinister. But my dissertation deadline was approaching, and I needed fresh material. The first session was scheduled for that Thursday evening. I logged in about 10 minutes early, not sure what to expect. The page had changed to show a simple black screen with a timer counting down from 5 minutes. Below that was a text box where I could apparently type messages, though I wasn't sure who would see them. When the timer reached 0, the black screen was replaced by what looked like a live video feed. The image quality wasn't great, and the lighting was dim, but I could make out what appeared to be a small room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, currently empty. Other viewers had apparently joined the session. Messages began appearing in the text box, short comments and observations that suggested people were treating this as some sort of academic exercise. Someone mentioned psychological stress responses. Another person referenced behavioral studies they'd read about. Then someone entered the room on screen. They were wearing ordinary clothes and moved hesitantly, looking around as if unsure where they were supposed to be. When they sat in the chair, I could see they appeared uncomfortable, shifting frequently and glancing toward what I assumed was a camera. The messages from other viewers became more analytical. Comments about body language, stress indicators, fight or flight responses. It felt like watching a psychology experiment, though I couldn't understand what the actual study was supposed to measure. After about 20 minutes, another person entered the frame. This individual moved with more purpose, carrying what looked like a clipboard or notepad. They began asking questions that I couldn't hear, but the seated person's reactions were visible enough. Increasing agitation, attempts to get up from the chair, obvious distress. The academic tone of the viewer comments started to shift. People were noting the ethical implications of the study, questioning the consent processes, wondering about the institutional review board approval. I found myself typing similar concerns. But then something changed in the room. The person with the clipboard set it aside and picked up something else. Even through the poor video quality, I could see the seated individual's reaction was immediate and intense. Pure terror. The viewer messages became more urgent. People were demanding to know what institution was running this study, what the protocols were, whether there were safety measures in place. But no one seemed to be responding to our concerns. I watched for another 10 minutes before I couldn't take it anymore. Whatever this was, it wasn't a legitimate academic study. I closed the browser and tried to convince myself that what I'd seen had been some sort of performance art or elaborate role-play scenario. But I couldn't stop thinking about the fear in that person's eyes. I didn't log in again for several days. Instead, I tried to focus on my dissertation, using more conventional research sources and avoiding the strange website entirely. But the images from that session kept creeping back into my thoughts, and I found myself wondering what had happened after I'd logged off. The next scheduled session was the following Tuesday. Despite my better judgment, I found myself logging in again, telling myself I needed to understand what I'd witnessed before I could put it behind me. This time, the room was different, larger, with better lighting, and what looked like medical equipment visible in the background. The setup felt more professional, more organized. The viewer count was higher too. Apparently, word was spreading about these sessions. The subject who entered this room was clearly distressed from the moment they appeared on screen. They were looking around frantically, trying door handles that didn't seem to open, calling out to someone I couldn't see. The academic comments from viewers had disappeared entirely, replaced by expressions of shock and demands for explanation. That's when I realized what I was actually watching. These weren't psychology experiments or behavioral studies. These were something else entirely. Something that had been disguised as academic research to attract viewers like me. People whose legitimate interest in human behavior could be exploited. I should have left immediately. Should have closed my laptop and reported what I'd seen to the police. But instead, I found myself transfixed by the horror of it all. The realization that I'd been deliberately targeted, specifically chosen because of my academic interests, made it feel personal in a way that was hard to ignore. The person running these sessions had studied my work, identified me as someone who might be interested in observing human behavior, and then systematically drawn me in with appeals to my academic curiosity. I'd been manipulated, and the manipulation had worked perfectly. Over the following weeks, I continued logging into the sessions, not because I wanted to see what happened. The content was disturbing enough that I often found myself looking away from the screen, but because I needed to understand the scope of what I'd stumbled into. Each session featured a different room, a different setup, different individuals, but the pattern was always the same. Someone would be brought into the space, clearly against their will, and then subjected to experiences that became progressively more disturbing. The viewer base seemed to be growing steadily. Comments suggested that people were sharing access with others, spreading the links through various channels. But what struck me most was how many viewers seemed to have been recruited the same way I had, through appeals to academic or professional interests. There were psychology students like myself, but also medical students, sociology researchers, and people working in law enforcement or social services. All of us had been identified as individuals whose legitimate professional interests could be used to justify initial access. It was a brilliant recruitment strategy, really. Rather than trying to find people who were actively seeking out disturbing content, they targeted those of us who might have valid reasons for wanting to observe human behavior under stress. Our professional credentials gave us cover, even to ourselves. I started keeping notes about the sessions, documenting what I observed and trying to identify patterns. I told myself this was evidence gathering, that I was building a case to present to the authorities. But really, I think I was just trying to make sense of my own complicity. Because that's what it was, ultimately, complicity. Every time I logged in, every minute I spent watching, I was participating in something terrible. The fact that I'd been manipulated into it didn't change the reality of my involvement. The sessions began to feel routine after a while. I'd recognize certain rooms that appeared repeatedly, suggesting these weren't one-off events, but part of some ongoing operation. The timing seemed coordinated too. Sessions in different rooms would start at staggered intervals, allowing viewers to move between them. But what disturbed me most was how normal it all started to feel. The initial shock wore off, replaced by a kind of numb fascination. I'd find myself critiquing the camera angles or noting technical details rather than focusing on what was actually happening to the people on screen. That normalization was perhaps the most frightening aspect of the whole experience. How quickly something horrific could become just another part of my routine. How easily I could compartmentalize it, separating my normal life from these evening sessions where I'd watch unspeakable things unfold. About 6 weeks after that first session, something changed. I logged in as usual, but instead of the familiar room selection screen, I was greeted by a different message. "Thank you for your participation in our observational study," it read. "Your engagement has been noted and appreciated. You have been selected for advanced access privileges." Below that was a new set of options I hadn't seen before. Different types of sessions, different levels of access, different ways to participate. The language was still clinical and academic, but the implications were clear enough. I was being offered the chance to move from passive observer to active participant. The message explained that my consistent attendance and demonstrated interest qualified me for what they called collaborative sessions. Events where viewers could provide input and direction, rather than simply observing. The language made it sound like a natural progression, the next step in an ongoing research project. But I knew better by then. This wasn't about research or academic study. This was about gradually drawing people deeper into something terrible, using their initial curiosity as a hook to secure their continued involvement. The truly disturbing part was how tempting the offer was. After weeks of watching passively, the idea of having some control over what happened was oddly appealing. Not because I wanted to cause harm, but because the powerlessness of being just an observer had become its own form of torture. I stared at that message for nearly an hour before closing the browser without responding. But I kept thinking about it over the following days. The progression they were offering felt inevitable, like a path I'd been on since that first invitation email. That's when I finally understood the full scope of what I'd encountered. This wasn't just about providing content for people who were already predisposed to watch it. It was about creating those people, gradually converting ordinary individuals into active participants through careful manipulation and escalation. They'd identified me as someone with legitimate academic interests, drawn me in with appeals to those interests, normalized my participation through repeated exposure, and then offered me a path to deeper involvement. Each step had felt logical and justifiable at the time. How many others had received similar invitations? How many had progressed further down this path than I had? And how many people who ended up in those rooms had started as viewers, gradually drawn into participation through the same process I'd experienced? I deleted all the bookmarks and access software from my computer that night, tried to put the whole experience behind me and focus on finishing my dissertation through conventional research methods. But the questions wouldn't leave me alone. 3 months later, I received another email. Different sender, different format, but the same basic message. I'd been selected for access to exclusive content based on my demonstrated interest in human behavior. This time, they were offering access to what they called historical archives, recordings of previous sessions that I could review at my own pace. I deleted the email immediately, but the fact that it had found me again, despite my efforts to distance myself from the whole thing, was deeply unsettling. Somehow, My participation in those sessions had marked me permanently. I was now part of their recruitment database. Someone to be contacted periodically with new opportunities for involvement. That was nearly a year ago now. I've received 4 more emails since then, each offering different types of access, different levels of participation. The language has evolved slightly each time, becoming more sophisticated in its appeals to my academic interests. I've deleted them all without opening the links, but I'll admit that the temptation is still there. The curiosity that got me involved in the first place hasn't disappeared, and part of me wonders what I might have missed by stepping away. That's the most frightening realization of all. Not that such things exist, or that people participate in them, but how easily I could have become one of those participants. How the right combination of manipulation and escalation could turn someone like me, someone who considers themselves ethical and rational, into an active collaborator in something terrible. The dissertation I eventually submitted focused on digital manipulation and the psychology of online recruitment. I got a first-class mark and several offers for postgraduate study, but I declined them all. The idea of pursuing further research into human behavior no longer appeals to me the way it once did, because I know now how that interest can be used against you, how academic curiosity can become a vulnerability, exploited by people who understand exactly how to identify and target individuals like me. The emails still come occasionally, usually around the time of academic deadlines or conference seasons, when students and researchers might be most desperate for new material. The timing is never coincidental. I wonder sometimes about the other people who were in those viewer sessions with me, whether they received similar follow-up invitations, whether any of them accepted the offers for increased participation, whether some of the people I saw in later sessions had started as viewers themselves. The thought keeps me awake some nights. The possibility that I witnessed people who had started exactly where I did, drawn in by the same appeals to academic interest, gradually manipulated into deeper involvement until they found themselves on the other side of the camera. I tell myself I made the right choice by walking away, but part of me will always wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed, if I'd accepted those offers for advanced access, whether I would have had the strength to resist the gradual escalation, or whether I would have become something I never thought I could be. That uncertainty is perhaps the most disturbing legacy of the whole experience. The knowledge that the line between observer and participant, between victim and perpetrator, might be thinner than any of us would like to believe. The latest email arrived just yesterday. Same pattern, different wording. They're still out there, still recruiting, still finding new ways to identify and exploit people's legitimate interests for terrible purposes. I deleted it like all the others, but for just a moment, I hesitated before clicking delete, and that hesitation terrifies me more than anything I saw in those sessions. I'd always considered myself pretty ordinary, someone who mostly kept to themselves, not particularly adventurous or prone to risky behavior. My daily routine was predictable: work at the accounting firm, grab takeout on the way home, watch Netflix until I fell asleep on the couch. Friends would joke that I was the most boring person they knew, and honestly, I wore that label like a badge of honor. The idea of venturing onto the dark web wasn't something I'd considered seriously, not until boredom set in one particularly dreary weekend in October. Rain hammered against my apartment windows with relentless persistence. I'd already binged through 3 seasons of a mediocre crime drama, ordered pizza for the second night running, and found myself staring at my laptop screen with nothing left to occupy my restless mind. A few beers deep and curiosity nagging at me, I stumbled onto a vague forum post about hidden internet curiosities while browsing a tech subreddit. That's what they called them, curiosities, as if they were quaint, harmless antiques rather than the disturbing realities I'd soon uncover. The comments were a mix of skepticism and intrigue, with several users sharing cryptic links that made my pulse quicken with unfamiliar thrill. What started as idle clicking soon became methodical exploration. I downloaded Tor, configured my VPN, and followed increasingly complex instructions posted by anonymous users. Hours passed unnoticed as I navigated through forums dedicated to everything from cryptocurrency trading to philosophical discussions that seemed to exist in their own linguistic bubble. After poking around aimlessly, clicking through sites filled with broken images and unsettling chat rooms, I finally landed on something intriguingly cryptic. It was a minimalist web page. Stark black background with just a single white input box centered perfectly and a simple instruction. Enter invitation code to proceed. The page felt deliberately vague, designed to discourage casual browsers. Something about its austere design suggested serious purpose, as if whoever created it wanted only those truly committed to finding it. Feeling foolishly confident after my evening of successful navigation, I copied a random alphanumeric sequence I'd glimpsed on an earlier forum and pressed enter. The screen shifted, and suddenly I was faced with a live video feed. At first glance, it seemed innocent enough, just grainy footage from what looked like someone's bedroom. There was a bed with rumpled sheets, a cluttered desk illuminated by lamplight, and a wardrobe with one door slightly ajar. Everything appeared mundane and unremarkable. Then I noticed the angle. High, looking down from the corner like a security camera. Clearly some hidden setup. The positioning was too perfect, too deliberate to be accidental. Someone had installed this with careful planning, choosing the optimal vantage point to capture every corner of the room. Initially, nothing happened. Minutes passed with just the faint background sound of distant traffic. The room remained empty, frozen in time. Boredom crept back, but then movement caught my eye. A man walked into frame. He was average looking, probably mid-30s, with thinning brown hair and the slight stoop of someone who spent too much time hunched over computers. He wore a faded t-shirt and jeans, moving with the unconscious ease of someone in their most private sanctuary. He sat at the desk and opened his laptop, completely oblivious to the fact he was broadcasting to unknown viewers. My discomfort grew as I realized I was inadvertently spying on someone's private life. My gut told me to close the window, but that dark curiosity kept my eyes locked on the screen. Then, a small pop-up window appeared with a countdown timer, its red digits glowing ominously. A strange tension filled my chest as the numbers silently ticked down from 60 seconds. When it reached 0, another message appeared. Tonight's game has begun. Within minutes, the site's layout shifted. Chat messages began scrolling along the side of the video feed in a constant stream. Anonymous viewers were commenting in real time, their words creating a running commentary on the unsuspecting man's actions. "He always sits there first," wrote Darkwatcher47. "New viewer count, 847, noted system admin. "Ready to play," demanded impatient one. The casualness was the most chilling aspect. These people discussed watching someone from behind a hidden camera as if it were routine entertainment. Then another interface element appeared, a sleek black box titled "Choose an Action." My pulse quickened as the viewers began voting on disturbing options. Make a noise, unlock a door, cut the power. Unlock a door won by a significant margin. Seconds later, I heard a distinct mechanical click through my headphones. The man heard it too, his head snapping up with immediate alertness. He approached his bedroom door cautiously. When he tested the handle, it swung open freely, a door that had presumably been locked moments before. His confusion morphed into fear as he stepped into the hallway, checking around urgently before returning, visibly shaken. He tried to focus on his laptop, but kept glancing nervously at the door. The chat rejoiced. Another vote appeared. Knock loudly. Flicker lights. Call his phone. Knock loudly was chosen swiftly. 3 sharp, deliberate knocks echoed through the speakers. The man jumped up, now visibly terrified, moving frantically around his apartment, checking windows and locks with desperate precision. But then something unexpected happened. Instead of another vote, a single message appeared in the chat from system admin. Special viewer milestone reached, unlocking premium features. The interface changed completely. New options appeared that made my blood freeze. Release the photos, send the message, activate sleeper. The chat exploded with excitement. These weren't random pranks. This was systematic, organized, personal. Someone had been preparing for this moment, building towards something far worse than harassment. Send the message, won overwhelmingly. The man's laptop screen suddenly blazed with light. His face went white as he read whatever had appeared there. Then he began shaking his head, backing away from the desk, as if the computer had become dangerous. He grabbed his phone with trembling hands, dialing frantically. "Please," he said into the phone, his voice breaking through the audio feed. "You said you'd leave me alone if I..." The line went dead. He stared at the phone in horror, then at his laptop screen. Whatever he saw there made him sink into his chair, defeated. For the first time, he looked directly up at the camera, as if he'd always known it was there. "I can't," he whispered to the lens. "Not again." The chat went silent. Then came the final vote, with only one option: consequences. I watched in absolute horror as the live feed split into multiple views. The bedroom camera, a hallway camera I hadn't seen before, and what looked like feeds from outside his building. This wasn't random voyeurism. It was a carefully orchestrated trap that had been closing around him for who knows how long. The man sat frozen, staring at his laptop screen. On my screen, a countdown appeared, 000500, and ticking down. Then, without warning, my screen went black. A single line of text appeared. "Session ended. Welcome to the watchers." My browser closed itself. My laptop shut down completely. In the darkness of my apartment, I realized the rain had stopped, but I could hear something else now. Footsteps in the hallway outside my door. 3 deliberate knocks echoed through my apartment, and I understood with perfect clarity that I had never been watching at all. The thing about being watched is that you can often feel it before you see it. That prickle at the back of your neck, the sense that something's not quite right. I used to think that was just paranoia, the sort of thing people made up to make their boring lives feel more dramatic. Then my flatmate Jake brought home that encrypted flash drive, and I learned exactly how it feels when strangers turn your entire existence into entertainment. It was a Tuesday evening in March, raining as usual, and I was sprawled on our old sofa in our shared flat in Bethnal Green. Jake burst through the door, soaked and grinning like he'd just discovered fire. He pulled this tiny USB stick from his jacket pocket, waving it about like it was the crown jewels. The drive contained what he claimed was research material for his dissertation on underground digital communities. According to Jake, some postgrad student had been investigating the darker corners of the internet before dropping out suddenly, left all their stuff behind, including this drive that supposedly contained access credentials to parts of the dark web most people never see. Now, I'm not completely naive about these things. I work in graphic design, spend most of my day online, and I'd heard the stories about hidden marketplaces and illegal content floating around encrypted networks, but I'd never actually ventured beyond downloading the odd film or album through BitTorrent. The dark web seemed like something for proper criminals or paranoid journalists, not ordinary people from East London. Jake was persistent though. He'd already downloaded Tor and was fumbling about with something called Tails, trying to get the whole anonymous browsing setup working on his ancient laptop. The credentials on the drive included a list of .onion addresses and what appeared to be login details for various sites. Most of it looked like standard dark web fare. Drug marketplaces, fake document services, that sort of thing. But there was one address that kept catching my eye, mainly because it was accompanied by a warning written in red text. Access at own risk. Active participants only. The address led to something called a red room. Jake explained these were supposedly live streams where viewers could watch real violence unfold, sometimes even paying to influence what happened. He insisted they were mostly urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to separate gullible punters from their cryptocurrency. But the way he kept glancing at that particular address suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. We spent the next hour setting up the security protocols. Multiple VPN connections, encrypted browsers, the works. Jake treated it like we were preparing for some covert military operation, rather than satisfying morbid curiosity. Looking back, maybe his paranoia wasn't entirely misplaced. The first few sites we visited were disappointingly mundane. Drug markets that looked like budget versions of Amazon, forums full of people arguing about encryption methods, and what appeared to be a surprisingly active community dedicated to reviewing different brands of tinfoil hats. The whole thing felt less like exploring the criminal underworld and more like browsing a particularly rubbish version of eBay. But then we found the Red Room. The site looked professional in a way that immediately set it apart. Clean interface, proper navigation, even what appeared to be customer service chat boxes. It was called the Viewing Room, and accessing it required both the credentials from Jake's drive and a payment of roughly £50 worth of Bitcoin. Jake had some cryptocurrency left over from a previous ill-advised investment in some dodgy altcoin, so we decided to take the plunge. What we found inside wasn't what either of us expected. The main page displayed a grid of thumbnail images, each representing a different stream. Most were dark or showed empty rooms, but 3 or 4 appeared to be active. Viewer counts ranged from a handful to several hundred. The interface allowed you to join streams as a passive observer or upgrade to what they called participant status for additional fees. Jake clicked on one of the active streams before I could stop him. The video quality was surprisingly good. We were looking at what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, occupied by a person whose face was obscured by the camera angle. They appeared to be restrained, though the specifics weren't clear. A chat box ran alongside the video, filling with messages from anonymous viewers. The messages were what made my stomach drop. Viewers were making requests, offering payments for specific actions. The amounts being discussed weren't trivial. Hundreds of pounds for relatively minor things, thousands for more serious requests. And someone was apparently fulfilling these requests because the person in the chair would occasionally move or react in ways that corresponded to the chat messages. Jake and I sat there for maybe 10 minutes, not saying anything, just watching this unfold. The casual nature of it was what disturbed me most. Viewers chatted amongst themselves like they were watching a football match, debating techniques and comparing prices. Some seemed to be regulars, referencing previous streams and making recommendations to newcomers. That's when Jake noticed something that made both of us go cold. One of the usernames in the chat was posting comments that included specific details about our location. Not just London or even East London, but references to Bethnal Green, our street, even our building. The user seemed to know we were first-time viewers and was offering to arrange a private demonstration for educational purposes. We closed the laptop immediately. The next few days passed normally enough. I went to work, Jake attended his lectures, and we didn't discuss what we'd seen. But I found myself checking the locks on our flat more frequently, and I noticed Jake had started closing his bedroom curtains during the day. The email arrived on Friday. It came to my personal Gmail account, not an address I'd ever used for anything related to the dark web. The sender was listed as viewing room services at Proton Mail, and the subject line simply read, "Thank you for your interest." The message was brief and professional. It thanked me for visiting their site and invited me to participate in an upcoming special broadcast. They mentioned that they'd identified me as someone with graphic design skills who might appreciate the artistic elements of their productions. The email included a Bitcoin address and instructions for making a deposit to secure what they called a front row seat. What made my blood freeze was the final paragraph. It mentioned that they'd noticed I lived in a ground floor flat with easy access through the kitchen window, and suggested that if I wasn't interested in viewing their content, perhaps I'd be interested in starring in it. I showed Jake the email, and his face went white. He'd received something similar, though he's focused on his film studies background, and suggested he might want to document the experience from the inside. We decided to ignore the messages and hope they'd lose interest, delete the emails, wipe Jake's laptop, pretend the whole thing had never happened. But the messages kept coming. Not just emails now, but text to my mobile number. WhatsApp messages with photos of our building taken from across the street. Someone had even slipped a printed note under our front door, written in the same professional tone as the emails, but with increasingly specific details about our daily routines. They knew when I left for work each morning, what time Jake usually returned from university, which takeaways we ordered from and how often. Someone was watching us, documenting our lives with the same casual attention to detail I'd seen in that chat room. The breaking point came when Jake found a small camera mounted on the lamppost outside our building. It wasn't a council CCTV camera or anything official, just a small device pointed directly at our windows. Jake climbed up and removed it, but we both knew that if they put up one camera, there were probably others. That night, we heard footsteps in the hallway outside our flat, slow, deliberate steps that paused directly outside our door. The steps would continue for a few minutes, then stop, then start again. We could see shadows moving back and forth under the door gap. But when Jake finally worked up the courage to look through the peephole, the corridor was empty. The next morning, there was another note. This one was different, handwritten rather than printed, with a local postmark from earlier that same day. It contained details about the previous night's activities, describing exactly how we'd reacted to the footsteps, how long we'd waited before checking the door, even what we'd whispered to each other while hiding in Jake's bedroom. Someone had been listening. We went to the police that afternoon, but the response was about what you'd expect. The officer was polite but skeptical, especially when we tried to explain about the dark web and red rooms. He took down our details and said they'd increase patrols in the area, but I could tell he thought we were either making it up or had brought it on ourselves by getting involved with dodgy websites. The surveillance continued for another week. More cameras appeared and disappeared. Messages arrived with increasingly personal details, and we began to notice the same faces appearing in different locations around our neighborhood. People who seemed to turn up wherever we went, always maintaining just enough distance to avoid being obviously suspicious. Jake started talking about moving back in with his parents in Yorkshire. I was considering the same thing, though my parents lived in a tiny village in Somerset, where strangers would be noticed immediately. But before either of us could make concrete plans, the situation escalated. I came home from work on a Thursday evening to find our front door standing open. Not forced, just unlocked and ajar, as if someone had walked in and forgotten to close it properly behind them. Jake's laptop was missing from the kitchen table, along with the flash drive and all the notes we'd been collecting as evidence. But they'd left something behind. On my bed, there was a printed photograph of me sleeping. The angle suggested it had been taken from inside my bedroom, probably the night before. I was lying on my side, facing the camera, completely unaware that someone was standing in my room documenting my unconscious state. Attached to the photograph was a business card with the viewing room logo and a single line of text. "Ready for your audition." Jake and I packed our essential belongings that same evening and left London. We didn't tell anyone where we were going, paid for everything in cash, and avoided using our phones or cards for several days. I stayed with friends in Brighton for a couple of weeks before eventually finding a new flat in a different part of the city. Jake went back to Yorkshire and transferred to a different university. For a while, it seemed like we'd managed to disappear. No more messages, no more surveillance, no more unexpected visitors. I started to relax, began to think that maybe they'd moved on to easier targets. But last month, I received another email. This one came to a Gmail account I'd created specifically for flat hunting in Brighton, an account I'd never used for anything else, connected to a phone number I'd only given to potential landlords and estate agents. The message was brief and familiar. "Thank you for your interest. We've been looking forward to working with you again." Attached was a photograph of my current building, taken from street level, with my bedroom window circled in red. I'm writing this because I'm not sure what else to do. The police in Brighton were even less helpful than the ones in London, and I can't keep running forever. Someone out there has decided that I'm going to be part of their entertainment, whether I want to be or not. The thing that keeps me awake at night isn't just the surveillance or the threats. It's the memory of that chat room, full of ordinary people casually bidding on human suffering like they were buying items at auction. Hundreds of viewers, all comfortable with the idea that someone else's pain was worth paying for. I keep wondering how many of them are still out there, still watching, still waiting for their next show to begin, and whether the person in that chair, the one we watched for those 10 minutes before we came to our senses, ever made it home to their own flat, their own life, their own false sense of security. The camera outside my current building is smaller than the last one, better hidden, but I spotted it yesterday morning on my way to work. Same angle, same direct line of sight to my windows. I haven't told my new flatmates about any of this. What would be the point? They'd either think I was paranoid or they'd want to leave, and I can't afford to find another place right now. Besides, I'm starting to think it doesn't matter where I go. These people have resources, patience, and apparently unlimited time to devote to their hobby. Sometimes I wonder if this is how it starts for everyone who ends up in those rooms. Maybe nobody volunteers. Maybe they all thought they were just curious observers, right up until the moment they realized they'd become the entertainment. The new email arrived this morning. Same professional tone, same polite language, but with a countdown timer embedded in the message. 72 hours until what they're calling my premiere performance. I'm not going to run this time. There's nowhere left to go, and I'm tired of looking over my shoulder. But I wanted to write this down, get it recorded somewhere, just in case. Maybe someone will read it and think twice before clicking on that suspicious link or plugging in that mysterious USB drive. Or maybe they'll read it and think it sounds made up, like something from a bad horror film. That's probably what I would have thought before Jake brought home that flash drive and we decided to see what all the fuss was about. The timer on my phone says 68 hours remaining. I keep checking it compulsively, watching the numbers tick down like it's New Year's Eve. I used to think some people just changed, that it was a normal part of growing up. People drift, get bitter, harden. That was how I explained what happened to her for a long time. I told myself she just became someone else, that it wasn't personal. It took me years to admit it wasn't normal at all. Her name was Ava. We were best friends growing up, same street, same school, same everything. There wasn't a single sleepover or birthday party where she wasn't there. For years, we were like our own little orbit. She was smart and weird in a good way. The kind of kid who made up stories during lunch and drew creepy comics in the margins of her notebooks. I liked that about her. She made boring things feel alive. Then she disappeared. It was the summer after graduation. No big send-off. No party. One day she was there, the next she wasn't. Her aunt posted some photo on Facebook of Ava in Italy or Greece, some old town with narrow stone streets. I hadn't even known she was leaving. I messaged her more than once. No replies. Eventually, I stopped, not because I was mad, but because I didn't want to feel like I was bothering her. I figured maybe she needed space or just wanted a fresh start. She came back 2 years later. It wasn't announced. There was no big reunion. I just ran into her at a petrol station of all places. I remember how weirdly bright it was inside, the way bad fluorescent lighting always is. I saw her before she saw me. And even though her face hadn't changed much, I felt something tighten in my chest. Her eyes weren't the same. It wasn't anything like you see in some movies, where they can literally see darkness or whatever. But the way she looked at me, it was like I was an inconvenience, like she'd already moved on and was annoyed I hadn't. She didn't hug me, didn't smile, just gave me a flat hey and grabbed her receipt. I stood there like an idiot holding a Fanta. I didn't even say much, just something like, "You're back." And she nodded and walked out. That was it. I tried to reach out again, occasionally texting her. I got nothing back. I ran into her once more at a grocery store. Same deal, cold, flat, not mean, just completely uninterested. After a while, I gave up, and I told myself maybe that was fine. Maybe people don't always owe you an explanation for who they become. But part of me kept replaying that first moment in the gas station, the way she looked through me. That brings me to last year. It was a Saturday night, early fall. I was home alone, half watching a YouTube documentary with the volume low. My phone was face down. I remember the exact buzz it made, that long one, the kind you get with messages from people not in your contacts. I don't know why I even checked it. It was from Ava, or at least from her number. There wasn't a message, just a link, no context, no greeting. Just a string of random characters and a .onion address buried in the middle. I stared at it for probably a full minute. I didn't even breathe. My first thought was that it was a scam or malware. But some part of me, the old part that still remembered how close we were, told me she sent it on purpose, that there was a reason. I used an old laptop, booted it into Tails. I'd played with Tor before years ago, but never for anything like this. My hands were clammy the whole time. I told myself if anything looked shady, I'd kill the power immediately. The page took almost a full minute to load. When it finally did, it was just a black screen with a timer. 0248, just under 3 minutes. It counted down in red, and underneath it was a chat box already going. Lines of text, constant, some of it in languages I couldn't read. The rest was English, but coded, like slang or shorthand. I couldn't tell what they were talking about at first. When the timer hit 0, the stream flickered on. There was a chair in the middle of a concrete room. It was bolted to the floor, but empty. The room was completely empty, as far as I could see, with no windows. Just the hum of overhead lights and the faint echo of someone walking, somewhere off camera. I still didn't understand what I was looking at. Then the chat changed. People were typing numbers, making bids. Usernames I didn't recognize were posting names. Some were fake, some felt too real. One of them was next pick, pulled from chat. That's when I felt my stomach turn. I scrolled up to try and make sense of it, and that's when I saw her, Avenue, or what had to be her. Not her real name, but an old handle she used in middle school. I hadn't seen it in years. No one else could have remembered that. She was active, posting, typing like she belonged there. Then I saw it. Bid. £9,400. Then my name. M. Full name. Spelled correctly, properly capitalized, just sitting there like any other text. I froze. For a few seconds, I couldn't even move, couldn't even close the tab. I just sat there watching more usernames chime in. Seconded, confirmed, show us the face. I slammed the laptop shut, unplugged it. Yanked the battery like that would somehow protect me. My ears were ringing. It was like that high-pitched tone you get when your body goes into survival mode. I don't remember standing up. I just remember pacing, hands shaking, heart doing this sick little flutter in my chest. I didn't sleep that night. Next morning, I had 3 missed calls from numbers I didn't know. 1 voicemail. It was 10 seconds of silence, then the sound of something scraping across concrete. That same sound from the stream. I threw the phone out, got a new number. Emails came next. One-liners, things like, we'll find you, or don't bother running. They were always from different addresses, always with some little detail to let me know it was personal. I deleted everything and removed all of my private info off social media. I did my best to erase any trace of myself online. But the more I scrubbed, the more I realized how much of me was still floating out there. Then came the people. At first, I convinced myself it was just paranoia. I would walk to the store and feel the weight of someone behind me. I would glance out the window and see a car idling across the street, longer than made sense for someone doing nothing. But the patterns kept repeating. It was the same car, the same face. Not every day, but often enough to notice. Different angles, different times, always nearby, always lingering just long enough to register, but never long enough to confront. Eventually, I filed a police report. It was a waste of time. There were no direct threats, no evidence. They told me to block the emails and vary my daily routines. I had already done that. So I left. I moved to a different city. I changed my name. I found a place to rent off the books and stayed disconnected. I deleted every trace of myself online, and I stopped using any account tied to my real identity. For a while, I believed I was safe. That changed last week. Someone slid an envelope under my apartment door. Inside was a single photograph. It was a picture of me walking home taken from behind. The framing was deliberate. The image was clear. It was taken recently, close and carefully. There was no note, no sender, no explanation, only the photograph. Now I am packing again. Because wherever Ava is, whatever she has become, she saw me. And this time, she chose me.